Honest, I have had kind of a weird day where, like, I've just been having one of those, like, can't get my mind right days, you know what I mean? Like, huh. I hope I'm not getting sick. That usually is a sign that I am getting sick, so, you know, but, you know, push through. You know how it goes. Alrighty. What the heck? Something's going on with the YouTube. Okay, apparently I'm not connecting to YouTube or, Twitch. Huh. Here, let me try something. Yo, what up, Ruben? Alright, so you actually just confirmed that YouTube... Hey, what's up, Kirk? You guys just confirmed that things are indeed working. Okay, so get this. I have all of my YouTube Studio stuff up. It's literally saying that the stream is not live. So, I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to figure this out. So give me 1 second here. YouTube has been going out to dinner, but you will be in my headphones. Oh, cool, man. I hope you have fun at dinner, because, yeah, man. I am not going to be able to eat for quite some time. No, I did the smart thing, and I ate before stream. I have got to get better about doing that, man. I've had the last few streams where, like, I was pretty much doing it on an empty stomach, so, like, right at the end, it gets a little, you know, touchy, where I'm like, okay. On top of the fact that it's like I'm getting a little peckish, it's like I tend to get like a little angry. So I'm definitely like that, like the living embodiment of the hey, you need a Snickers, which so all right, well, we got a lot of fun today because I'm not sure if you guys have been paying attention to any of the news, but Elon Musk is all over the news. I mean, he is pissing off everybody, the left, the right, even the center. Like, he's even making his fanboys mad. Get that. So apparently he's been trying to institute a immigration thing where I'm just like, like, I thought he was anti-immigrant immigrants, which is ironic for Elon Musk, but it kind of looks like No, he definitely wants to double down on immigration, it seems. Specifically from, like, India and places that have high rates of engineering graduates. And he also somehow tried to say that all Americans are idiots. Like, oh, man, he really is burying himself. I get seriously hangry. Yeah, man. Yeah, I got checked for that, what do you call it, the hypoglycemia or whatever, because it was so bad to the point where, like, there's getting, like, bitchy, you know, and just turning into, like, a pain in the ass, which I've been known to do a few times, especially the more hungry I am. But then there is legitimately, like, where you feel like you're not well, like, in the head, where you're just like, I feel angrier than I've ever felt. But the second that you get something in you, like you get a just like even a small, like a Snickers, then you're all right. Then you're like, all right. Am I the only person that feels like that? No. The H-1B visa debate was wild. I enjoyed watching the right-wing Twitter eat their own. It's insane. This is the first time that I've gone on Twitter in probably 4 months. Like, I think the last time I legit went on Twitter was when I started this channel, just to kind of set it up. And then, yeah, just abandoned it because it was that... I think that actually might have been the week that Elon was doing all his endorsements, and there was that big push to go to Blue Sky, so... I like Blue Sky, I'll be honest. I know a lot of people have been saying that it's kind of hard to use because there's not like a lot of user traffic. That's on them, you know. Matt Leck actually said it on Majority Report, where he was giving up all of these excuses where he's just like, well, you know, the Palestinian news isn't on Blue Sky, so I have to keep my Blue Sky, or I have to keep my Twitter, blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, this seems like you're making up excuses just to have it, so whatever. But Matt be like that sometimes, where he'll call out somebody for being, you know, ideologically inconsistent while also simultaneously being ideologically inconsistent. So, God, the last one that he was having a fight with somebody about like, just like hobbies in capitalism, and then they got to it, and apparently he's a sneakerhead. Like, what? Hey, what's up, Undead Banana? Good to see you. I am glad that you were able to join us. Talking about Elon Musk. It's going to be a very, very heavy Elon Musk episode. Because, yeah, man, I'm not even kidding. He's pissing off everybody. Everybody. Because I thought that I was about to double, like when I was doing my show prep, I was about to do, like, I thought I was going to do 2 of the same video at one point where I lined them up and I'm like, oh, this is brand new. And it was an update about how he was like making his own audience mad. So we're going to start from the beginning of where it was this morning and kind of work our way through it. And then later we got the rest of the Coffeezilla documentary. I'm looking forward to getting the final details about the CSGO gambling situation, because that is wild. I did not know that was a thing. So... I hope you guys are as interested, wow, in it as I am, because, yeah, I really enjoy it. And then, we also have, what was it? We have another, comedy bit about the CEO, which I wanted to share with you guys. I did check. It seems like everything should be clear. Also, Kirk, I'm not sure if you saw, but I was able to, check out your new song. I enjoyed it. I think that there was one guy in the chat that was kind of... Brian. Yeah, Brian in the chat was being kind of a dick about it, but I think he was just being goofy. I don't know. But I enjoyed it, man. I think that unanimously, with me, Duke, and Unimoogle... what song was it? Hold on. It was... I forgot the name of it. Quaaludes. I almost called it Terpenes. Yeah, we really like that song. So, and I know that you had actually mentioned that wasn't your favorite, or it was like too personal or something, but we really enjoy it, man. So keep it up. I watched that stuff already, but I stay because chill vibes. Oh, cool. Well, yeah. Also, we got Brian Tyler Cohen going against Cenk, which, dude, it seems like Cenk is definitely starting to lose some steam. And every time that he's gone on a new show, like watching him on Mark Lamont Hill last night, he's starting to lose it, where he is... I think he was kind of coming around to the idea that, hey, I don't think that like, the way I see this and the way that I view myself is not the way that everybody else views this. Like, I think everybody thinks I'm grifting, and that... Because legit, this is where I'm going to be a little charitable to Cenk. I think that he honestly does believe that doing what he's doing is accomplishing something. Like, he really does think that he's, oh, well, you know, if we don't go and cross over the enemy lines, then what are we doing? But he's not seeing how he's also validating these people because he's not pushing back. He's not being combative. Like, a lot of people were saying that it wasn't going on Charlie Kirk or going on Turning Point. It was the fact that you were capitulating so much and you didn't see that they were using you as, you know, a clip machine, essentially, just going, see, because that's also part of the problem with him being as boisterous as he is about, like, how he's like, well, we're the leaders in the progressive, or we're the leading voice of the progressive movement. When you start saying crap like that and then go on Charlie Kirk and then he starts saying, well, this is the leader of the progressive movement, even he agrees with us. You don't see how that's damaging? Like, the fact that he is just so, like, oblivious to it is insane. My goodness, my me. You have a cool dog. I'm not sure how I feel about you yet, but the dog is BA. Hey, well, I appreciate that. He appreciates that very much. He's a very good boy. He is actually probably one of the best streaming dogs I've ever seen. Like, he's insane. Like, he just sits there, like, pretty much the entire time. And then when he feels like getting out of the bed, he just comes over here. So... which is weird because, like, any other time, like, for instance, if somebody were to just, like, I don't know, walk by my house, he goes nuts. Like, he goes absolutely bonkers. So, it's nice to see him as chill as he is for as long as he is. So, but yes, my goodness, thank you for joining the program. We do a little bit of news and politics here, so I hope you enjoy. Speaking of, let's just go into the ground news segment right now. So this segment is sponsored by Ground News. I use Ground News because it honestly is a way that I can cut through the algorithms and get out of the bubble, because I was noticing how bad it was. Even just like my iPhone, I was like, all right, man, the feeds that I was getting fed in the morning was insane. And it was mostly just, especially after, like, the Luigi stuff, I can tell you right now, it was all, like, pro-billionaire kind of stuff. But this is the main story I wanted to go through. But as you can see, before I went there... let's go back. There we go. Oh, shit. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. So... you can see here on the right side that it'll just tell you whether it's right-leaning, left-leaning. It'll tell you if it's a high faculty or if it's low, where, you know, you got a bunch of grifters out there that just kind of want to report the news, but they want to do it with the spin because they want to make sure that their audience is always happy, you know? And that's honestly why I got this. Because I was getting sick of that and I was starting to notice it on our side. I was noticing how I was getting fed nothing but left-wing news. So it made me very happy. And then, like this story right here, U.S. homelessness surges 18% to record level, annual report says. Now, this is where they compile it through the aggregator and they try to present it from the most center standpoint. So homelessness in the United States has reached its record level. Its highest level on record, with more... That's a weird way to not say the highest... like, it's already the highest record. Like, it's broken records. Usually they would say that. Record-breaking levels of homelessness. But it's homelessness, so they don't want to bring any attention to that, because they also don't want to remind people that, oh, you know, you guys could be there. I've been saying that to people in my life that have been defending the billionaire class, where I'm just like, you do realize that you are so much closer to being homeless than you are to ever being a billionaire. But here you are, like, completely deluding yourself, and then also doing the thing where it's like, well, all these homeless people need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and blah, 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 blah. And I just watched this documentary about how it is so wrong. How it's not the conception that most people have in America, which is gross, where it's like they did it to themselves. They must have done something to deserve it. Well, if getting in a car accident and having the wrong insurance company is that, then I don't know what to tell you. It's insane how careless, just how careless people are. And how cold. And these are people that claim to be Christians too, man. I don't even want to go there, but it's insane how the people that are just like, I gotta go to church, but before that, I gotta go on Facebook and I gotta tell everybody how much I hate homeless people and hate immigrants. All right, U.S. homelessness up double digits, rising numbers of asylum seekers, affordability crisis among causes. Oh, notice how they go right to asylum seekers and they don't go to the actual cause, where it's like, oh, yeah, the housing crisis. Because if we get a little too close to exposing the housing crisis, that might actually expose the billionaire class that we're working so hard to protect right now. Yuck. Man accused of fatally setting New York City subway rider on fire, indicted on murder and arson charges. See? Notice how they're going after this to make sure that it's like, we got to make sure that we're protecting everybody. Get everybody on the cop side and law and order, guys. Unreal. U.S. to send $1.25 billion in weapons to Ukraine, pushing to get aid out before Biden leaves office. Yeah, no kidding. New York corrections officers pummeled handcuffed prisoner before death. Footage shows. Uh-oh. Robert Brooks, 43, was pronounced dead December 10th following an assault at the Marcy Correctional Facility. Shocking. Great. Yeah. That's just great. Well. Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here. A ninth telecom firm has been hit by a massive Chinese espionage campaign. Uh-oh. Yeah, did you see the last one about this, where they were just like, oh yeah, so our network may have been hit. So maybe just keep your conversations a little PG. They literally said, like, don't say anything that they might be able to come after you for. I'm like, who? You? Because last time I checked, you were just as bad, if I'm not wrong. But here, let's go to the blind spot feature. Let's see what they have not been telling us on the left-wing algorithm. Nigel Farage threatens legal action if Kemi... I don't know what that is. What is this? Kenny Badenoch? There we go. Doesn't apologize for saying membership ticker was fake. Who the heck is this guy? And what is this? Huh. Oh, Tory leader? Okay, so this is some British news. Okay. Sorry, as an American, I'll just be a little honest. That's the stuff where I kind of go, even British people who cover the news tend to cover American news even, like, way more than British news. Let's be honest. Manchin objects to Biden's communications. Texas man, and then on the right, Texas man arrested for allegedly threatening to show up to the Capitol. Republican Utah House of Representatives Kara Birkeland announces resignation. Kara Birkeland, representing Summit County, announces her resignation immediately. Effective immediately. Stated she needs to spend more time with her family, particularly her parents, due to increasing commitments. Dude, she's literally just like, this is a little harder than I thought it would be and takes a little bit more time than I thought. Like, I quit. After she won re-election? Wait, what? Here, guys, hold on. Because here. Happy Friday, Bloodstone. What's up? It is good to see you. A Republican state lawmaker in Utah abruptly resigned after running re-election. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so special election, where is it? She was the top sponsor of the anti-trans bill. Ew. They're literally saying, like, can you believe you had a crush on her in the 90s? What is with the news and, like, just in general media where they're just like, oh my god, did you see this person age? Whoa! What the hell is with this? I have never understood that. And then here we are as a culture just being like, yeah, let's totally get behind that. I don't get it. Alright. Well, it's with a heavy heart that she announces her resignation? Guys, hold on. This doesn't make any sense. Yeah, because she's literally saying she needs to focus more on family and professional commitments. I don't know, guys. I think that this is bad. Genie Bottle. Hi from UK, which is not a country it's for. Which one are you actually from? If you're from Scotland, you get extra points. Scotland is awesome. Actually, you get extra points for just being from the UK. Welcome. I appreciate you guys being here. Also, if you haven't already, please like the stream. It really helps me out. It's free, and it just, makes you a better YouTube consumer. So do it because you guys are cool and want to train your brain. Also, sub to the channel if you haven't already. And, let's go on to some Elon Musk news. Really? Oh, guys, hold on. I just got taken into a pop. Okay, that sucked. I went to go click on the next story, and I didn't even see that there was a pop-up, like, right behind it. It just totally took me to the pop-up site, which, oh my god, I hope this didn't just, like, infect my computer. Nah, we're good. All right. It was starting to run a little wonky. I'm like, no. All right. But honestly, how is this okay? How is it okay that she can just walk out of Congress and just be like, I got family. I got other stuff to do. Like, what? My family and professional commitments have increasingly required my attention away from home. A trend I anticipate will persist for the next year or two. This choice was not made lightly. It was weighed heavily on mind for some time, partly because I feel like my work here is far from complete. Nevertheless, the present circumstances demand that I focus on other significant responsibilities. Oh, southwest of England. Cool. Very cool. Well, welcome. I appreciate you being here. What are your thoughts on the state of British politics? Because I know that we have some Canadians here that are kind of worried about their upcoming election. And yeah, definitely interested to see how people around the world are feeling about their political situations. Because I've just been personally noticing that, like, with the increase of right-wing governments, that at the risk of sounding a little bit Alex Jonesy, it's just, I don't know. Doesn't that seem a little convenient that it's all kind of shifting that way? And all, it seems just odd. Like, especially when you talk to people, most people don't seem to have like this vitriolic hate for immigrants, even in like, Europe. But then again, I have seen some of the comments on online from like Matt Men. God, whenever they cover something just innocuous, like a map, somehow these guys come out and they will just attack them in their comments. It's so ruthless. YouTube is definitely fun. All right, let's go into the first video here. So Elon Musk is having a war with MAGA, and it seems to be increasingly getting worse for him, because this is all just today. This all happened like in the span of like 4 hours. So this was the first video that I watched this morning to kind of get an idea. Genie Bottle. I am a green voter. Never cons or reform. Oh, cool. Sorry. We got a chatter from England that want to get some information from. So, but yeah, let's take a look at the very first piece of the drama from Elon Musk and MAGA world.
Oh, this MAGA civil war is getting juicy, and I want to bring you up to speed on what happened while we were sleeping, because everything escalated a bit. So this started off as a feud between Elon Musk and his tech bro coalition, saying that we do need high-skilled immigrants. We should allow H-1B visa workers to come in, and Laura Loomer and her far-right MAGA coalition said no immigrants whatsoever. You're ruining the white purity of America, whatever their argument is. But now this has snowballed into something a lot bigger, where Elon Musk is actively throttling conservative accounts on Twitter, and they're all basically rebelling. So let's just start here. Conservative OG posted last night, all of our influencers have now lost verification status, as well as our own page. Our brand did nothing. We spoke out against HB1 visas, and it appears that Elon Musk intentionally shut us down. Is this the new status quo from America's most free social media platform? We told you! How many times did we try to tell them that Elon Musk is...
Is it bad that I look at him and literally see a child? Like, I don't see any difference between him and like a 14-year-old.
Not fighting for their interests. Elon Musk is only fighting for his own corporate and personal interests, and that he will turn on you guys the second that it benefits him. He will start to throttle your voices the second that you dissent. It's not a free speech platform. The right is not the party of free speech. Trump is the one who wants to attack the media, sue the media, make sure they bend the knee. Elon Musk is the one who suppresses dissenting voices. And this is the thing. Conservative OG and some of these other accounts that got banned were likely saying a lot of racist stuff on their account, and that's why Elon banned them. That's a justification he used, but it's not a good justification, because there's been so much racism,
they did
Hitler
get banned.
apologia, Nazi stuff on Twitter for the past year.
They lost their affiliate link. They didn't get banned.
He's not banned a single person. But now he is selectively throttling accounts that disagree with him on the basis of racism. We know that Elon Musk doesn't actually care about racism on Twitter. He's using that as an excuse to to throttle any dissent. We can even go over here to Laura Loomer. She posted this. We've temporarily limited some of your account features. What happened? We have determined that you have violated the X rules, and she was banned for 12 hours. Or not banned, but her account features were limited in a similar way to being shadow banned on the app. But the thing is, Laura Loomer has said so much vile stuff over the past year. Do you guys remember that tweet she posted where she said the White House is going to smell like curry because Kamala Harris is Indian? Just absolutely vile stuff. No ban, no limitations on her account features. But the moment that she pushes back against Elon Musk, her account gets temporarily limited. So she posted this. And of course, we're not siding with Laura Loomer here. She's just making decent points in her quest to bring Elon Musk down a peg. She said, Elon Musk...
I like how he has to preface that, because he's so invested in just being like, listen, guys, she sucks, but she happens to be right on this.
Has removed my blue checkmark on X because I dared to question his support for H-1B visas, the replacement of American tech workers by Indian immigrants, and I questioned his relationship with China. Looks like Elon Musk is going to be silencing me for supporting original Trump immigration policies. She then just rants about how she's a true America First patriot. And the funny thing is, I actually hopped on to a Twitter space that she was on last night to listen to what she was saying. Let me play this quick clip of Laura Loomer talking about being on on Trump's plane and just whining.
I was invited by President Trump to travel as his personal guest to the debate. And then I was demonized they said, I'm the reason why President Trump said that migrants are eating people's pets, even though JD Vance said the same fucking thing. So it's so funny. I'm just fighting for the American people and fighting against mass migration and fighting against this abuse of the American tech worker. And I've just been completely shit on and demonized, It's totally unfair. And
Yeah,
I think
Laura.
it's a testament to how MAGA is going to be treated in this administration if big tech is allowed to just walk into Mar-a-Lago and do whatever they want to do.
Okay, so she kind of plays her hand right there when she says, is this how MAGA is going to be treated during the administration if big tech is able to walk in and do whatever they're going to do? And there's truth to that. There's absolutely truth that Elon Musk and David Sachs, these people donated to Trump with the intention of entrenching their own power and influencing his policy. But Laura Loomer's doing this for a self-serving reason. Laura Loomer's not doing this because she just woke up to how bad Elon Musk is and she loves America so much. She's doing this because she realizes her influence within the White House is waning, or the future White House is waning, because these tech bros are starting to gain more and more influence, and she doesn't agree with their immigration policy. So she is pushing back hard, but this is something I found really hilarious. Elon Musk essentially called all Americans idiots multiple times. So did Vivek Ramaswamy. They keep implying that Americans are too dumb to learn the skills needed to be successful. So let's just start here. Autism.
What up, Smoke? I love that the right is eating itself. This is really enjoyable. Like, today has been a pretty funny day.
A random account.
Also, randomly, Smoke. We had a guy in our chat yesterday. I think he was going through something, but your music seemed to help.
On Twitter said, so basically, the right split into two factions. Tech right versus the right. And the tech right is like, hey, we need H-1B visas to do the jobs. And the far right was like, no, you need to hire Americans. And the tech right is like, but you guys are retarded. And the right is like, well, you don't train us enough. And then the tech right is like, you can't out-train being retarded. And while all of this was going on, we learned some people really don't like Indians. Now, the reason I said all of that in full without censoring it is because I think...
Okay, guys, even sometimes it is funny to watch just like how their minds work.
It adds more effect when we realize
though.
that Elon Musk then responded saying, that pretty much sums it up. This was eye-opening. He just agreed with everything this person said,
great.
which caused a follower to say, oh, so now you are implying that Americans aren't just retarded, but we are also racist. I am your biggest fan for saving free speech in America, but you really need to think about how awful it is to call us...
biggest fan for saving free speech and also stifling it with people that I don't like.
The R word and racist. So again, sorry to anybody who does not like hearing the R word out loud. Of course, it's a vile word, but this just proves Elon Musk literally called Americans dumb in this very post. And there are a few broader takeaways I want to run down really quickly. First of all, Elon Musk is exposing himself to the MAGA audience as the anti-free speech person that we've always known him as. So when Elon Musk bought Twitter and said he wants to make it an equal platform where both sides can thrive, and then he immediately started to throttle liberal journalists, left-wing journalists, people voting for Kamala Harris were actively throttled in the algorithm while right-wingers were boosted in the algorithm. We were complaining. We were like, what the hell, man? This is not free speech. This is not what you promised to do. And the right covered their eyes because it helped them. It helped them serve their interests and gain power in America. Elon Musk's wealth, his ownership of X, his ability to throttle dissent, helped them. But now that it's not helping them anymore, they're starting to realize, oh shit, Elon Musk is starting to strip away our verification status.
I love how like everything is leftist alarmism until it actually like starts to come to a head for them. And then they're just like, where did this come from? How come nobody told us what was happening? Oh, these leftists, they're just hiding things now.
Elon Musk is throttling our account features, making sure the algorithm pushes us down. And the thing is, there are a lot more examples of conservative accounts getting completely throttled over the past 24 hours. I just went over some of the bigger ones, but I could pull up 10 to 15 other accounts that are now complaining about being banned or demonetized or losing their check mark. And it is a perfect example of throttling dissent when it serves your interest. Another takeaway is that Elon Musk seems to be realizing that he's been feeding this monster that we call the MAGA movement. And not every MAGA supporter is as terminally online as Laura Loomer. Like, not every MAGA supporter is as vile as Laura Loomer. Do not think that. I'm sure you guys know MAGA supporters in your life who are just normal people. But David Sachs, Elon Musk, these people are beginning to realize this online right-wing ecosystem they've been feeding is just vile. For example, someone named Nas on Twitter said, "Did any of y'all vote for this Indian to run America?" And David Sachs, who's MAGA, responded, "Saram has been a US citizen for a decade. He's not running America. He's advising on AI policy. He will have no influence over US immigration policy. These attacks have become crude and not in the holiday spirit. I'm signing off. Have a Merry Christmas." Oh, I'm sorry. This is the movement that
why are you being racist against one of the good ones?
you've been actively feeding for so long. Also, these weirdos are all fighting about race realism and Indian people on Christmas. Just enjoy the holidays. But just to take it back, David Sachs and Elon Musk all seem to be simultaneously realizing that this movement they've been feeding is now backfiring on them. I mean, they knew they were feeding this vague white supremacist Twitter algorithm, but now it has come back to bite them in the worst way possible because Elon Musk is getting flamed by all of these far-right people. And the question here is, will Donald Trump even respond to this? I'm wondering where Trump will go with this. Is he just going to think this is an online debacle that he should ignore? Is he actually going to come and weigh in? Will he stay quiet and let his allies duke it out? I honestly think Trump is just going to stay quiet and write this off as some sort of Twitter spat. But maybe this will actually make him rethink his loyalties or who is loyal to him. Either way, I'll leave you with that. Drop a like, subscribe if you enjoyed the video. It makes me wonder, I'll cover this throughout the day.
What else is going to take? So here, we're just going to go right for the next one because Mockler did some pretty good coverage of this all day.
The very same people who cheered for Elon Musk as he bought Twitter are now viciously turning against him on that very platform. And how many times did we try to warn them? Genuinely, how many times did we try to tell MAGA that Elon Musk's interests are not aligned with the interests of the average American, yet Trump supporters refuse to listen because Elon was helping Trump. He was leveraging his vast wealth and his ownership of the platform X to make sure that Trump got back into office. But now this entire coalition is imploding on itself. And let me run you down what just happened. Ian Miles Chong tweeted, "It's wild to see MAGA turning against Elon, Vivek, David Sachs, etc. Just wild." And he quoted Laura Loomer. And before I read this Laura Loomer post, we are not taking Laura Loomer's side.
Laura Loomer, she really is like the horseman of the MAGA-apocalypse.
She is doing this for her own selfish, opportunistic reasons, but she is calling Elon Musk out for who he is. She is telling it how it is right now, and that's why Elon Musk gets so triggered. It kind of reminds me of this article that says, "Heartbreaking. The worst person you know just made a great point." And it's heartbreaking because you don't know if you should agree with the worst person you know or if you should just tell them they're a terrible person. That's how I feel when Laura Loomer says this. "Is Doge a way to cut spending or redirect the spending towards the pet projects of tech bro billionaires? It's looking like the latter, to be honest. Quote, hey, let's convince the peasants that we are saving them money as we enrich ourselves. Then when they find
Even she knows this! Holy crap!
And speak out, we'll just tell them to ignore it, right?" And then Elon Musk responded, "Laura Loomer is trolling for attention. Ignore." And again, Laura Loomer isn't suddenly waking up to the ways of Elon Musk. She's doing this for her own opportunistic reasons because she realized, hey, Elon Musk already helped Trump get elected. Now we don't need him as much. I'm going to see if I can gain power. I'm going to see if I can fill this power vacuum that Elon Musk is.
I think that's a really bad read, and I think that you're giving her too much credit. I think it's literally as, like, dumb as the fact that Elon said something that wasn't racist enough. I hate him.
Filling. Because right now, Elon has a lot of power within the Republican Party, and Laura Loomer feels threatened. So then she went absolutely nuclear in the next post. And again, this is not us agreeing with Laura Loomer. It's very much so heartbreaking. The worst person you know just made a great point. So Laura Loomer shreds Elon Musk by saying, "Telling the truth isn't trolling. Read the room, Elon Musk. You bought your way into MAGA 5 minutes after Trump almost had his head blown off in Butler. Remember when you voted for Biden and propped up Governor DeSantis because you said Trump was too old? We all know you only donated your money so you could influence immigration policy and protect your buddy Xi Jinping. You pretend like you've made such a sacrifice, an investment, donating to Trump and buying X, but you have only increased your own wealth and the wealth of the companies that you own by practically invading Mar-a-Lago while trying to become Trump's side piece. That is quite rich coming from Laura Loomer, but we'll continue.
The fact that she even said side piece is hilarious. That just means that she was reading her replies.
Isn't that why you wanted so much hands-on control over the spending bill and direct communication with Speaker Johnson? I've been here supporting Donald Trump with the millions of other patriots in MAGA since the beginning, so I actually understand the campaign promises that Trump campaigned on. He campaigned on limiting H-1B visas and decreasing immigration. Donald Trump won because of the forgotten men and women of America, not because of the tech billionaires who cheered when he was deplatformed and jailed and attacked nonstop over the last 8 years. He didn't win because of tech billionaires like you who want to buy influence to jeopardize our national security by selling out to China. P.S. You aren't president. Trump is, and he already has a beautiful wife. I'm not sure what role you're trying to fill, but we voted for Trump, not you. Maybe others are too afraid to talk like this, but I'm not. So it's rough because the top part of her tweet is largely right. Elon Musk bought his way into MAGA so he could increase the wealth of himself and protect his buddy Xi Jinping. Then it turns into kind of just kissing Trump's ass. She says, I've been here supporting Trump with the millions of other patriots since day one. That's not a flex, Laura Loomer. That is just sad. But to back up for a second, there is currently a civil war going on between the Trump loyalists who have been there since day one, people like Laura Loomer, people like Matt Gaetz, versus the tech bros who have recently bought their way into the campaign. And that's why Laura Loomer is calling it as it is. She's not doing it because she loves the country or she cares about the average citizen. She supported Musk's actions thus far because they benefited her movement. She knew exactly what was happening this entire time, but stayed silent because it helped MAGA consolidate power in general. But now that her own influence is dwindling and Elon Musk's influence is rising, she's looking for a new angle. I mean, she doesn't need Elon Musk to help elect Trump anymore. Elon Musk already helped Trump get elected. Now, in Laura Loomer's mind, all Elon Musk is a threat. This is a war for Daddy Trump's attention. It is a war for Daddy Trump's ear, and Laura Loomer is realizing she's losing this war to Elon Musk. Again, the irony here is thick. Laura Loomer is accusing Musk of
Isn't this Laura Loomer v. Twitter like 2.0?
trying to buy his own
Isn't that how she even got famous in the first place?
influence, which he did, yet she's trying to protect her own influence in this very same post. So I don't want you guys to think that Laura Loomer is all of a sudden super eyes wide open and sees everything. No. She knew this the entire time, but she was quiet because it helped MAGA gain power within America. So yeah, this is very clearly a power play. Laura Loomer thinks she's in Game of Thrones or House of Cards, and she got drunk off of her proximity to power. Now she's going through withdrawals because her proximity to Donald Trump has been weakened, while Elon has only gotten closer and closer. And just to run you guys up to speed, the entire reason this civil war started, I made a video on it earlier, but it's because of immigration. Elon Musk came out and said, hey guys, I am not for completely shutting down immigration 100%. We still need a healthy level of immigration in the form of high-skilled workers. And Republicans against Trump breaks it down. They said, Trump isn't even in office yet, and his coalition has already started to crumble. In the past 2 days, there's been a big debate about legal immigration to the U.S. Tech bros like Elon Musk, David Sachs, and others want more immigrants to work in their companies. But the MAGA base is fiercely opposed to any kind of immigration, legal or illegal. Soon, Trump will have to choose between upsetting his loyal supporters or the tech bros who helped fund his campaign. Either way, one side is going to be pissed at him. And just to read a few of the tweets, former Representative Matt Gaetz said, we welcomed the tech bros when they came running our way to avoid gender stuff or economic decline, but we did not ask them to engineer an immigration policy. Again, he is saying that Elon Musk has too much influence over Trump. That is what he's saying right there. Another Laura Loomer post. I've read too many Laura Loomer posts. She said, how long before we hear the tech
It will write your brain. I did 2 videos. It took me a whole day of research with to do that. Way too much Laura Loomer on X. Like I read probably over 300, 400 tweets.
Bros say, I gave Trump X millions of dollars, so
That was a
I
rough one.
matter more than you do. Honestly, Laura Loomer is kind of acting like a jealous ex-girlfriend. She sees right now that Elon Musk has the ear of Donald Trump day in and day out, and she's trying to sow division among the MAGA fan base by starting a civil war, and it's working. It's spreading. A lot of Trump's far-right supporters, even people like Matt Gaetz, are saying, dude, the tech bros have to go. I made another longer video breaking this down earlier today. You should check that out. But I just want to end this off by saying, we told you so. Again, how many times did we tell MAGA that Elon Musk was only trying to benefit himself? He was only trying to entrench his own power, entrench his own wealth, and essentially buy his way into the MAGA movement when 2 years ago, 1 year ago, he said he wasn't even going to endorse either candidate. This is all a power play behind the scenes, and Laura Loomer knew that. I want to say this one more time. Laura Loomer allowed this all to happen when it meant that MAGA as a whole gains power, but when she realized that that means that she herself loses influence over MAGA and over Donald Trump, that is only when she started to get mad.
Okay, he might actually be right about that then.
We've said many
Now that he put
times,
it like that,
the downfall
like,
of this new admin
meh.
are going to be people like Elon Musk and their egos colliding with Trump and his cabinet's egos, and we've already seen a few examples of that. I'll continue to break down the story as it unfolds. Make sure you drop a like, make sure you subscribe. I hope you guys are enjoying the holidays with your family. Make sure you take some time off and chill because we are about to hit it hard in
Definitely take your own advice there, guy. They probably shouldn't have villainized all immigrants and created this divide. Oh, no. I mean, it's almost like now they're starting to figure out, well, we kind of need them. Like, not even just the... I like how they're only focusing on the tech sector, too. Notice how they're not even focusing a hair on the agricultural sector and, you know, the price of eggs, you know. Because that's what people even say, like, oh, yeah. It's the price of eggs that technically won Trump the election. Okay, well, then if they're going to go up, then what? You know, I'm so sick of that double standard. Like, the media does it. Hell, we as a, like, civilian populace have been doing that a little bit. We're, you know, we're very kid gloves with it. And at the same time, I guess it is kind of just like, what? We've recognized that it's insane to beat our head against that wall to try and even fight these points anymore because they're never going to listen. Because are we all at the same point where we're just like, oh, yeah, you know, you've already made your mind up that lib bad, all libs bad, all Dems bad. Therefore, anything you have to say has absolutely no merit. Yeah. Real good for engagement. I gotta check this real quick. Okay, so yeah, this was the one. I was looking for the phone call with
a new MAGA
Laura
civil
Loomer.
war has erupted, which may shatter the fragile alliance between Trump supporters and our shadow president-elect, Elon Musk, who is now being publicly targeted and roasted by top Trump confidant and insane MAGA influencer, Laura Loomer. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, friends, we have several clips to talk about in this video, and quite frankly, it's going to be quite a bit of fun. There's a lot of schadenfreude here, because it's always great.
Oh, really? As someone who studied environmental science in corn country, our food sources are already effed, especially since we're going to import even more food from farm as as farms go out of business. Wow. I don't know if it's still running. Watched it before your stream. Oh, okay, cool. I'm going to check it out.
To see two terrible people and two terrible factions go to war politically with one another. It's good. America benefits from the dysfunction between Trump supporters and Elon Musk, and hopefully we will see more of it. Now, we're probably going to do multiple videos on this ongoing MAGA civil war because it actually has multiple fronts and multiple intricacies that we have to examine. But for right now, I really want to focus on the beef between Laura Loomer, a top Trump confidant, and Elon Musk, our shadow president. And to put this in context, I have to start by establishing that Laura Loomer is not fringe. Laura Loomer is not an outlier within the MAGA movement. She is a top Trump confidant. She has traveled around with him on, Trump Force One is what they call it, Donald Trump's private plane. She has been to Mar-a-Lago multiple times. She has been photographed and filmed with Donald Trump. He has called her out by name to really establish her bona fides with the MAGA movement. I want to play you two clips of Donald Trump publicly acknowledging and praising her as a key supporter and friend.
A friend of all of ours, and this woman is amazing. Laura Loomer. Where is she? Where's Laura?
Right? That's Donald Trump at a Trump rally, mentioning Loomer by name. Then during the, very close to the election, after Loomer made headlines for insane, racist, misogynistic attacks against Vice President Harris, Donald Trump was asked about her and his relationship with her and his proximity to her. And even then, despite the heat on him, he was very reluctant to disavow even the unhinged things she happened to say.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What would you say to your Republican colleagues or your allies who are concerned about your close relationship with Laura Loomer?
Well, I don't know what they would say. Laura's been a supporter of mine, just like a lot of people are supporters, and she's been a supporter of mine. She speaks very positively of the campaign. I'm not sure why you asked that question, but Laura is a supporter.
So again, even at the height of the campaign, when it was a coin flip election and the polls were close, he was very reluctant to throw her under the bus. So anyone who tells you that Laura Loomer is an outlier, that she is a bug, not a feature, they're lying to your face. They're either really stupid or lying to you. She is, as much as Marjorie Taylor Greene, an emblem of the Republican Party under Donald Trump.
Honestly, if you guys
now having established that she's not some friend, she's wildly influential. She has.
If you guys didn't know about the Laura Loomer and Marjorie Taylor Greene Twitter beef, I have 2 videos on my channel that I covered with that. Check that out. It is one of the funniest cat fights that I've ever seen in my life.
The former president, the future president of the United States. It's important to emphasize how much muscle she has behind her. It means something that she and Elon Musk are publicly beefing. So this is from earlier today. Laura Loomer called into the Steve Bannon War Room podcast. Steve Bannon, another major MAGA influencer, top Trump advisor, and she had some things to say about Elon Musk. And we're going to start with this one here.
Laura, real quickly, he's a free speech absolutist. The platform's supposed to be about free speech absolutism. What is your current status, man? What has happened to you on that platform?
Well, if he's a free speech absolutist, why was my account suspended? Why was my verified premium account taken away from me? So if you subscribe to me, thank you for your support, but you will no longer be able to subscribe to me because Elon Musk has suspended your ability to support my work because he doesn't like what I said. If you want to verify that my account is me and it's not some troll trying to pretend to be me, you're not going to be able to verify my account anymore because I have lost my verification, my blue check, because Elon Musk doesn't like what I said. I didn't dox anybody. I posted publicly available FEC records. I didn't incite violence against anybody. I am simply trying to warn the Trump administration about something that is going to blow up in their face, and it actually has the risk of potentially getting President Trump impeached in his second term if the Democrats take back the House and are successfully able to spin and create a narrative that big tech is trying to buy influence and that they are enriching themselves in the Trump administration. I'm trying to warn them about a serious issue on the horizon.
Quid pro quo.
It needs to be taken seriously because clearly the MAGA base is up in arms about this today.
So much to unpack there. Again, for context, that is a top Trump confidant, publicly speaking, with another top Trump advisor about Elon Musk and exposing his hypocrisies with respect to free speech. Elon Musk has positioned himself as a free speech absolutist. Now, I think that's an absurd position to take because no one functionally is a free speech absolutist. By definition, to be a free speech absolutist, there can be no limitations, no constraints.
Yeah, literally.
Hate speech,
anything.
Violent speech. If you're a free speech absolutist, it should all be permissible. But that's why no one is I'm not a free speech absolutist. Nobody is. No sane, functioning person trying to run a sane, functioning organization or enterprise could be a free speech absolutist. It just goes to show how naive and stupid in the realm of politics Elon Musk is, that he would dare even proffer such a position when he's very clearly not. Now, am I on Laura Loomer's side in this? No, absolutely not. I think that they're both terrible. But I think it's important to not only keep an eye on this MAGA civil war, but to exploit it to the ability, to the extent that we're able to do so. So what is she talking about? Well, Mediaite has an article on this. Laura Loomer accused Elon Musk of totalitarian behavior after she and other critics of the ex-owner were stripped of their verification badges after criticizing Musk's comments on American workers and foreign H-1B visa holders. Loomer, a conspiracy theorist and loyal supporter of Donald Trump, was locked out of her X account and stripped of her verification badge. She has more than 1 million followers after criticizing Musk. New York Young Republican Club president Gavin Wax, InfoWars host Owen Schroyer, and the pro-Trump conservative PAC were also stripped of their verification badges. Quote, Musk is now admitting its retaliation, Loomer wrote on Friday in response to a message put out by Musk. According to Musk, accounts that are, quote, found to be engaged in coordinated attacks to spam target accounts with mute blocks will themselves be categorized correctly as spam. Live by the spam, die by the spam, he wrote. Here's a copy of the tweet itself. Translation, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, Mario Knopfel wrote in response, to which Musk simply said, yes. So calling out mass migration is a stupid game, Laura Loomer wrote, so much for free speech, quite totalitarian if you ask me. And then said, X just removed all of Laura Loomer's subscribers. This is censorship. In an earlier post, Loomer accused Musk of targeting her for questioning his ties to China and criticizing his support for H-1B visas.
All right. I was gonna try and be a little charitable and be like, maybe it's just because she broke, Twitter TOS, which.
But I've always been America first and a diehard
No.
supporter of Trump, and I believe that promises made should be promises kept. Donald Trump promised to remove the H-1B visa program, and I support his policy. Now, as one of Trump's biggest supporters, I'm having my free speech silenced by a tech billionaire for simply questioning the tech oligarchy. Loomer argued salaries paid under work visas are not livable wages, and Musk stands against Trump's hardline immigration promises. Musk dismissed Loomer as simply, quote, trolling for attention, end quote, which is almost certainly true. She is a troll. She is an attention seeker. But in so many ways, so is Musk himself, right? So it's kind of the pot calling the kettle black. Quote, Loomer is trolling for attention. Ignore, he wrote in a Thursday post. Ian Miles Chong, another conspiracy theorist and troll and attention seeker, says this. It's wild to see MAGA turning against Elon, Vivek, David Sachs, etc. Wild. And that's when Elon replied, trolling for attention, ignore. Musk has found himself facing backlash from conservatives over his views on American workers. He endorsed a post that said the right is split into the tech right and the right, with the former believing American workers are too, this is a direct quote, retarded, to perform some tech jobs, meaning they need work visas to bring in foreign help. And so he liked to post to this effect. And again, that's why I said we're probably going to do multiple videos on this ongoing MAGA civil war because there's so much to unpack. But right now, what I want to focus on is the public beef, the tiff between Laura Loomer and Elon Musk, and with particular regards to free speech and the relationship that MAGA and Musk have with free speech. And spoiler alert, their relationship with free speech, both MAGA's and Musk's, are terrible. They're all hypocrites on this.
It's almost like they only pick and choose the parts about free speech that, again, only help them.
Wildly hypocritical. Another Mediaite article on this. Musk's critics stripped a verification badge after publicly challenging the billionaire at the beginning stages of censorship. Several conservative critics of Trump, surrogate Elon Musk, were stripped of their verification badges on X after publicly challenging his stance on immigration.
All right, that's pretty funny. Your friendly neighborly sheep poster. Number one, welcome. It's like AVP. Whoever wins, all of them are quote R word. So yeah.
Loomer, Gavin Wax, Owen Schroyer, and the pro-Trump conservative pack were all stripped of their verification badges after criticizing Musk's controversial remarks about American workers and foreign H-1B visa holders. Okay, Musk has removed my check mark because I dared question his support for H-1B visas. Again, that's a quote from Laura Loomer. While several Musk allies claim Loomer had been stripped of her verification for changing her photo, Loomer dismissed those claims and called the move retaliation. Responding to the suggestion that her verification check was removed for an unrelated reason, Loomer wrote, right after Elon Musk called me a troll today, my account verification was taken away, my subscriptions were deactivated, and I was banned from being able to buy premium even though I was already paying for premium. Clearly, retaliation. Gavin Wax says, my verification badge is under review. Weird, didn't you?
Actually, while Musk bought the whole platform for attention, I don't think he did it for attention as much as he was mad that he kept getting banned.
Change anything.
Like, I legit think that he just wanted to say what he wanted to say, and he was like, you know what? I'm just going to buy the whole thing.
In saying that blue checks are being removed from accounts that have been vocal in their criticism of the H-1B racket. Horrible look. I've supported Elon and X. Anyone who is at the NYYRC gala can attest that I dedicated a large portion of my speech to praising Elon. Sad. After being stripped of his own verification badge, Owen Schroyer expressed concern about the current situation.
The whole upside of this is whole cluster F is and Trump winning is that all of their efforts and planning went into obtaining power, and they don't have any. It says they don't have any in government, so they're in governing. So yeah, let's expect in 6 to 10 months, everybody, half the cabinet will be fired or quit.
With censorship.
That is a great way of looking at it, and honestly, thank you for saying that because it's making me doomer just a little bit less
on Musk's platform. This feels like the beginning stages of censorship on X. It feels like early age censorship on X. All of our influencers have now lost verification status as well as our own page. Our brand did nothing, said conservative pack. We spoke out against HB1 visas and it appears that Elon Musk intentionally shut us down. Is this a new status quo from America's most free social media platform? Another affiliate of conservative pack, Preston Parra, tweeted, whoa, Elon Musk, just stripped our entire organization of badges and verified org status. I guess this is what you get when you hand the keys over to, this is a quote, an autistic, power-hungry, self-aggrandizing traitor to his country. Very pathetic, X sucks. So, why am I referencing this? Well, again, a few reasons.
That last comment was pretty funny.
For one, it's really fun. Like, I've said that we need to look out for small victories and silver linings in the aftermath of the Trump win. Because Trump and Republicans won the election. Trump will become president again. Republicans will have majority control of both chambers of the United States Congress. They have a supermajority already in the Supreme Court, and they will be in a position to further entrench that if Justice Clarence Thomas and Justice Samuel Alito resign from the Supreme Court. Then Trump will be able to put 2 young MAGA judges, and cement MAGA control. Then it won't be just a Republican or conservative supermajority on the Supreme Court. It would be literally a MAGA majority court. Yikes. All right. So the future is potentially very bleak. So we have to look out for, again, small victories and silver linings, and seeing MAGA fight one another. That's good. Dysfunctional MAGA is objectively good for the country because it means by definition, they're in less of a position to maximize their advantages to inflict harm on the American people. This is good. As a matter of fact, former Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger, who has been a vocal Trump critic and a vocal Elon Musk critic, also stepped into the fray, to basically throw some stones around and try to, he makes a good point, but he's also clear what he's doing. He is trying to work up this MAGA civil war as well he should. We should all be doing that. So he says, so Elon Musk stripped a blue check because someone hurt his feelings? Dude, lay off the ketamine, talk to a therapist, help the poor, retire, talk to your kids, and grow up. Going to keep strangling this place. If you love him, great, but don't pretend he's for free speech. And that's really the first point I want to make, or that I really want to drive to, is that Elon Musk is not a free speech advocate. Elon Musk is like any other person, I would argue, except considerably worse, in that he's a hypocrite. People, here's what I believe. My belief, if you're watching, is that when you hear an influencer on the left or the right say, oh, I'm pro free speech, listen to it with a skeptical ear, because you should then expect them to articulate what they believe free speech is and how much of an advocate they are for it. Because it's almost like hearing somebody say, oh, I'm a nonpartisan political commentator. You should be thinking, bullshit. You have your biases, you have your preferences. Don't pretend otherwise.
Immediately when I started this job, I was just like, listen, even if I'm trying to report from the center, I'm going to just admit my bias.
Now, that doesn't mean that you're wrong. It doesn't mean that you're a liar, right? It's kind of like sports, right? Some sports teams are just better than other sports teams, and you can have your preferences and not be wrong when you point out this team is better than this team, right? It's the same thing. You can have your biases. You can have a conservative bias. You can have a liberal bias, but at least be honest with that. I have a very liberal/progressive bias. I want Democrats to win elections. I want Democrats to ruthlessly seek and wield power. I want them to produce progressive legislation, which benefits not only blue cities and blue states, but red cities and red states. And I make no bones about it. I don't indulge in false equivalence. I don't say, well, both sides. I make it clear that though neither side is perfect, one side is clearly preferable than the other. So on that front, when people like Elon Musk say, oh, I'm pro free speech. Free speech, free speech, free speech. I'm a free speech absolutist, which Elon Musk has publicly claimed to be. And then you don't behave that way. Well, then you're full of shit or you're stupid. No, right? One of the two. And again, this is kind of why I say
about the blue checks. There's a funny anecdote. Stephen King refused to pay for his blue check mark, and Musk begged him to shell out $6. What happened? What happened when Musk just gave him one? He was such a bad. Oh, wait a minute. He just gave Stephen King a blue check mark because Stephen King was just like, I don't want your stupid check mark. Man, talk about reverse psychology.
Political commentators who say that they're nonpartisan or they're not biased.
Oh my God,
but then
totally
behave in biased ways. It frustrates me and it should frustrate you.
All right, that's funny.
That's the point, though. Where Laura Loomer has a point about Elon Musk, as terrible as she is objectively. He's right to hate her. She's right to hate him. They're two terrible people. It's like seeing, I love the GIF which is circulating of seeing, it's almost like a Godzilla movie, seeing two kaiju, two, monsters battling it out. And it's like they both suck, right? It's better than them being allies against the rest of us. I digress, right? It's good that their attention's on one another. But where she has a point is that Elon Musk is a profound hypocrite when it comes to free speech. So many articles written about this, but I just pulled a recent one from NBC News because it's recent and it's just worth reading. So Elon Musk worries free speech advocates with his calls to prosecute researchers and critics. First Amendment advocates are concerned that Musk could use his sway as a Trump advisor to retaliate against a long list of enemies. And this was after the election. In July, tech billionaire Elon Musk said he hoped some states would consider criminal prosecutions of people participating in what he called an advertiser boycott of platforms like his social media app X. In October, Musk turned his attention to a former state.
What a baby! This is all about retribution for people that said, listen, we don't want to advertise with you. Like, this is insane. This is literally insane. He's such a baby that he's just like, you know what? I want to punish those who said no to me.
State Department official, Victoria Nuland, saying she should be.
And we're just like, and he has fans who probably live in a fucking single wide that have a broken like 1994 like Toyota or some shit, and they're just like, I love Elon Musk.
Prosecuted after she went on television and criticized him as a tool of the Kremlin. And then last week, Musk received a long-running feud with a group that monitors hatred online.
Not that there's anything wrong with the 93 Toyota.
Saying that its members should be prosecuted for, quote, their many crimes. Musk, the world's richest person, has in the past 2 years called for several of his opponents to be prosecuted, and it's something that free speech advocates say they could overlook if he were only an ordinary private citizen. But now that Musk is gaining political power as a close ally of Donald Trump, his demands for criminal charges against critics are much more worrisome, according to scholars and groups devoted to the First Amendment. Quote, if Elon Musk is appointed to some position within the administration, he will continue to jawbone, pressure others to be punished for their speech, and that raises very serious free speech concerns, said Nadine Strawson, a past president of the American Civil Liberties Union and a professor of law emerita at the New York Law School. Quote, in our system, the idea of holding somebody criminally liable for something they say is so antithetical to the concept of free speech. Musk, the CEO of Tesla and SpaceX and the owner of X, has positioned himself as an intimate advisor of Trump after helping to propel the former president to a remarkable political comeback. Musk contributed at least $130 million of his own money in the megaphone of X, where he is listed as having 204 million followers. And I should also say a forensic examination of just, on paper campaign contributions, campaign finance revealed that, he actually contributed some $270 million to the campaign based on what we know, based on what we can find. That is a staggering sum. And of course, this was also written in November before Elon Musk effectively single-handedly torpedoed a bipartisan, crucial government spending package, a continuing resolution, which is what elevated the claims that he's actually the de facto president-elect, this unelected MAGA billionaire. So this was before.
Oh, don't worry. The left is definitely memeing about, President Elon Musk and First Lady Trump. Like, trust me. Sam Cedar at one point even said, I don't think that that's going to be very effective. And it was one of the few takes that he's had in a long time that I just went, nah, Sam, you're wrong. Because it was like 2 or 3 days after that Trump finally came out and he made a little passive jab at it. But then you could tell that the tweets or the truths after that were kind of showing that it's like, it's definitely getting to him.
We saw him flex his muscle, his influence over the Republican Party even more. Well, Musk's actions over the past few years call into question his stated
even
commitment.
Netanyahu called him an unofficial president.
Speech. Aaron Kerr, director of public advocacy at the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, said in an email. He cited X's increasing compliance with foreign governments' demands to censor content on the platform and the lawsuits against for the Center for Countering Digital Hate and Media Matters. Any disputes Musk has with his critics should play out in the court of public opinion, not a court of law, Kerr said. Okay, so this is just, again, a snapshot. I mean, there's so much more to it. But the bottom line is that Musk says one thing and does another. The truth is, like many people, like most people with power, he actively wants to use that power to gatekeep. He's just more dishonest about it than most people and more partisanly ruthless about it than most people. If Elon Musk were a free speech absolutist, then he wouldn't be using lawfare to go after Media Matters or Center for Digital Hate. He wouldn't be calling for the prosecution of his political opponents or his critics. He wouldn't be doing that. He would take a principled stand and say, frustrating as this is, no, I'm not going to call for that. In fact, as a matter of fact, I would oppose prosecutions of my critics simply for being my critics. They would truly have to violate the law. In which case, I'm not targeting them because they're critics. I wouldn't even be calling for it. It would just happen to be the law system playing itself out. But that's not what he did. He specifically identified people who criticized him in the past, like, again, Victoria Nuland and others. They should be prosecuted for their crimes. Yeah. Well, again, imagine if Jack Dorsey, the previous owner. Again,
I mean, the fact that he could even say, I bought Twitter because I wanted to save free speech. But then he's talking about literally prosecuting people who disagree with him or have criticized him. Yes, this makes any sense at all. And the fact that we're, for so long, we just didn't take it seriously. And now it is kind of coming to a head where even MAGA heads are going, oh, maybe he's got too much power here, guys. Yeah. Now we get to do this. We have one of the biggest idiots in charge of way too much. And I'm not even talking about Trump.
The previous head of Twitter before Elon Musk bought it out. Imagine if he had said that about Trump's, Trump supporters. People say, oh, the Twitter files, right? The Twitter files proved that, prior to Elon Musk coming along, Twitter was basically a propaganda arm for the DNC. No, it was not. No, the Twitter files did not do that. As a matter of fact, the Twitter files along the way, try as they might to, not examine the sinister relationship between conservatives and social media. We actually know that when Trump was president the first time, he tried to pressure Twitter into censoring the speech of people he didn't like celebrity Chrissy Teigen, who insulted him on Twitter, referred to him as, quote, a pussy-ass bitch. And the Trump White House reached out to Twitter to try to get that tweet taken down.
It hurt my feelings. It was 3 a.m. I was in a special frame of mind. I don't know if you know, but sometimes I get a little bit sensitive.
We've never heard of the Biden White House doing something similar. So censorious instincts.
Melania totally called him that in a fight, and that when Chrissy Teigen said it, he's just like, listen, there's only one woman in this world that could say that about me, and it's not you.
On all parts of the political spectrum, right? Now, Elon Musk and MAGA would have you believe that no, this is exclusively the province of the left. It's only Democrats who like to censor and silence people they don't like. No, censorious impulses exist everywhere. As a matter of fact, the Republican Party, the right wing in this country, have had a long and storied career, going back not even to the days of Joseph McCarthy and the Red Scare, accusing anybody if he didn't like as being a communist and trying to bring the power of the United States Congress against these people.
That sounds familiar.
But think about the moral censorship of conservatives in time past. Their censorship of, gay people, trans people, of women, right? I mean, it's part and parcel of the American conservative expression to try to silence or suppress people that they don't like. in the form of actually relinquishing, or rather preventing them from having constitutional rights. You know, it was a conservative notion to not enfranchise women, for women not to have the right to vote. That is perhaps one of the most fundamental forms of censorship. And it was conservatives that wanted to keep women from voting, and progressives that wanted women to vote. It was conservatives that wanted to keep black people from voting, and progressives that wanted to enfranchise black people. Even in the media, not only do we have what Elon Musk has been doing, we know punishing people he doesn't like. I mean, journalists have been banned from X, even temporarily, some permanently. You have this situation, this ongoing back and forth between Musk and Laura Loomer and others. But I know growing up, like when President Bush was leader of the Republican Party, Bill Maher's first show, Politically Incorrect, was canceled after he criticized the Bush-era military after 9/11.
Wait a minute.
The band called
It's going to be like in Russia where they literally blurt out gay people's faces because they have gay hairdos. Well, what would they say about me?
Chicks, the country music group, the Chicks, that used to be called the Dixie Chicks.
Look.
They were effectively canceled.
This man looks like woman.
After they criticized President Bush
What
after
are you doing?
9/11, conservative radio stations across the country just stopped playing their music, even though they were wildly popular at the time. That's censorship. At least the way that at least the way that Musk wants you and others want you to believe, just basically silencing or suppressing people. That happened, and that was Republicans doing that to their critics. Censorious impulses, the desire to silence or punish speech that people don't like, that exists.
Oh, there's metalheads in Russia, so no. Okay, cool.
In pretty much every aggregate, in one form or another. But it's interesting because Musk said, no, I'm above all that. I'm above all that. I am a free speech absolutist. He's full of shit. He lied to you. Or he's too stupid to recognize what that phrase means. One of the two. So seeing this ongoing MAGA civil war is good. It's very good. Because we're talking about people with key diametric worldviews. Obviously, they have some very key similarities as well, but their interests are not perfectly aligned. And when Musk says something that happens to deviate from the MAGA cult, he gets backlash. And he, being a malignant narcissist with thin skin, then retaliates, which only increases the backlash. And so it's a fascinating dynamic to see play out in real time. And the best that you and I can do is to continue to shine a light on it and help spread it to the best of our ability. We should be shit stirrers in that respect and continue to egg on this back and forth between the likes of Elon Musk.
No, we need to enjoy it. Not only enjoy this, but like I know that me and my smaller YouTube channel, I'm focusing on definitely covering this as much as possible because I know it pisses off the right people. Because he kind of brought up a good point where, you know, this civil war is going to, like, no matter what, something good is going to come from this. Either Elon's going to get kicked out of the cabinet or Elon is going to push all of these other crazies out of the like, this is a win-win for us. So let's just take it, okay? I can just tell you right now that the small wins are definitely good enough for me right now. I will take what I can get. All right, what do we got? Here we go. This is another one that I wanted to cover. As I said, this is a lot of Elon stuff, so we're going to get this out of the way, and then we're going to go to Cenk versus the world.
So last week we talked about a government rule that requires a car company to report whenever a car gets into a crash while it is in self-driving mode. Crashes like this one on Thanksgiving Day in 2022.
Full disclosure, guys, I have been having problems with YouTube pretty much since the start of stream. I don't know what the heck is going on.
Tesla in San Francisco that was in full self-driving mode inexplicably stopped on the highway and caused an 8-car pileup. Thanks to this rule that you have to report it when a self-driving car crashes, Tesla had to report that crash to the government. Now that the CEO of Tesla is a kind of a co-president-elect, though, Reuters is reporting this, quote, Trump team wants to scrap car crash reporting rule that Tesla opposes. For the low price of financing one presidential election, Tesla may have bought itself a U.S. government that, among other things, no longer requires Tesla to report when its self-driving software causes wrecks and hurts and kills people. But Tesla's interests aren't just in the United States. Arguably, Tesla is more a Chinese car company than it is an American car company. The biggest Tesla factory, the factory that makes more of its cars than any other plant, the single factory which makes roughly half the cars it makes globally, is a huge one in Shanghai. And Tesla right now is trying to get approval from the Chinese government to operate its self-driving car technology in that country as well. Tesla's CEO, Elon Musk, really wants to keep the Chinese government happy. And he really wants to build yet more factories in China. He's really invested in having Chinese workers manufacturing his cars. Right down the street from his huge Shanghai Tesla factory.
Liberal lies.
That he's already got up and running. Musk is building another huge $200 million Tesla battery factory. Again, to employ Chinese workers. While Donald Trump appears to have not gotten what he wanted out of the near government shutdown this weekend, Elon Musk does appear to have successfully maneuvered Republicans in Congress into cutting out of the government funding bill a provision that would have thrown regulatory roadblocks in the way of his continued massive investment in Chinese manufacturing for his car company. We reached out for comment. We have not heard back. We'll let you know if we do. But the idea that we have just gone through this near-death experience, right, with another Trump government shutdown potentially happening right before Christmas, even before Trump technically gets back into office. And we did it specifically so his billionaire pseudo-co-president could protect his relationship with the Chinese government and get more of what he wants in terms of Chinese manufacturing. I mean, it's unsettling enough from a, national security perspective, from a national sovereignty perspective. But it's all the more unsettling, given reporting in recent days about the ways in which our own government has found Elon Musk to be a potential national security risk. The Wall Street Journal, for example, reported that while there are several hundred employees at SpaceX, Musk's company, who have security clearances for what's known as sensitive compartmented information, Elon Musk is not one of the people who has that level of clearance, and that's not normal for companies doing this kind of sensitive work with the government. The Journal reports that the CEOs of other similarly situated companies, they
straight up just don't trust him. And dude, this all goes back to his appearance on Rogan.
Been able to get this kind
that single appearance. Oh my God. Like, yes, it ingratiated him with the brosphere, and I think that without that, he would not have bought Twitter, but man.
But not Elon Musk.
It also did so much damage to his brain.
If you're wondering why, consider this reporting from Kirsten Grind, Eric Lipton, and Shira Frankel at the New York Times. Quote, Elon Musk and his rocket company SpaceX have repeatedly failed to comply with federal reporting protocols aimed at protecting state secrets, including by not providing some details of his meetings with foreign leaders, according to people with knowledge of the company and internal documents. Quote, concerns about the reporting practices, and particularly about Musk himself, have triggered at least 3 federal reviews. The Defense Department's Office of Inspector General opened a review into the matter this year. The Air Force and also the Pentagon's Office of Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security separately initiated reviews last month, as in November. The Air Force also recently denied Musk a high-level security access, citing potential security risks. Quote, in the past 3 years, 9 different countries, including in Europe and the Middle East, 9 different countries have raised security questions about Musk in meetings with U.S. defense officers. It seems clear from the reporting that some of these security concerns may have to do with reports about Elon Musk's drug use. But there's also these continuing concerns that he has not disclosed all of his meetings with foreign leaders or what was talked about in those meetings, and that is required if you want to maintain a security clearance with the U.S. government. The question for all of us broadly is, why would a person refuse to disclose what's happening at meetings with foreign leaders and foreign governments? What are you talking about with foreign leaders that you don't want the U.S. government to know about? And what does it mean to have somebody who's seen as that kind of a security risk, essentially single-handedly directing the actions of the U.S. government during a presidential transition? Joining us now is New York Times investigative reporter Eric Lipton. Mr. Lipton, thanks very much for your time tonight. I really appreciate you being here.
Thanks for having me.
So help me understand I guess how surprising it is, how unexpected it might be in the abstract for somebody who is the head of a company like SpaceX, for example, to not have the kind of security clearances that Mr. Musk has either not been able to obtain or has actively been denied.
There's something called the Special Access Program that is a higher level of classification that SpaceX wanted for Elon Musk that would allow him to participate in some of the most sensitive discussions around, for example, right now SpaceX is helping the National Reconnaissance Office build a spy satellite network around the globe in orbit. He's also, in charge of national security launches, putting some of the most sensitive spy satellites and missile tracking equipment into orbit. And so the Special Access Program would have given him the ability to participate in some of the most classified discussions around these programs. And that was denied by the Air Force. He does have top secret clearance, but he does not have special access program. And that's unusual for a CEO. It's something that doesn't really happen for a CEO at that level, for there to be questions about a special access program ability for someone at that level. And so, but the fact of the matter is that SpaceX is incredibly involved in the national security and spy system right now. It is not only a launch company, it is actually helping build a spy satellite network and also helping, create the satellites that are used for missile tracking, for missile defense programs in the United States. So it's an incredibly important company in the national security of the United States at the moment.
An incredibly important company for the national security of the United States, whose CEO can't get top-level security clearance to be allowed access to some of what his own company is doing. It seems strange. Can I ask you about other countries having reported security concerns about Mr. Musk to U.S. defense officials? Do we know anything about the nature of those concerns that they reported?
I mean, the most specific thing is from a colleague that worked on the story with us, and that had to do with Israel. Had some concerns about whether or not Musk could be trusted to maintain state secrets, and was not communicating with potential adversaries sharing information that perhaps he had access to, and that was one of the number of countries that was.
It's because he cannot differentiate in his own head the need. Like he wants to be a gamer, but he also wants to be a bro. But he has all these different people that he wants to be cool to. But when it comes down to it, he has so much responsibility that it's like all of these people are just like, we cannot trust him because he's just going to blab to P Diddy about like the government's deepest, darkest secrets.
And shared with us that raised a concern.
God, could you
about
imagine
Musk
that? And then P Diddy's just like, I got a secret.
Basically, could he be trusted? I mean,
all of a sudden, he gets off, and you're just like, told you.
It's very unusual to have a CEO of a major defense contractor be so engaged in foreign business operations directly, as you discussed with respect to China, and the extent of his operations in China and the business interest that China and the leverage to some extent that China therefore has over him and his company is unusual, and I think that makes folks at the Air Force uncomfortable.
New York Times investigative reporter Eric Lipton, thank you very much. I know this is a particularly technical area of reporting.
Welcome
it's really
back.
hard to report on security clearances and intelligence concerns because of how secret it all is. It's been really illuminating to have you and your colleagues working on this. Thank you so much for helping us understand it.
Thank you.
All right. And that concludes the Elon segment. So let's just, as I said, not do the thing where we let this go and we're like, No, let's definitely enjoy it for what it is, but let's also take it for as serious as it is, where it is like, okay, guys, like, I know there's a lot of lulls here, but we should be kind of worried, The long and short of it is, we're kind of worried that this guy can't keep state secrets secret. That's a problem. So, all right. What's Cenk doing? That will be the next segment. So, I hope you appreciated, or I hope you enjoyed that segment. I really appreciate you guys checking it out. So, it's post-Kirk or Kirk Malone. I'm sure he appreciates that. Yeah, everybody over on Twitch, what's up? I want to give you guys a little bit of love. If you guys haven't already, please follow the stream. I really appreciate it. And if you haven't already on YouTube, please like the stream. It really helps me out. And sub to the channel. All right. So. First off, you know what? I need to chill for a second. My girlfriend made it all the way back to Stockton, then turned around and came back because her mom's funeral is not going to be till Wednesday. What? Wait. Oh, okay. Are you doing better, man? Because you were definitely going through it last night. I hope you're good. Also, Smoke a Tide Pod, over here in Twitch, he was the one that did that music that you enjoyed, in the beginning there, so. Pre-Kirk, which if you guys haven't checked out Kirk's music, please get on that. I'm going to link his YouTube channel. And then we go to the next segment, which is Franny Fio. How long is this? Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Kirk. Yeah. Also, I'm really grateful to hear that. Oh, yeah, man. I like your flow. I just need to hear your... Oh, yeah, he was, like, super into that. Like, get rid of the auto-tune. I want to hear your real voice. Oh, he's again, the fact that the fact that you had any production on it at all. Come on, man. It's like telling I feel like that's kind of like telling a woman, it's like, I want to see you without your makeup, and it's like they just did eye makeup, and it's like, I'm not really wearing Remember my sister and my girlfriend's mom. Yeah, no, I know. I remember. I'm aware, Brian. Just asking how you're doing. I also hope that, yeah, your girlfriend is doing okay, because it sounds like she, Smile More Producer Edition. Dude. Actually, that'd be a really funny song to kind of write up, especially if you had like the perfect lyrics for it. Oh man, that happened on Thanksgiving. I'm pretty much over it. What? No, you don't. What? I'm sorry. I understand like how burying things goes, but no, you don't just get over something like that. I'm sorry. That's don't do that to yourself, because that's not fair. I mean, yes, I understand some people aren't comfortable with the introspection part of grief, but don't not. Yeah. Do not feel the grief. Here, we're gonna go to Franny Fio. Just let me see this real quick.
As a protest candidate, just you. Welcome to the Bitchuation Room podcast live stream.
Okay.
At the Turning Points conference.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, this was live, so I just needed to set it up. All right. Francesca Fiorentini actually had Cenk on, and apparently, from what I was reading in their comments, because this was going live before I brought this up, yeah, it seems like she actually called him on the carpet, so this might be one of the most interesting interviews that we're going to get with Cenk, and this isn't even the first one, this isn't even the only one tonight. We have another one where BTC tried to grill him too, so this is going to be a Elon and Cenk heavy program. Yeah, two of the most likable people on the planet. Ooh, boy. Well, let's just go right into it.
Political system. Cenk also was a congressional candidate in 2020. He ran for president in 2024 as a protest candidate against Joe Biden. And lately, since Donald Trump has been reelected president, Cenk Uygur has been going on a number of shows, but particularly right-wing leaning shows. Patrick Bet-David, Tim Pool. His latest appearance was at the Turning Points conference with, of course, Charlie Kirk. And he has thoughts on why he's doing that, and I have thoughts on what he is doing. And so I wanted to hear them out and also express my feelings. But
Hell
so here
yeah.
he is.
Oh, I'm excited
Cenk
for this.
Uygur, for as much as we can squeeze into this blessed hour. Welcome. Welcome for the first time to the Bituation Room.
Yeah. Oh, thanks for having me on, Franny. Appreciate it. And thanks for the intro.
Yeah, man. I gotta say, it's like it's not an understatement to say that I've lost sleep over what's been going on. That I've been really upset, angry, and like wounded, if that makes sense to you. I have also refrained from tweeting at you, Cenk. I've refrained from doing videos about you without your presence.
This is already starting. Oh, I'm uncomfortable because this is. Oh my God, she's doing it. She's actually. This could be the burnt bridge. Oh man,
from misrepresenting you.
The
But
Bituation,
man,
yeah.
on the inside, it's
she
been
definitely nailed it with the name of the podcast, the Bituation Room.
rough. So I do want to ask you. I feel like we are in the precipice of a really perilous time of true authoritarianism coming to the United States. And someone like you, who has been such a leader on the progressive left, has such a massive role to play in this moment as a stalwart of resistance, as so many of these centrists are kowtowing to the right. And then I see you on the same stages with, and in the same rooms with, the right-wingers who are mouthpieces of said authoritarianism. And I don't believe that you are actually pushing back instead. And I think there's a project here. You're trying to find points of agreement. So what are you doing, and why are you doing what you're doing?
Yeah. So I appreciate that, that you're having me on as opposed to talking about me and raging, etc., without actually getting into the full conversation. So, look, first, let me acknowledge, Franny, that I get why people are concerned. So you've seen this pattern.
Lego man.
So people think, oh, this is the beginning of the pattern.
He totally does look like a Lego figure.
How that ends, right? So you see Dave Rubin go talk.
I'm so glad you said that.
Once. You said, well, okay, he's defending our side or finding a point of agreement, whatever, right? But then next thing you know, he agrees with Tucker again and again and again and again. And then all of a sudden he's talking about how bad the left is and how, my favorite example about how the forest fires in California started because the fire departments allowed gay people to join.
Right. Wild.
Yeah, and so
they just couldn't not Zoolander with the hose, guys. I mean, like the forest fires were just going on. They were taking pictures and just it's like for Insta.
We've seen this movie many times, and me especially as a Muslim, because Israel always finds collaborators and to come out and go, oh, look at this Muslim guy. He says,
yes, Squish Melodragon, this just started.
Muslims are violent, and it is in their book, and it's all their fault.
For us.
Right? And one of those mouthpieces. So I understand, guys, that pattern exists, and so why people would be concerned the minute it seems like you're taking the first step there. But it is possible to not do that pattern, and we are not doing that pattern. And there's massive differences there, right? So they let go of all their positions. We've let go of none of our positions. And people think this is after the election. But apparently, as you know, I've been battling what I call the far left for years now. So I think that's a perfectly fine area of disagreement to have within a movement. I know that some people think, no, we're not allowed to disagree, and any disagreement is heresy, right? And that's a core thing that we'll probably discuss here today, right? That's one of the issues. And so now...
Dude, he is snoring really loud. You guys actually might be able to hear that on the mic.
In terms of, so why am I doing it? Or how did it come about? So how it came about is when I was doing that protest run against Biden, I went on all the shows I possibly could, left wing, right wing, etc. And on the right wing shows, I was expecting what I always get from right wing, which is the Republicans are right and you guys are all evil and no points of agreement, just a bunch of robots, right? And what I started to see was they're not as robotic as we thought they were, right? And so there was like these flashes of like, wait, they actually genuinely hate Mitch McConnell. That's interesting. I know why. I know it's because Trump said he was bad, right? But at the same time, there's a second reason. And I know that a lot of people on the left don't believe it, but I'm here to tell you that I've seen it with my own eyes. There are actual populists in those right-wing hills, and they don't like the establishment. They hate the establishment. Now, they don't have the same opinions with us on social issues, cultural issues, etc. And then they genuinely hate war. Now, if Trump declares war on Panama,
that's not true. That's not true at all. Dude, I hate how charitable he is to the right-wing populist movement, where he says stuff like that, where that's total BS. These were the first people to get behind the idea of invading Iraq. These were the first people that were talking about how you need to stand for the troops. It's important that you stand for the troops. They sacrificed themselves for you, buddy. That kind of crap. No. These people are actually kind of pro-war, and they just don't want to say it.
they all go along, then I was wrong. Okay, so we'll get to that too.
Actually, I'll even be a little more charitable. They're pro-war as long as their kids aren't in it.
So more and more. And Charlie Kirk came on in the RNC, and this is the one that really threw me for a loop, and I couldn't believe it. He started talking about how bad BlackRock was and how private equity is buying up all the homes in America. And I'm like, that's what we think. That's what we say, right? And I couldn't believe that Charlie Kirk, of all people, was coming in our direction on that issue. And so I think their funding might have changed, to be honest. And so the right is not the monolith that we thought they are. And right now, since they've gotten past their robotic establishment, they're in a state of kind of chaos, a chaos that's not so bad, in my opinion. And you're seeing it today, like MAGA attacking Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. If they were a monolith and they were robots and they were a cult, that would never happen. Now, I happen to agree with Elon and Vivek on that issue.
I was going to ask you, actually.
Yeah, but first of all, hey, there I am agreeing with Elon and Vivek. Why? Because they agree with us on H-1B
So this is about HB1 visas and allowing high-skilled professional immigrant workers who work in tech to be allowed in. The MAGA base says that that's obviously immigration and they want to cut down on that. But Elon and Vivek, again,
they're literally trying to do but these are the good ones.
Well, millionaire and
these are the ones that we all vouch for.
The richest man on earth want that.
He sucks so bad.
Does that not fly in the face of some of what you've been saying about the base and how the base is actually great and the base has great populist ideas? One of those populist ideas, Cenk, is mass deportations, is stopping any migration, is getting people out of this country.
Yeah. So
it really looks like Donkey Kong.
It's a great question. And so that's why what's happening today is actually so interesting. Because number one, are we allowed to agree with anyone on the other side? Elon said terrible things. He backed that crazy radical right-wing party in Germany, etc. Right? But that doesn't mean he's wrong about these visas. We've had that position on visas our whole lives, right? We agree with, or he has now come to agree with us. Same with Vivek. Now, but what's interesting is, so now MAGA, the populist base of MAGA, rebels against Elon. So number one, that shows that that my thesis that they will rebel against their leaders is true. Okay. Now, do I agree with them on this rebellion? I don't. But remember, just because they're populist doesn't mean they agree with us on everything. On social and cultural issues, we have massive disagreements. Massive. I'm looking for the agreements on the economically populist stuff. So on this one, they're anti-immigration. And so again, it's not a model.
Hey, I got a split. Wife pod came home. Time to get big. Hey, you know what? Have fun, buddy. I appreciate you popping in. I'll see you later.
It's a little bit.
I'm probably gonna play a little of your music later.
More complicated, but overall, the massive MAGA is anti-immigration, and I obviously don't agree with them on that. I'm an immigrant, and I'm first generation. Okay. I wasn't even born.
I'll be right back, guys. So I gotta go grab my iPod or my
this crazy thing that one of them came out with denationalizing people. That's just nuts, right? So, and I say that to their face in all the shows that I go on. I go, look, I don't agree with this. I don't agree with that. I think you're nuts on this, right? But now we do agree on some things: anti-war, anti-corruption, etc. Even if they. I know, guys, I know Trump is massively corrupt and they've been misdirected. But within that chaos of the right wing, interesting different coalitions can break out, as you're seeing today with these different coalitions within MAGA. Yeah. So imagine if we had, this is really wild, right? But you've got to take a first step to be able to get to this ultimate conclusion. Imagine if we had voting blocks that weren't strictly Republican or Democrat or strictly MAGA or not, and we could then join the voting block, in this case with Vivek and Elon, and protect these visas, right? Or in another case, we could join the populist right-wing bloc and prevent a war. Again, those are like huge dreams.
I mean, I think it's sort of a deal with the devil either way. I do want to just step back. I want to step back from the news a little bit and truly understand what you believe you are doing and who you believe you represent. Just really briefly, who you believe you represent when you go on these shows. You say we a lot, and I'm not sure who you are referring to when you say we. Is it yourself? Is it you? And is it Anna and you and Anna? Is it all of TYT? Is it the broader left? Who do you think you represent when you go on these shows to make the case about how there's commonality?
Yeah. So great question again. So first off, for folks who don't know, Young Turks is the flagship show of the TYT network. So the TYT network is the whole left. So Franny's on the TYT network. This show's on the TYT network, and at least on the podcasting side. And so Franny is to the left of me on many issues. So is Jordan Ewell. So is so many other people, right? And so I never block anyone from stating their opinions. And I like that we have the whole range, right? And in the past, we've had David Pakman as part of the net, like the YouTube network broadly.
But who's the we, Cenk? Who's the we? You've said these things before, and I have thoughts on them. But who's the we?
So that's TYT. TYT is that whole spectrum of left-wing thought. And as you know, Franny, we debate on the show all the time.
We don't. We really, like, I just want to be fair. Like, we don't. Because if we did, we would have had this conversation many, many times, but we don't. Number one, I am not the main host. Anna Kasparian is. Number two, I am rarely the fill-in host. Jordan Ewell has been filling in quite frequently. Number three, when I do fill in as a host or as a guest, depending on the story, is when we can actually sometimes maybe squeeze in 1 or 3 minutes of debate, but we have to keep it moving. That is the job. The job is to do the news. It's to get to all the different things. So I just want to say that it's very unfair to say that these debates have happened on the main show. Certainly not with me, maybe once around trans issues, but I want to leave that aside. Who is we? Who are you saying when you say we?
Okay, but let me address that real quick. But yes, but I've gotten into so first of all, we do the news, so we debate within that news story. Is it a shorter period of time? Yes. Sometimes I'll do longer ones. I did a longer one with Jordan Ewell and Jules
I'll give you that, Brian. You can totally tell when he's telling the truth, and at least in his mind, and when he's deflecting and denying, he's blinking.
And here we are within the network, etc.
That actually makes sense.
That's TYT is the left in general. Young Turks is the flagship show. That's me and Anna. And so I would say that we, as in me and Anna, are maximum populist, but not maximum left, right? So I am maximum left on some issues, but not all issues. And so those are two different political spectrums. There's the left-right spectrum and the establishment populist spectrum. I mean, I now see Emma Vigeland defending the establishment, which is mind-blowing.
I want to leave that aside, but I just want to, because I really want to talk about what you are doing and what you believe you are doing. And I want to just explain, by showing.
Sorry, Kirk, I might have missed your comment.
And I want to ask you what you think the goal is of what you are doing. But here was a moment where you were on TPUSA's on Turning Point USA's conference, and Charlie Kirk, who is a Christian nationalist, he's an avowed Christian nationalist. TPUSA has had wildly racist and white supremacists associated with them, including inviting people like Nick Fuentes to speak. No matter what you think of his thoughts on BlackRock, here is him asking you about left media. And I got to say, Cenk, this one sucked real hard for me. And you also, I think, have been using these opportunities to talk a lot about the left to the right.
I think the left has some work to do in developing over-the-top media to be able to bypass the main networks.
Yeah, so we have we have TYT as a giant network, but we have a lot of great progressive and populist shows that are not part of TYT that's in the left-wing ecosystem.
I just want to stop and say I'm excited to hear which ones you like, given that you just sort of insulted Emma Vigeland just now. I'm curious which ones you actually do still support that aren't your own, but I'm going to keep going, Cenk. Hang on.
So I don't think that that's the issue. I don't think that there isn't enough shows. I think that there's a couple others.
Guys. This is getting really good.
On the right,
I'm not sure if you understand what she just did there, but she just lit the match.
You guys do a great job of coalescing. Okay, so you do a couple of things well. You work together well, and you're more welcoming, if I'm being honest.
We're glad Cenk's here, right, everybody?
And a lot of people on the left know this as well. If you agree with MAGA 5%, the answer you get is welcome, right? Come join us, right? On the left, if you disagree 5%, they go, get out of here, you're a right-winger, you're a fascist, right? But if you push enough people out and you guys welcome enough people in, eventually you win the popular vote. That's what I warned them about, and that's what happened, right?
Come on.
Okay, so there you are, and you know,
yeah, love it. Stick with 100% on what I just said there. I'm 100% right about that. So let's discuss.
Yeah, let's discuss. You had your say there, and you've been saying various degrees of that same thing. And I gotta say, like, I watched this whole, I watched the whole clip, and it started off, and I was like, this is pretty good. This is good. Like, pretty good interview. You know, I like that you're sitting down. It wasn't bad. This moment, like, truly a part of me died when I watched this.
Wow, I can't believe that.
Yeah. Oh, super. Just like shriveled up and died, floated away into the ocean. Here's what happens. Couple things. He asks you about left-wing media and why there isn't more left-wing media. Which already, as you are there, you know, in the sort of kingdom of turning points, is like, that's such a dig. Like, why are you guys so weak is effectively what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of pointing out the way that TPUSA has been bankrolled by Republican mega donors out of Chicago and many other places for years now, and talking about how the Daily Wire was funded by the fracking brothers, the Wilkes brothers. Now they're fishing for new, you know, investors, whatnot, but that there is so much money on the right. He handed this answer to you on a fucking platter, and all you said was, you know what? You guys are really good at being welcoming. People just like you. Cenk, they've got all the money.
I didn't say people just
what are
like
you
me. That's very
talking about? That's effectively what you're good at coalescing. And here's my question to you about the...
I hate when people do that, where it's like they paraphrase something and it's like, I didn't say that. Like, even when I'm getting in a fight, like personally, when people do that, it makes me just like, you said it. You said it. You didn't say those exact words. And now, apparently, I'm sorry that I need to just have... I'm going to go get my old talk boy out and just have that every time that I have a conversation. Or just, you know, bust out the... You know.
So that's just number one on the media, because that just stings, because I'm in media. But on the 5%...
Like, I'm sure all of you guys have had a moment like that where you've been in a fight with somebody and they tried to gaslight you like that, and you're just like, stop it. Stop it, because you're telling me that I don't remember things the way that I obviously remember it, considering it just happened fucking 4 seconds ago.
If you disagree with MAGA 5%, they still welcome you. How did that work out for Liz Cheney?
Yeah.
I have a friend that actually argues a lot like Cenk.
Look, is there a part of MAGA that'll push you out? Of course. That's what we know MAGA for.
When do they push you out, Cenk? When do they push you out?
Largely when you disagree with Trump.
Exactly.
So listen,
this is the thing that it's the unspoken thing that you're never saying, that ultimately it's all hunky-dory. Elon can tweet back at you. Vivek can listen to you. But if you defy Donald Trump, the God Emperor, you're kicked out of the castle. And no one's defending Liz Cheney. Screw both their castle and the other castle. But Liz Cheney voted with Donald Trump.
I mean, I'm noticing the sweat.
98%
he looks
of the
like
time,
he's uncomfortable.
And just the 1% when she was like, hey, you know what? You can't do a coup on this country. And Adam Kissinger, and they were gone. So miss me with this 5% BS, yo.
So, all right, Franny, a whole bunch of things here. So, number one, you're right. That's definitely how Turning Point started. Daily Wire certainly started that way. I don't know what their current funding is, but they seem to have a lot more funding than any of us. do. So
Cenk looks like he smells like licorice.
You're right, and I have said that in the past, and I probably should have put that in there.
I don't even get that, but that's hilarious.
And I will mention that, and that'll really grate on their nerves. But I've got no problems telling their audience, and I tell them all the time, no, you guys have way more money, and they're always shocked by that. And I'm like, because they're swimming in money and don't realize how much we're starving out here on the left. Right.
Sure.
So, and I talked on Tim Pool's show about that, etc. Now, when it comes to the 5%, 95%, yeah, I hear you. So it's when you disagree with Trump, especially in the past, especially in the first term, etc., you're a goner, right? But they are pushing back even on Trump now. So, again, on things that we don't agree with, but on COVID, for example, they thought that Trump did too much COVID protections, etc. And there was
Operation Warp Speed. That was on me until oops. What do you mean you didn't want it? It wasn't me. They kind of forced my hand.
This is really encouraging. When I talk about Team Miriam, Marco Rubio, Elise Stefanik, Mike Huckabee, and Mike Walz. So those are the four the neocons put in by Miriam Adelson. In the old days, what I would have gotten, Franny, is no way, they're the greatest. They're not neocons. You're a liar. Trump picked them. Trump's the best. Now what I'm getting from the right-wing hosts, which is amazing, and let alone the base, they're all saying, yeah, I hear you. We got concerns about them. We got concerns. Okay. So that's the thing I never heard before. So that is a change. Now, in terms of the concept that I'm referring to, the 5%, 95%, but Franny, we're in the middle of that right now. This is the perfect example. So I started the largest progressive network. I've given dozens of.
Sorry about that, guys. I have a 13-and-a-half-year-old lab upstairs, and she's been having some bladder issues. So I'll be right back.
Progressives opportunities they didn't have before. I started Just Democrats, et cetera, et cetera. The minute I disagree, like 5% on trans issues or crime, everybody's like right wing, fascist, right wing. Almost every show is saying that. Almost every show. So you telling me that you don't push people out? You're pushing out the movement overall. At least the online left movement seems to be trying to push out the one network that has helped progressives more than any other network, and it's not in dispute. But my God, we have 5% disagreement. So tear it down. This is the destructive extreme left that I honestly that portion. That kind of destructive attitude is poison. It's not just poison to us, it's poison to our chances of winning because we keep pushing people out. We keep pushing people out, and then all of a sudden we lost all the swing states and we lost the popular vote. I'm trying to get our side to wake up, snap out of our hypnosis of we hate, and we hate the right wing, and they're all white supremacists, and they're all racist, and they're all sexist, and we hate, and we never go in the room with them. We hate. What the hell happened to us? And no one's allowed to disagree. We're now authoritarian. No.
Wait, Cenk, can I just clarify?
I will never allow the left to be authoritarian, and this idea of just hating the other side is poison.
You know what's so funny about you calling the left authoritarian is that you think the left has power. Like I love that you think
total nonsense.
We are on the precipice of real authoritarianism and real fascism.
Yep.
And you believe that the online left are the authoritarians? I mean, I don't
honestly. He's doing the Elon. He's mad at the comments. He's mad at people like me making fun of him.
I don't know how to tell you. You sound like Bill Maher and Nancy Pelosi had a kid, and it came out Cenk Uygur. And let me just ask you though. Let me just ask you. So what shows on the left do you like that aren't on the TYT network?
Yeah, so I said, look, there's a lot of good popular shows on the left that I like, and it's because there are. So Breaking Point's a good show. Kyle Kalinski's Secular Talk is a good show. He was against me going on MAGA. I haven't seen his video, but Kyle's been against us a couple of times. But I largely didn't hold a grudge on that.
But wait, let me just stop you. First of all, you had a great conversation with Crystal Ball. I think she made some really good points to you I think it was on Breaking Points. Kyle has, I think, been very disturbed, especially by your appearance with Charlie Kirk. But what you just said there, they've been against us.
Mm-hmm.
I really want to just dig into this idea that, because you're a fighter, man. That's cool. That's great. But like, you really do have a very I almost want to call it Bush-like Cheney, like, you're with us or against us attitude.
100%
He
wrong.
Wait, like, you just literally, I love that you're using my point, but
No,
when
I'm not.
I
You're
say
proving
this,
my
'cause
point.
you
Okay,
truly,
so let me explain.
you sound like people are either against you,
Mhm.
but if they criticize you, they are not. And yet, here you are, Cenk, telling the entire right wing that all you want to do is break bread with them, that you want to debate with them, but afterward you want to go have a beer.
Yes, I do.
You want to have a beer with people who want to put people in mass deportation camps. They want to deport.
You think we're going to get put in camps? You sound all right. Anyway,
you think I sound crazy? They're starting with Chinese people. That's my fucking family, dog. Like, what are you talking about?
That's such an excuse. Okay,
what? Oh my God!
No, they're going to start with Muslims. They're going to start with my people. Okay, if they start at all.
No, he's making an excuse so he can go have a beer with a fucking white guy that's like, oh, hey, look, I had a good performance on your show.
So just stop hiding behind vulnerable communities.
He didn't take any money, but I wouldn't put it past him to say that Charlie Kirk donated to TYT.
Hiding behind vulnerable
Yes,
communities.
you are. You're using them as human
standing in
shields.
front of vulnerable communities,
No,
James.
you're
What
not.
are you doing? What
No,
are you doing?
I'm in front of vulnerable communities.
Uh-huh,
I'm the most endangered, Franny.
By tweeting at Elon Musk? Please
whatever.
don't help me. Come
Okay,
on,
so this
Cenk. This
is
is so
total BS.
sad. That's
Okay,
so
so
sad.
let's break
Well, let's take it down. Let's simmer down. No. Simmer down. I'm asking. Let me just ask you real honest to God.
You already said 12 things that I need to
honest
respond to. Can I respond to them?
No, I want to ask you this one
No, of
question.
course not.
Let's talk about you going on these shows. Just simmer down. Let me ask you one question. Imagine if Kamala Harris had won. Okay, she wins. She wins a popular vote. She wins.
Yeah, she's definitely leaving next.
The Electoral College.
Squishmallow Dragon, I'd actually dare to say that her contract was up at the end of this year, and this is the reason that they're doing this.
Incredible, first female president, blah, 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 all this stuff. And Tucker Carlson started making all these rounds on really progressive leftist shows, went on Kyle's show, went on my show. I'm like, who the hell? Started reaching out and wanting to talk and wanting to come to agreement on things. What would that look like to you?
Yeah, it would look like Tucker was trying to reach out. Tucker's a bad example because I would be surprised if he did that. But okay, yeah, no problem.
What would it look like to you?
I wouldn't. I don't.
I think
that Tucker would be
I think he smells what she stepped in.
selling out. No, there's no chance.
No. Well, I'm not. It's not about selling out. What would that like? What would it just seem like? Hey, man, we can agree. Yeah, you know what? I did say that Kamala Harris was a DEI hire and she's basically a communist, but now I just feel like I've antagonized you and I'm here to break bread and let's talk and let's get stuff done. What would that look like to you?
It would look surprising, but I wouldn't care. I'd find it interesting. Why? What does it look like to you?
I mean, to me, if Tucker Carlson did that, I'd be like, oh, we fucking won. We won like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
We won so
the fact that he couldn't even see it that
resoundingly.
way. Yeah,
he's doing an apology tour because three ghosts visited him in the middle of the night, and he's completely changed his tune because he wants to throw down with the winners. We are crushing it. And I saw in that moment. You want me to play it for you? When Charlie Kirk goes, "We're glad Cenk's here, everybody." And that was the feeling that I think a lot of right wingers have when they look at you, Cenk, where they're like,
they do.
Damn, yo.
They do. Read the comments.
So hard. Even this guy is turning now.
Yeah, except I'm not turning. I've said it 2,000 times.
I'm just saying what it would look like. I'm just saying what it would look.
Keep saying it like it's true when it isn't remotely true. But okay, let me address it. So, okay, number one.
So it's not true, even though it's objectively true to us because we see
Matt
it.
Gaetz has reached out to us, Tucker Carlson, to come on our shows. And so it's your exact analogy, okay? Patrick Bet-David, et cetera, and they won. They're still trying to come on the Young Turks. Why? Because they're trying to have a conversation, not because they want to do an apology tour. They think they are ascendant, but nevertheless, they want to talk to the left.
But you had to make it's because they think that
your version of the left says, no way, we never talk to the other side. But we're not authoritarian.
Jake, that's not true.
We're not authoritarian. You're not allowed to disagree 1%, but we're not authoritarian. We have no power, so we're not authoritarian. So that's not how it works, Franny. And the establishment Democrats are also authoritarian. So what do they say? You must agree with Kamala Harris, otherwise that's it. You're a heretic and you're being driven out from the party. You know that. The establishment Democrats have done that to us for the last 20 years. Don't tell me that there's no power on the left. There's tons of power on the left. And when the swarm comes, the left-wing swarm, you'd like to be called a woman. You're racist, fascist, transphobe. What? I'm not authoritarian. No, that is an authoritarian mindset. Just you don't have to have power to have an authoritarian mindset. And there's different versions of power. There's the shunning power. There's social media power. There's mainstream media power. There's political power. There's all sorts of different power. So look, guys, the left. First of all,
there's also just money and actual power.
It gets back to the we. So you ask me politically, who do I represent? I represent the great majority of left-wing voters. The great majority of left-wing voters are not pro-establishment. They get tricked by mainstream media into voting in that direction. It drives me absolutely nuts. But when you ask them about policies, they agree with us completely on policies, right? And the great majority of left-wing voters are not far left. They think a woman should be called a woman. And I'm not saying that in some dismissive way. I'm in favor of trans
Again,
rights.
the fact that you're doing these small scale things, though, where you see these stories, you hyperfixate on them like Anna did, where I can tell you right now, this is not a thing. This is not a thing. And I hang out with a pretty large, in comparison to most Americans, I have, 2 or 3 trans friends that I can tell you right now, this is not what they're doing. They're not going around calling my wife a birthing person.
And if you want to be called a birthing person, we love it. We got no problem with it. You be called a birthing person. But when you say no, we call everyone a birthing person. America hates it. Left-wing voters hate it.
I just want to say
there's no crime. Left-wing voters hate it. So I'm standing up for the overwhelming majority of Democratic voters and left-wing voters.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
Authoritarian sides of the left saying you're not allowed to disagree with the establishment. You're not allowed to disagree with the extreme left. No, I am allowed. I am allowed.
Hang on. Wait. Please. I don't want to lose the forest for the trees here. Truly.
Okay, Cademan, welcome to the stream. Cenk is actually finally getting called on the carpet by Franny, and I'm just positing my take on this. I think that I think that she might be done with TYT. Her contract may be up, and this was the see if she wants to renew situation, especially after everything that's been going on with Cenk. But she's asking Cenk just point blank, why is he capitulating to the right? And he is kind of pushing back really hard. And you could tell this is triggered right here.
I hear what you're saying.
He is upset.
I know it can feel online like a circular firing squad. I understand.
Billion%.
Hang on.
Yeah, this is boomer brain though, dude.
Every time.
I know it does. So I come from movement backgrounds, right? I've been in many spaces since the global justice movement in the early 2000s, then the anti-Iraq war movement. I've been in a lot of organizing spaces. I have been in more organizing spaces, far left spaces, than I have in campaigns, political campaigns, for example.
Oh, thank you for pointing that out. Cool. I'll turn my latency down then.
So I know those spaces very well. I know we can often over-police one another. I know we can tear each other's throats out. I absolutely concede that. I do agree with that. At this moment, sad to say, that's not the biggest fish we have to fry. In fact, we're in, again, a moment just before Project 2025 will be implemented, and people like myself, people who are on the streets demonstrating for Palestine, will be recommended for deportation, among many other things. But of course, I guess I'm using that as a shield. I don't know, according to you. But I did want to ask Cenk before this. I want to ask you about who the establishment is in your mind. Who is the establishment and who is not the establishment?
Great question.
That should be better.
So Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, Gavin Newsom, all the corporate Democrats who take corporate PAC money, serve their corporate donors 100%, lie to us 24/7, never intend to do.
Let me know if it keeps freezing up in the next 5 minutes, and if it does, then what I'll do is I'll just reset it on Twitch side.
Any progressive policy positions, never intend to do any Democratic policy positions that they state in campaigns, and are backed by the liars in mainstream media,
really?
pretending that they're on our side when they're
Here,
playing
give me a
good
sec.
cop, bad cop with establishment Republicans and robbing us blind on behalf of their donors.
Do you think that Donald Trump and Elon Musk are establishment?
So they're complicated. The reason they're complicated is because they act like the establishment. They do the same robberies, the same corporate tax cuts, but they are pretending to be populists. And that's why I've called Donald Trump a fake populist hundreds of times, right? And I've called him a fake populist on right-wing shows. And I've said, hey, watch out for your own donors on right-wing shows, right? And so, but they are not part of this the machine that was the Borg. Mitch McConnell and Joe Biden were the co-captains of the Borg, and that machine was unstoppable, and that machine was maintains corporate rule, and that's my mortal enemy.
Cademan, could the problem be on my side? It could be. If it's still happening, it could be on your side. Just restart Twitch.
That board.
But yeah, if it keeps happening after that, please let me know, because I've been having problems with both YouTube and Twitch today. I have no idea what the hell is going on. I've just been resetting my frame rate, and it's been helping the problem on YouTube. So if it doesn't help on Twitch, please let me know.
Is the one we should all be fighting against.
So do you think it's less bad that one person donates $277 million to a candidate versus 5 people donating $277 million to a candidate? Elon Musk gave $277 million to Donald Trump and is now, again, worth $400 billion. Is that somehow less establishment in your mind?
So there's two parts of it, Franny. One is they at least talk the populist game, and the advantage of that is that also spread through the right-wing base. That, hey, them faking populism, remember, the people that are hearing that message don't realize it's fake, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're talking anti-war, they're talking anti-corporate. You see Tucker Carlson talking anti-corporate. You see Steve Bannon saying we should increase corporate taxes. That doesn't mean Steve Bannon is an angel, but what it does mean, or anywhere near it, but what it does mean is that idea of populism and anti-establishment, et cetera, is spreading throughout the right wing. That is an amazing opportunity for us to actually coalesce on economic populism that they now believe in, even if their leader doesn't, right? So that's point one, and it's super important. Point two is, in some ways, that individual corruption is worse, and in some ways it's better. So how is it worse? So Miriam Adelson gives, $137 million to Trump, and Sheldon Adelson had given him $200 million in previous campaigns. So he delivers foreign policy to the Adelson family, right?
Right.
Moved our embassy in his first term. Now he's thinking about allowing the annexation of northern Gaza and the West Bank. And you saw me fight tooth and nail against Trump, because that's what I was really, really worried about, that he's going to go and be extreme and radical to serve his top donors. On Elon, he handed all of domestic policy to him. So that's how it's worse. How in the world could it be at the same time a little bit better? Well, the way that it's better is that it's not a machine, it's chaotic. So it's one guy here and another person there, but the other person disagrees with Miriam, and then Trump doesn't quite know what to do, and he listens to the last person in the room, but he also kind of listens to his base. We've got chaos there, and chaos is way better than a machine.
Hey, Cademan, I think it's on your side, because I'm having multiple reports that it's definitely not. I don't know what's going on, because I reset my stuff. Sorry about that, man. I'm sorry.
It's ruthless.
That sucks.
Just steamrolls you.
So I think that's
nothing worse than the McConnell-Biden era. Nothing worse.
Okay. I do want to talk about the McConnell-Biden era and establishment a little bit more, but just on that, I feel like my very first question to you is, well, what are you doing? I feel like that's the most cogent answer I've gotten from you that I could sort of get on board with, which is exploit the chaos to turn MAGA against Trump.
Okay.
But even if you wanted to do that, I'm not sure you're achieving it through the kinds of interviews that you're doing and the way that you're playing to the right, especially when you go on those stages and hit the left more than you do the right. But I just want to leave that there. I accept the like, hey, let's, plant the booby traps so that we can make them fall into them later, that kind of thing. That makes the most sense to me, even if I sort of strategically disagree with it. I want to talk about the establishment, though, and Mitch McConnell. So, for example, Mitch McConnell, who I am no fan on, obviously, believes that there should not be recess appointments for the Trump administration. Would you say that that is establishment, ergo you are anti that and anti-establishment?
Mitch McConnell is against recess appointments.
Yes.
So that one's a super tough one because sometimes the establishment will block something. Like if Bernie was president and he wanted to put in Stephanie Kelton as Treasury Secretary, I actually would disagree with that. But I put that as an example. The establishment would say no way, and they would block it with everything that they have. There is a scenario where I would say, Bernie, do a recess appointment, right? And so on the other hand, if Bernie came in and said, I don't care about advice and consent of the Senate, I'm just going to do everyone as a recess appointment, I would say, no, don't do that. Don't do that. That's not a good idea.
Why?
So
because it's anti-democratic. Was that?
Yeah. The core of
sure.
So, Franny, the core of the question is, when we talk about the system, what do we mean by the system? Because there's two different systems that people refer to, and then they conflate them. The system we want to protect is democracy, the Constitution, civil rights, etc. That's the system that we love and believe in. The system we do not want to protect and we want to fight against is donor money, establishment, protecting the status quo, protecting corporate rule. So separate those two things out, because the permanent system of the Constitution and democracy is great. The current system of corruption and establishment rule is horrible.
Yeah. Do you understand that the right actually just conflates those two things?
I think the left often conflates those two things too.
Well, okay, so you would be in favor of Donald Trump doing recess appointments, or you wouldn't in this case?
So if he's doing blanket recess appointments, I'm against it. I always think shoe on the other foot. That's why I brought up Bernie Sanders. In order to be fair, hey, how would I feel if it was the other way around? If he does one or two, I understand it as a matter of philosophy.
Okay.
But if he does a recess appointment, I'm very likely to be against that particular person, like a Kash Patel or Pete Hegseth. He's going to do recess appointments on the most radical culture warrior stuff that I hate. I hate when the right does culture war stuff. I don't love it when the left does it, but I certainly hate it when the right does it. And so I'm worried about his recess appointments because of the people, the specific people that he's likely to do them with.
One of those things also in terms of this establishment and anti-establishment sort of framework that you're using is also Project 2025 and Russell Vought, who he just appointed to be the head of the Office of Management and Budget. Russell Vought would like to fire federal workers, replace them with loyalists. He also wants to use the military to target political dissidents. This is all obviously in Project 2025 that he helped to author. Is that establishment or anti-establishment? There's nothing more anti-establishment than
it's almost more dangerous for
Cenk
Cenk to have that opinion of it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
Do you believe that that's a populist thing to do?
No, it's fake populism. And so it's so alluring to the MAGA base because they feel like, oh, we're fighting against the government, right? But what I'm trying to get them to understand is, like, you guys, they think that the government is a blanket bad thing. And so the story I often tell on these shows is the one that Matt Stoller does, great progressive, done great anti-monopoly work in the Senate, et cetera, which is, hey, what size pipe should I get? And people always ask, and that's why Matt does it this way. Well, what job are you doing? It depends. And that's exactly the point that I make to these right wingers. Do we want big government or little government? Well, it depends, right? Are we invading Iraq? Then I want smaller government, right? Are we going to invade doctors' offices and get between a woman and a doctor? Then I want smaller government, right? But if we're going to protect the average American from the bankers, then I want a little bit larger government. I don't want to defund the police on Wall Street. right? So
So maybe it's not as simple as just having the buzz line of just, well, I want less government, I want more. Yeah, you're kind of doing the thing where you're exposing just how this works, where it's like you can't just go and say, yeah, less government. That's what I believe in. That's what I stand for, 100%. And then when you're actually faced with it, just go, maybe I don't agree with all of it.
I explained that, hey,
maybe the FDA is a good thing because, not having cross-contamination in my food is a good thing. And not just trusting the word of the butcher.
If you fire people that are at the IRS, guess who's it's going to help the most? The very rich who cheat on their taxes.
But they all want to audit the Pentagon, which the IRS doesn't do. But it's very interesting that, you got everyone to cheer auditing the Pentagon. But of course, they're, the idea of auditing billionaires, the Republicans are absolutely against that because they've been trying to defund the IRS. Exactly.
Right. And remember, again, there's different layers of right wing now. There's their leaders who are almost, uniformly full of crap. Then there's a middle bureaucracy, and then there's the voters.
Oh, weird. But he can't apply that to the left wing.
And the voters, and Franny, you don't have to trust me on this because those MAGA guys, they will tell you exactly what they think. They're not holding anything back. They have no need to lie to you.
Yeah, they've been telling us for many, many years.
Yeah. So they're also not lying when they say they're anti-war, anti-corruption. They might have been misdirected, but they're not lying. So what I'm trying to get them to see is firing the federal workers is not the answer.
Yeah.
Cutting the Pentagon is part of the answer.
Yeah.
And so when they say yes to cutting the Pentagon, they're not lying. The MAGA voters actually want to cut the Pentagon.
What do you think
is a completely different question.
Yeah, but they're getting duped. They're getting duped, though. Come on.
I understand what you're saying.
No, you're being way too charitable.
But in my mind, when you have people who actually agree, you're not tricking them. You're just getting them to see, guys, you wanted to cut the Pentagon, but look, your leaders didn't cut the Pentagon. So do you see how they led you astray? Right? I'm actually getting them.
Cenk, but that's assuming that they would even listen to you for a half second to go, oh, you know what? Maybe I will vote for the progressive guy.
I'm just showing them that their leaders are not doing the things that they promised. On the other hand, sometimes Trump responds to his base. So if that base gets angry enough and says, hey, let's cut the Pentagon, maybe Trump does cut the Pentagon, where Biden never would, McConnell never would. In the Biden-McConnell era, the Pentagon's only going to get increased forever and ever and ever. Corruption is always going to increase forever and ever and ever.
I mean, wait, just on this.
An advantage for us is that he likes to be popular. He just doesn't know how.
Sure. So I just really want to, just drill down on a couple of those things. And then there's a lot to talk about, and I don't want to take too much of your time, but just on this new MAGA, old MAGA thing. I've heard you say new MAGA as you talk about anti-corruption, anti-war. Cenk, they were like that in 2016, man. I mean, let's be honest. The reason Donald Trump just destroyed the Republican primary was absolutely being an outsider, right? And sort of purported seemingly anti-establishment, even though, he's a billionaire, part of the elite. But it really was around being against the Iraq war. Now, for his reasoning was we should have taken all the oil, F those, whatever, like enter expletive, right? Which I think gets to another point. But he was also, remember, in terms of the corruption stuff, they wanted to get rid of, what was it? They wanted term limits. They had term limits and were suggesting them early on. So the actual the outgrowth of an entire country tired of 8 years of Bush and endless war, and also that was, suffering from the 2008 financial collapse and didn't have any faith in the banks and these financial institutions and all the politicians that protect them, and that was already in the ether, right? And you had a Bernie Sanders and you had Donald Trump. And of course, the actual establishment, that the centrists that I hate as well, were trying to say Bernie is exactly like Donald Trump. Look at him. He's using the same. No. They were very different. And that's why I wanted to talk to you about the differences between right-wing populism and left-wing populism. I think there is a difference, and there's a very important difference. That difference is historical as well. Right-wing populism often feeds off of nativism, off of othering immigrants, religious minorities, blaming those people, and then we can have the socialism, right? That's why obviously in Hitler's Third Reich, you've got a National Socialist Party, right? This is Germany for the Germans. And there are people who are in Germany are the Germans and people who are not the Germans. That also in this country, although you scoff when I talk about Chinese Americans, there was the Chinese Exclusion Act, specifically dividing working class people in this country based on race, saying the Chinese are the reason you don't have anything. They're the ones taking all of our jobs, even though we know that the rich robber barons were absolutely taking advantage of them, just like we know that all the Trump donors who paid for their positions in this administration are also taking advantage of undocumented labor. So do you see a difference between right-wing populism and left-wing populism? And are you not barking up not just the wrong tree, but a very, very dangerous one?
What are you talking about? You're not blocked.
Yeah. So, no, I think there's a massive difference. And so first, let me just really quickly address what you said about the Chinese. So the Chinese were the only nationality ever banned from America. Trump considered a Muslim ban, but didn't actually execute one. The Chinese were actually banned from America for a long time. So I know all about racism against Chinese, and obviously that also sprung up during COVID, et cetera. But I just in that heated moment there, I was saying that the Chinese, are maybe third or fourth in line these days, Muslims. And
not from what they're talking about. I mean, I'm just looking at what they're saying, which is like, this would be the easiest group to like, sweep up. Like, I'm just saying, not like Chinese immigrants who've been here for decades. No, yeah, I understand. That's why I said that. I didn't just pick it.
He's literally doing the shit in one hand and hope in the other. See which one fills up first.
Chinese. I literally just looked to what they're talking about.
Not realizing that it's going to be Franny's right. They're coming. He said this.
You agree.
What the hell, man? What is with this new charitability where he's just like, Trump said it, but is he actually going to do it?
I'm worried
You agree that there is a difference between left-wing populism and right-wing populism.
Yeah. So now let's get to the core of it. So there's left-wing and right-wing populists on social issues disagree more than we disagree with the establishment. The establishment is generally like, we don't really care if you're Chinese, Muslim, whatever. The only color we care about is green. As long as we let us rob you from here to eternity, I'm good with it. We'll allow Peruvians to rob you, Jews, Muslims, Christians, everybody can rob you, right? And so,
and the establishment is again just Biden, Kamala Harris,
McConnell, everyone who takes corporate donations and serves corporate donors. Okay,
but not Donald Trump because he doesn't take corporate, except for all the corporate money he's taking. But he's different. Okay, keep going. Okay,
Wait,
I'm just trying to understand who the establishment is and isn't.
Corporate back money. I mean, how many times can I call him a fake populist before you believe me? Okay, so.
But you're also trying to have it both ways, where you're like, but he's not a populist. See, this is why we're so popular.
So that's why, this is not. You can't make blanket things like, in my opinion, never talk to them. They're all racist, etc.
I never said that. I never said not to talk to them. I never said that.
Hold on. Or they're all lovely and they've all turned and they're all amazing and are going to agree with us. No, of course not, right? So, but on economic issues, we agree a lot more, way more. And that's super important. And so, and you know what it is, Franny? They're using the culture wars, in my opinion, to create a wedge between us. That's why they're called wedge issues, to get us to hate one another instead of realizing that the problem isn't to our left or right. It's up, look up. The problem is up, right? And so but right-wing populists on that nativist strand that they have, which is real, yes, it's scary and it's super wrong-headed, and it does put us in the line of fire. So when Steve Bannon, he says both of those things. He says tax the rich, increase tax on corporations, and then he says my favorite book is Camp of the Saints, where the hero murders all the immigrants that are coming into France, right? Yeah. So virulently anti-immigrant, right? And so I don't want to empower the Steve Bannons of the world and the Ann Coulters of the world to do their crazy stuff, right? That is anti-immigrant, anti-my family, anti-me, anti all the people we care about, the American people, the left, everyone, right? But we get to fight them on that, Franny. We don't have to say like blanket Steve Bannon's great, Charlie Kirk's great. No, I've been so clear about this.
So you think you've been fighting? You think you've been fighting them?
Yes.
Oh, on the issues we disagree on, hell yeah.
No.
And so I got into a fight in trigonometry over in that show over trans girls in high school sports. And they're outraged by it. And they're like, oh, what if your daughter comes in second place in cross country? I'm like, who gives a crap, right? What are you guys are going to check the genitalia of millions of kids because you're on this like transphobic like mania, right? Just settle down. These are culture wars. They're dividing us. Stop letting them divide us.
I think one thing that's really hard, and this is just in general, like we can talk about trans issues. I actually want to.
Yeah, Brian. I'm just gonna let you know, dude. You're kind of spamming chat a little bit, so that's the reason I'm not even engaging.
Play a clip from your turning points.
Like, if you got something to say, like obviously, but you're literally just every fleeting thought you have, you just keep putting in.
Conference, so. But I do just think that one of the biggest issues for me that is not, it's not hypothetical. It's very real, which is the right to an abortion. And that is one thing that I think a lot of the so-called right-wing populists don't really give a shit about, especially not the mouthpieces of Donald Trump. They don't care that women are bleeding out from miscarriages and dying, going into septic shock. They don't care that they're being turned away from hospitals, that, yeah, their life or death is dependent on a bureaucracy right now. That seems like a difficult thing to find a so-called middle ground on. And I feel like we're just sort of ending up with this hypothetical discussion rather than talking about the actual people who are dying literally right now as I speak.
So, Franny, number one, you can't find a middle ground on everything. My idea isn't that we're magically going to kumbaya on every issue. That's crazy, right? Okay. So that's why I keep saying thousands of times, when we disagree, we fight. And the good news is,
but I don't want to get a beer with someone who thinks that I should, go into septic shock instead of be attended by a physician.
Yeah. So I know that this is the thought that's.
I'm very happy for you, Brian. You know what's hella funny is that I can actually smoke and stream at the same time. Very cool.
Breaking a lot.
Apparently, you also don't understand how TOS works.
People's minds, but you should. So please let me explain why. Okay. So it's so easy for both.
For anybody that's not in the know, smoking directly, like actually doing you can do vapes, I know, but anything else, if you do it directly on camera, then you're breaking TOS.
Sides to say no, that their way of thinking is so antithetical to what we think, so wrong.
Also, like I said, man, like you were spamming chat. So again, if you want me to engage with you, then just kind of, I don't know, hold off and put the real important comments out there.
That I will never have a beer with them. I will never talk to them. And every time I see them, I'm going to say racist or sexist or some sort of charge to show my moral superiority. But hold on. Remember, they think their radical right is saying the same exact thing to them, to Patrick Bet-David, to Charlie Kirk, to everyone who hosts me. They're like, Cenk called us fascist. Cenk believes trans girls should be allowed to compete in high school sports. And Cenk is a radical on this, and Cenk is a radical, and he thinks he's a Muslim, and he's this, and he's that, etc. So they say, don't have a beer with him. Don't talk to him, right? So, but that's exactly how we get siloed. And instead of having conversations and realizing, yes, we massively disagree on 60, maybe 80% of issues, but for Christ's sake, on some of the most important issues, that 20 to 40% where we agree on economic populism, we never get to an agreement, and then the establishment laughs their ass off at us.
Sure, but Cenk, because
we got them to hate each other.
If your 5% of disagreement with me is I don't believe you should have equal rights under medical law, I can't. Then
you don't engage.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
fuck you.
Wait, hang on. It's not fuck you. It's I'll see you when I beat you. Do you know what I'm saying? And this is to me what left-wing populism is about. This is what Bernie was so good at doing. He would never throw anyone under the bus. he would always remember black, white, gay, straight, Muslim, Jewish. Like, he kept on going, and he'd be like, when's he going to finish this laundry list of people he wants to bring on board to the political revolution? And it was brilliant, and he never forgot to do it. And he never caped to the right or the right-wing framing. He said, yes, he might work with Trump on some labor stuff. Did Trump want to do that shit? Of course he didn't, right? Did Trump vetoed a bill that he finally got passed to not sell Saudi Arabia weapons when he finally reached across the aisle? Everything you're talking about, it's all fine, but we're like little insects bumping up in a fucking diorama because at the top is goddamn Trump. And if you don't kiss that ring, then you're absolutely nothing. And so to me, I'm like, I will beat the right, but I will win back these voters, but I will win them back with ideas, with plans, with real policy. And yes, of course, with making our movements and the left welcoming and absolutely doing all of the things that, to be honest, the right doesn't do, because you are absolutely off your shit if you think that the right and left are equally hateful. And that's what I'm hearing from you, that you think that somehow the left and the right, they both hate equally. Both
he
of
needs
them
to go back
want
and see some of like his clips and just be like, okay, yeah, maybe I have been going a little too hard. Like, just look at the Jake's giving.
Turn people. Both of them believe that some people don't deserve rights. And I want to play this because this was a very awkward moment.
Franny,
I'm a stand-up comedian.
Things that are wrong.
No,
Bernie agrees with my positions 100%.
Wait,
so
who?
What you described about Bernie is exactly me. And so that's why I'm like, what Bernie...
Are you really going to dance monkey dance me right now?
Has the same position
For real?
as me, the same idea.
Say something funny. I came here to laugh.
The same framing.
Listen, this isn't called high on comedy.
In fact, he's agreed with Elon Musk on cutting the Pentagon in the exact
That's just
same
an
way
aside,
that I have.
my friend.
And yet Bernie's an angel and I'm the devil. Like, that's crazy.
No one's saying that you're the devil.
That's crazy.
Bernie actually builds. He's not making the rounds. He's not making the rounds and not pushing back. He's not pushing back.
He published an op-ed in Fox News today. He makes the rounds exactly like I do.
That's
exactly like I do.
Good. No, I think that's important. But honestly, Cenk, file your nails or something, because this was not good. This was not a good look during that conference.
I want to ask you guys something. Do you believe that trans Americans should have the same constitutional rights as all Americans to employment, health care, and housing? Constitutional rights.
Okay. Cenk, I'm a stand-up comic, so I listen to crowds regularly. I know when they are booing, groaning, or in this case, there is a whistle of disapproval, and I know when they are cheering. Now, let's play it again. They're not on board with trans people having the same constitutional rights.
I want to ask you guys something. Do you believe that trans Americans should have the same constitutional rights as all Americans to employment?
Well, Brian, I'm also in the middle of going through a segment. Like, I know you're going through something, but I don't want you necessarily to leave, because no, we are more than willing to engage with you. But dude, here, real quick, just an aside. You had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20 comments before somebody was actually like engaging with you in a conversation. It was just a bunch of like your brain farts essentially. And like, I'm fine with that, man. But like, dude, there's a fine line between spamming chat and also I am trying to be charitable to you and be nice, but you're also coming off a little unhinged, dude. I'm going to be completely honest.
Health care, and housing. Constitutional rights.
Do you want me to translate?
You got like maybe like a sixth of the
like, this is a good community and we are more than willing to help you, but if you're going to do something where it's like yeah
There's a couple people clapping very, very no. Okay.
So,
And then
Franny, let's break it down.
this is the best. Wait, this is the best part. You got to keep watching because it's the best that like not only you get hung out to dry on this like can we all agree shtick that you're on, and they don't meet you,
God,
and then Charlie meets you with this
Constitutional right to housing.
Wait, I
Ms.
love
Lee?
it.
Well, there is no constitutional right to housing.
So then he goes like, wait a minute, not only don't I not agree with you on the trans people, because he never answered it. He's like,
The fact that you don't give an F about me is actually is the reason I'm talking to you, so please don't start caring.
actually,
Oh, okay. I mean, dude, I don't know you personally. This is the ultimate parasocial thing where I'm just a streamer, but I do care about the well-being of people, and when you come into, my stream and you start talking about, the stuff that's going on with you, which is a lot, you're talking about, your sister, offing yourself, and then, talking about your girlfriend's mom and all that. Like, dude, you got a lot going on, and honestly, like, we're all here for you, but my biggest warning to you is don't get hostile.
fuck your right to housing.
And if you're going to, then yeah, you might.
Anyway, and I know
this might be it.
that's not even what the Constitution says. It's just equal protection around housing, right? It doesn't say you have a right to housing. I wish it did. But like, it's just amazing to me. Like, do you see? And you look at him and there's a moment you're just kind of like, there's just this moment and it's just like, what are we doing, Jake? Like, what's going
Franny,
on here?
See, this is a great example. You're being so unbelievably unfair about that interaction.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I did that, Franny, and I knew I was taking a big risk.
You were.
Is because I wanted to try to get some of them because I've done it on other right-wing shows and it worked really well. It didn't work really well this time. That's why it was a risk. But I challenged them on how trans people are like every American and they should have constitutional rights.
Well, let's watch a little bit. Let's watch
Yeah,
whether you did it. Let's watch whether you did it. Did you do it or not?
Let me finish, Franny.
Did you do it or
super
not?
Important, and you're totally smearing me on a thing that is crazy.
I'm playing you the clip. I'm not smearing you. I'm literally playing the clip. Jenk, I'm playing the clip.
Will you let me talk? I said I had the courage to challenge them on constitutional rights for trans people. You asked me to have the courage to challenge them. I did, and now you're attacking me for it.
No, I'm not. I'm not attacking. I'm not attacking you for it. I'm saying you have characterized this.
Look at this. They didn't agree with you.
No. I'm saying
you're trying to get them to agree to constitutional rights. That's exactly what we should do. We should say trans people are just like every American citizens, and they should have constitutional rights. I go and have the courage to challenge that audience to that, and then you want to make fun of it? Like
I'm saying
agree with you. What do you want? Do you want me to challenge them, or do you not want me to challenge them? Make up your mind.
It was a big swing.
It was a
you
big
agreed
miss.
that it was a little bit of a miss. And I think,
by the way, you're not exactly right about that either. So I was in the room.
That was such a big swing. It was the fan from Super Smash Brothers, bro.
2/3 of them cheered. 1/3 of them clearly did not.
Sorry, my references aren't on tonight. I am a little bit fuzzy from some Benadryl.
The people who were cheering were not mic'd properly. I understand. Look. It was a swing. It's good you asked, but I didn't think that you really had like a save for that, because I think you were like, you actually gave them credit for the few people that agreed. And meanwhile, Cenk, you have so much disdain for our side. If I say, hey, I believe trans people should play in sports, you have so much disdain. You get so mad. But here you are, and here is what you say.
Constitutional right to housing.
Okay, so I hear you. What I got out of that, guys.
I'm just trying to be the interpreter.
Yeah. No, there was a lot of applause and there was some consternation, right? I'll take it. It's a start. So, guys, when we can even disagree about what's constitutional, Second Amendment, housing, etc. But just let's treat everyone as Americans. And I say that to the right and I say it to the left.
Sure.
Okay, so,
When's the last time they heard that message? Never.
Thank you for
20 bombs just to get one stupid joke in. That's usually how it goes there, guy.
I guess thank you, but you have so much grace for people who really were groaning and not on board with what you said.
When did I say I have grace for that?
I mean, no, I mean, you said it right there. You said, hey, I'll take it. And it was like, this is what we got to do.
There's the room said, yay, trans constitutional rights.
Dude, I'm not even kidding. I took a Benadryl. Dude, I'll be honest. I'm lucky I'm even here right now, okay? Like, I was not feeling great before stream, and honestly...
When's the last time 2/3 of AmFest?
Why do you not?
I am listening to this. I'm not trying to, like, again, man, if you're gonna, like, again, dance monkey dance me, like, hey, I came here to laugh. I came here to engage. I came here for this. I came here for this. Well, guess what, Brian? I'm sorry. This isn't just for you.
Why do you not extend the same grace to
enjoy the show with everybody else?
I'm really glad we're back to this, Franny, because this is important. And we mentioned in the beginning, and I wanted to come back to it.
Mm-hmm.
So, having grace for the left, I run the network, and everybody gets.
I swear to God, I thought he was going to say I run the left.
To have their own opinion. Everybody gets to fight me. Everybody gets to state their own opinion without any editorial control. First of all,
you do go ballistic on them like you went ballistic on me earlier.
Yeah,
you do get, and you
you
always say you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong.
Yeah,
you want me to do that? I can do it too.
Right.
You're wrong. You're an idiot. You're wrong. Like, we can do it.
No,
we know
the
what
thing
you
is,
do. When
oh
you
wow,
disagree.
that's a great point.
It's not
throw back his Jake-isms right back at him.
It's not. I'll take it.
Hold on.
I'll
this
take
is super important for the audience to know. But so we fight, right? When we disagree, I say you're wrong, you say I'm wrong.
Very
but
rarely.
Is there any consequences afterwards? Do I then threaten your job? Do I take people off the air?
I mean, I barely have a job with y'all, but like, look, first of all, we rarely ever, back to what I'm saying, Cenk, who's your main co-host?
Anna, on the Young Turks.
When you say
that there's like over 24 Young Turks contributors and hosts.
I know.
Brian, that's also not what I'm saying, bro. Like, you can interact. And you can say what you want to say. I'm just saying there's a fine line between spam, dude.
I understand that.
So, okay, but
we're cool here, man. All right.
I'm trying to tell you that there is in fact,
I didn't even want to
Cenk,
single you out, but at the same time, we had people in chat just asking, like, "Are you okay?"
We said this privately. I'll say it publicly now. About a year ago, around the time of the trans stuff, and the trans sports stuff, you said to me, "Hey, Francesca, just so you know." And I don't think it's not a secret, but you didn't tell the audience. It was like, hey, just, like TYT main show is kind of like mainstream progressives. Like that's sort of what we want.
No, dude, you're not being rude to me. You've said a few comments that came up, like, again, in the context of text, it did come off like you were getting, for some reason perturbed or something at me. But at the same time, it's not that you're saying rude things. You're honestly just kind of saying a lot of random stuff.
Want to be. And, we're more mainstream, just so you know, we're like,
like
moderate progressives kind of thing. And I was like, okay. And then I said to you,
oh, yeah, if you got something to engage with about the clip, please do. But that's what kind of where I'm going at with this. Now it's kind of distracting from the stream where now I have to be attentive to this. This is not as interesting, obviously, because like, dude, I just lost like 10 viewers just addressing you. So I'm going to let you know, like, I'll address this after we're done with this. Okay.
Why don't we have a debate? Like, why don't you bring John and I on? We debate, you and Anna. We could talk about trans issues. We could talk about, crime. We could talk about all the things that always, get under our skirts. Like, we could talk about that stuff. And that was like, you didn't seem that very excited about that.
Franny, that is a crazy standard. So first of all,
no, I'm just being honest. To say, like, we've never had that space.
Can I answer? Okay.
Are you mad someone's talking too much? Is Cenk Uygur mad someone else is talking too much?
So when do I get animated? When people cut me off. That's what drives me crazy. Okay. So now the thing that you just said that was our private conversation. I literally said at the very beginning of this broadcast. Okay. So I said populist establishment is one spectrum.
That's a good point. He's not blinking as much.
On the extreme end of populism. Left-right spectrum is different, and we're not on the extreme of the left. I said we're kind of in the middle, not the moderate BS that the mainstream media does, right? Oh, Joe Manchin is moderate. No, he's not. Joe Biden and Mitch McConnell are moderate. No, they're not. They're radical corporatists, okay? They've perverted the word, Okay. So, but am I in the center of the left? Yes, I'm in the center of the left, and so is Anna. So, like, people catch feelings over that, but the polling shows it, elections show it, everything shows we're in the center of the left. And I'm proud to be there. I don't want to be on the far left.
I don't think,
but I don't block anyone from being on the far left. And we've had thousands of conversations. And the reason why I'm saying your standard is unfair is you're saying you and John were not involved in those debates, but I've had those debates on air, and I'll have more. I don't care. I'm not shy about it at all. Do I look shy about debating or discussing? So if you want to have another one on the Young Turks, me and you at the 5 o'clock hour or whatever it might be, because 3 to 5. So I'm saying Pacific time. Everybody knows Monday through Friday, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern, we do the show. And that's a news show. So we go through the news items, right? But now sometimes what we're doing is at 5 o'clock, we're having guests on for longer conversations. So if more progressives that are on the just as populist as us or somewhere else on the populist spectrum, but to the left of us on that spectrum want to come on, great. I believe in my opinions 100%. I'm here to defend it. That's why I'm on this show. So, but what gets me animated is when others say, no, Cenk, you are not allowed to have that opinion. I give everybody the space to have their own opinion, and I run the network. But Cenk, even though you run the network, even if you didn't run the network, you're not allowed to have that opinion because that opinion aids and abets racist, sexist, whatever excuse we're using. But you're not allowed to have it. That's an immoral opinion, and you're not. And no, I do not agree to that.
I've been an example for the last hour of trying to hear you out on your opinion on all of this, and I feel like I've gotten. When the converse happens, and I explain that I think that there's a fine line between being anti-establishment and fascistic. Mm-hmm. There is a fine line between being
just being apologetic for the right, like the right wing,
and pro-authoritarian. Mm-hmm. That so many throughout history, authoritarians, Mussolini, have been massive populists. They were loved and liked, so long as certain groups of people weren't included in that populism. Mm-hmm. And I think there's a better way to do populism. And so here's the question.
Tell me, Franny.
Honestly, she's got a great point. And oh my God, what a butthurt reaction he just had right there. That he didn't have the answer.
For how to win the voters back.
Are you serious? Like, that's kind of, wow. That's so illuminating right there, is like what he's about.
Without ever talking to them.
Well, here's my genius
idea. He really is the guy. Like, come on. Like, this is it. He really wants to be like the head voice of the left. He's just mad. He is mad. He's legitimately mad that TYT is losing its market share. And he thought for the longest time that, I'm the strongest voice of the progressive left. Everybody comes to me for progressive left opinions. Oh, what do you mean these streamers don't like me anymore? What do you mean they're getting news time?
Okay, just imagine you had the biggest...
At least that's how it's coming off to me.
Channel for, progressive media. Just imagine you had that. And you had and fascistic. There is a fine line between being populist and pro-authoritarian. That so many throughout history, authoritarians, Mussolini, have been massive populists. They were loved and liked, so long as certain groups of people weren't included in that populism. And I think there's a better way to do populism. And so here's the question.
Tell me, Franny, what's your genius idea for how to win the voters back without ever talking to them?
Well, here's my genius idea. Let's just say, just imagine you had the biggest YouTube channel for, progressive media. Just imagine you had that. And you had a massive failure in the Democratic establishment. Kamala Harris gets her ass handed to her. Biden didn't drop out.
This isn't theoreticals.
People are scrambling. They're running like, rats off a sinking ship from MSNBC, from Pod Save America, and all these Beltway bros that lied to them about the Democratic Party having this in the bag, knowing what they were doing, that never talked about capitalism, that never talked about corporate donors, that never talked about any of that stuff. And I would love, if I had a network, to be the place where people from the center left or liberals, the wicked liberals, to come over and say, hey, let's think systematically about this. Let's think long-term about this. Let's think about political revolution. Let's think about getting
You used to be like that.
serious about the 99% against the 1%. That's what I would do.
That's exactly what I'm doing. So you're welcome. I explained exactly. Hold on, let me answer.
I don't see you doing that.
Well, you're wrong. Again, you're wrong. So Oh
my God, he literally just did the thing that she called him on just like a minute ago where you're wrong. And did you see that perfect eye roll?
I explained how Positive America and The View and Morning Joe were
I think she's done. I think she's totally done.
Long that Joe Biden was had trouble. Then why didn't you say it, you liars? Why did you protect him all along? I ran against Joe Biden. I did a petition against Joe Biden. I said we should do an open primary. My number one motivating factor is to find a populist left figure that wins that 2028 primary. That is the most important thing in the world. And now you've got me scared, Franny, that all of a sudden, if the far left peels off and goes and agrees with the establishment and votes with them, I will lose my freaking mind. It will be the greatest betrayal of this movement that I have ever seen.
How are you seeing that's where this is leading? What?
I don't think you consider
anyone on the left should be massively against the establishment. So what you're using is fear of the right-wing populism going south on us, which is a real fear, which I'm trying to guard against. To say, to now all of a sudden, well, maybe the establishment's not so bad. No, the establishment's horrible.
How is this what he took from this?
It's horrible. I'm not going back in that prison. I'd rather be in the populous woods with real human beings fighting and battling and trying to get to the right answer and the right coalitions than to be in an establishment prison where we're now locked up by Mitch McConnell and goddamn Dick Cheney and Joe Biden and Pelosi, and we're marched back into let it continue the robbery. Thank you, sir, for the robbery. We appreciate your stupid
and the right's
robbery.
Not robbing people. The right doesn't rob people.
I was about to say. Notice how he doesn't put Trump in there.
Look at that, Franny. Look at what you're saying. I just said 200 times in this interview that Trump's a fake populist. And there's going to be a huge
concretely. Robbery. I don't know who you're talking about. Concretely,
so you think the right's not going to
No. I'm just let me just say how I see it. Just you've explained how you see it. So I've been covering Trump since 2016. We covered his rise. One of the big videos we did in AJ Plus was why do people like Trump, right? And everyone was like, oh no, we have to talk about why people like Trump, and it's so obvious. The outsider tells it like it is, very direct, not afraid to upset, the normal establishment order of you gotta be a politician, you gotta be this. Of course, there's a million. He's kind of funny. There's a million reasons, and right. And there's a million reasons why.
You've got an ugly wife, Ted. Your wife is ugly as a dog. He's talking about Ted Cruz's wife.
People like him, and yet, obviously, there is a massive danger. My brain just made the big.
I'm just telling you, I've never seen the Zodiac Killer and Ted Cruz's dad in the same room before.
Biggest fart noise on me, and I do not remember exactly what I was saying. But
that's okay. So you remember?
No. Yeah. You're right. Keep you say something.
Yeah. So Franny, look. It's when I talk about people attacking us, I want to be clear about this because it's really important.
Okay, wait. You say that really quickly.
Yeah,
I remembered. My analysis has always been Donald Trump is a great brand master as an outsider, but he's a Trojan horse. Mm-hmm. That at the end of the day, even though Mitch McConnell, says his bullshit and whatever, of course he wants all the same things that Donald Trump wants. Trump is a brilliant Trojan horse for, yes, the establishment right. Look at all the neocons he's appointed. I made a joke all the cabinet positions are going to be, and yeah, you've got a random Kash Patel and whomever, but they're going to be the people commenting on his Truth Social. It's nah, he's picking Huckabee. He's picking Marco Rubio. He's got Elise Stefanik. He's all these people who we're going to be at war with Iran within a couple years. I have no doubts about that. So I truly, unless again, his actual base is no, including us, I just feel is that not clear? I thought we were all clear that Trump was literally just a Trojan horse for establishment politics. It's as if Bernie Sanders said all the things and all the right things, but when got into office, Nancy Pelosi's behind the curtain pulling the levers. Wasn't that just understood that that's who he was?
So no, it's more complicated than that. I agree with everything you said about Trump and why he got to be popular. He ran as anti-establishment,
Right.
as a fake populist, right?
Right.
And so that's what worked really well. Wouldn't it be amazing if we had a real populist on the left and ran on populist left? So I hope to God we all agree to that.
It's like we haven't tried that before.
So in terms of the part that I don't quite agree on the Trojan horse, you're right. That's all he's done so far. In the first term, he had 4 freaking years. And his number one and almost only accomplishment was corporate tax cuts. Massive, massive corporate tax cuts. And in fact, on the Young Turks, back then I said, watch, the establishment is going to leave him the minute those tax cuts pass. I even named a name. I said Gary Cohn, his national economic advisor. Okay, he's going to leave right after the corporate tax cuts pass, because that was the Trojan horse part. So you're right about that, right? But Trump is uncontrollable. So that's why that's why the Mitch McConnell and the establishment fights against Trump during the primaries. They didn't want him because they want people that can be controlled. Trump is uncontrollable both in terrible ways and maybe potentially ways that could be positive. And that is why the establishment is scared to death of him, is because they're like, well, what if he does things that are populist in the right direction? No, right? Now, he hasn't yet, right? So, and the policy that you just mentioned, Franny, that's the one where the rubber hits the road. And so I am so curious what's going to happen. So Israel has absolute power at this point. And they believe, and they're drunk on power because they believe Trump is going to give them everything that they want. And in the beginning, he definitely will. That's why he nominated Team Miriam, as I explained earlier, Stefanik, Rubio, etc. Right? And so those guys will be our neocons. They will push for us to fund Israel's wars from here to eternity. If I am wrong, then there'll never be any pushback from the right-wing populists, the MAGA base, and they'll be like, oh, send all of our money to Israel, start more wars. Maybe we should fight the wars for Israel. And then I'll come on your show and go on the Young Turks and say, guys, I was wrong. No, it turns out the right-wing populists, they weren't anti-war. They were just cultists.
You're going to be saying that, trust me, because once they put the religious angle into it, then you're going to be shit shocked when all of a sudden it's like, what do you mean these are evangelical Zionists?
Right?
What?
Or I'll be right, and some portion of that base will go.
That's what the sarcasm was the last time we elected a populist / ran them without forcing a dropout.
Muslims. I mean, Tucker's a good example of it. He turned on the Iraq war a year into the war. And he explained on a radio show, he's like, because they're these Iraqi Arab Muslims are monkeys, and I don't care about them.
Yeah.
So he doesn't do it with good intent or anything positive in his heart, but they genuinely want to get the hell out of wars, right?
Yes.
So if I'm right, when Trump pushes too far on Israel, they're going to push back. So that's a great mystery.
I wanted
to with our own eyes.
Yes. And I want to say, for the record, I'm not against. Here's what I'm not against. Bringing those people into the fold of a broad progressive coalition that includes everyone. So, and does, however, if those folks are also like, yeah, because there's already too many Muslims here, right, guys? That's something that I have a line around, but that's not to say, especially if it's some random uninformed voter who's just like racist by, just sort of not genetically, but like their dad was a racist, so they are a little bit, whatever. Like those people, those people can be worked on. I do think for me, this is what a broad coalition looks like, but there are lines, and that line for me is respecting human rights and civil rights of your fellow Americans, which I think you're trying to get to. But I do want to ask, we all hate Mika Brzezinski and Joe Scarborough, but like in practice, is what you're doing that different from, like, if you were to get invited to Mar-a-Lago, Cenk, wouldn't you go?
Oh, I would definitely go.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
there you go.
Okay, so
to open lines of discussion.
Yeah, so good question. So let me address it. So Mika and Joe were very clear. They said we went down there because we're scared, and
They didn't say that. No, they actually said the same thing that you're about to say to her, I'm guessing.
And they wanted a court power.
No, they actually said, no, I'm going back just even a second ago. They said the same thing that you were just saying, where it's like, no, they did it because they wanted to open a channel to the other side because we have to work with these people. No, what you're doing is just as fucking dirty as like what you would accuse them of with you. Like, dude, this is the hypocritical news shit that I hate, especially with Cenk.
Get access again. To me, what is that about? That's about their ego. That's about their career. That's about their money, etc. For me, why would I go to Mar-a-Lago? Well, I'm not going to ask for any money. I never do. I don't. That's not what I do. And I don't care about their positions. I don't want to be in the Trump administration. I don't care about any of that. What do I care about? I care about policy. So I believe that if I'm in a room with Trump, I can convince him on at least one policy. Okay. And I know no one believes that, but just put me in a room with him. Okay. And I'm not going to walk out of and if he says no to the policy, right, then I'm gone. And I gave it my best shot and it didn't work. Okay. But at least I tried. At least I tried really hard to move that ship in the right direction. Remember, Trump likes to be popular. So that is a place where you could show him, hey, look at these populist positions, economically populist positions, which are overwhelmingly popular. Do that. So a good example is cut the Pentagon instead of cutting Medicare, right?
What do you think the probability? I wanted to ask you a question. What do you think under Doge? What is the probability that the Pentagon is cut versus what every single Republican ultimately wants, and that's why this guy is their Trojan horse, cutting Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid? Like, what's the probability they actually cut the Pentagon instead? I'm giving it a 4% chance on Polymarket.
We should do a bet on there.
Let's do a bet.
So no, I've got it at 20%. So not very high, but higher than what you got it at. 20% that they cut the Pentagon. So 80% that they won't. But now there's a fighter's chance that they do.
In comparison, like they'd rather.
Hold on. What is the chance that they try to cut Medicare or Social Security? 60%. So that's still much more likely, right?
Yes.
And I've started to see And by the way, here's another reason to communicate. I now am seeing right-wing hosts talking about cutting Social Security. So they're coming for Social Security.
Mm-hmm.
I see them talking about arresting two people. So they, the two that they're most obsessed with, Fauci and Liz Cheney.
Yeah.
So that's real, and we got to stop that. I hate Liz Cheney, but you don't arrest her because you don't like her. That's not a thing. And in fact, I had a huge battle with Vinny, who's a right-wing populist that I agree with some issues on, but a huge battle on that on Patrick Bet-David's show last time. I'm like, brother, you need a crime to arrest people. She hurt my feelings is not a crime, right? She disagreed with Trump is not a crime.
I mean, it is now. I mean, Kash Patel, if you are a journalist or a pundit going on MSNBC and you say something about Kash Patel, he's going to send you a defamation letter of defamation, whatever, a threat to sue him. And that's what's happening. I actually, and I do. Here's lastly, do you have a second?
The thing is, just take up the lawsuits because as much as they want to push it, they can't just buy the judge's decisions. I've had this argument with a few people where they're just like, yeah, well, they'll just bankrupt you through taking you through all these court proceedings. It's like, no. That's where you have to find a lawyer worth half a damn that will go to a judge and then have it thrown out on standing.
Second, a little bit more.
Yeah, and I want to say one last thing too, but go ahead, Franny.
Okay, I just want to, because this, I think, was another moment on Patrick Bet-David's show that stung, and I appreciate that you got into it with Vinny. I'm not discrediting that. Again, I'm not saying all of these appearances have been 100% awful. I just feel there have been moments where you throw the left under the bus.
Who the hell said Trump has the best policies? What?
More than...
Brian, you're having a conversation with yourself here.
You push back on the right. And I you might disagree with the characterization. What? That's how I feel. This part stung for me.
God.
Why do you think they're losing these names? Yeah, so everything's a little bit different.
And he's talking about the Tulsi Gabbards and RFK Jr. and why the Democrats have lost those names.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Person's different. So Tulsi, I think, was always secretly a right winger, but Bobby Kennedy Jr. was.
Why is it from that angle? He looks like he would be like the leader of a village in Zelda,
right? And so he's a decent example. So Bobby has opinions that a lot of people on the left don't agree with, right? To which I say something revolutionary to the left. So what? Okay, he agrees with us on the environment. He agrees with us on housing, on anti-corruption. He doesn't agree with us on vaccines, fluoride, etc. Right?
Okay, I stopped it there because you talked about, giving him a fair shot in the primaries, which I actually agree with you about. However, I take issue with, so what? My daughter's 2. She's going to be going to preschool, then to kindergarten, then obviously in public school. So what for childhood vaccinations is truly whether or not my community and my family are safe or not. Having RFK Jr. as the head of the HHS is wildly dangerous. And it's not a culture war issue, Cenk.
No, it's not a culture war issue to say, hey, I don't want polio back.
I'm not saying he's...
And the fact that somehow the people who understand science the least are the ones that were somehow going, yeah, these vaccines totally cause autism, even though we've been told so many times and have the scientific community has gone through it and gone and said, we did the thermalisol treatment, tests, and guess what? We got rid of thermalisol. Nothing changed. So it wasn't that. So they moved the goalpost instead of just acknowledging that their genetics just might be shit.
He's not right on some things, but again, what's the probability?
And also, what is with the American fear of autism? By the way, is that can we just acknowledge that that's a real thing?
That his HHS is going to do.
Yet they don't want abortions.
Anything to rein in corporate power or regulate the big R word. Regulate any of the ways that they poison us. No, they're not going to do that. What they will do is get rid of any vaccination requirements and and just sow even more distrust in what has protected millions of people.
Yeah, so it's a fair question because you're misinterpreting what I mean by so what, but not on purpose. It's a miscommunication. So when I say so what, I don't mean, it's no big deal, or that we shouldn't fight him as the head of HHS. I'm against him being the head of HHS. I mean, so what is in so what? Then let's fight him on those things, right? So I wish he was the head of HUD, and then I would support him. He is great. He wants to ban private equity from buying our residential homes. Great, that's a great policy, right? But as the head of HHS, I massively disagree with him, and I think that getting rid of vaccines is a very problematic and not a culture war issue. It's very real. That affects people's actual lives. And when vaccines are blocked, there was a story out of Pakistan. They thought it was like an American trick. And then they blocked the polio vaccine and polio spread. And they were like, no, sorry, come back, right? So that's what I mean by so what. So what? Let's fight them on it. There's no... See, that's partly what's wrong here, which is that we're thinking of them, us. And so if they're in the them, then we hate everything about them, right? And what I'm saying is, no, we don't have to hate everything about them. All we have to say is...
Maybe don't qualify genetics as good-bad when referring to autism as... okay, yeah.
I don't agree with Bobby.
That's fair. I was more broadly speaking to the fact that these people could just never actually fathom the idea that it actually might be in their genetic code instead of, being something that the government developed to make sure that it,
on vaccines. So let's go. Let's fight him and show that he's wrong, right?
Sure.
So there's nothing wrong with
that. All right. I'm willing to give you that. As we wrap, I do want to ask, do you think about how what you're doing reflects on TYT as a whole or on individual hosts at all? I personally feel implicated by a strategy that I do disagree with. Or do you think, well, I'm doing the right thing, so everything I do should reflect beautifully on everyone who works at TYT?
See, this is a way of getting me saying, Cenk, you're out of bounds. You're implicating
I'm not trying.
A strategy I don't agree with. Well, but what am I supposed to do? Not do the strategy I believe in because it might implicate people on the network?
I think I'm asking for empathy. I'm just asking for empathy, Cenk. It's just
weird.
Being a little empathetic.
No, I don't think that's about empathy. I think what you guys are asking for, and this is why I'm not on the far left, is you're saying, since we don't agree with your strategy and your strategy implicates us, if you were empathetic and a good person, you wouldn't do your strategy. And I don't agree. I think my strategy is way better and will protect all of us much better.
That's not what she said. She was talking about having empathy for the people who don't agree with the poly market. somebody that might start questioning whether or not you're beholden to some foreign entities at that point.
And so I'm not going to
Come on.
purposely do the wrong strategy
Oh, man.
because it implicates people on the far left. If you say,
Well,
hey,
that's the type of boss he is.
I'm so
Good to know.
implicated, I'm going to leave. This is unconscionable to me, as some did. Great. I got no problems with it. Everybody makes their own choices, but I'm not pushing anybody out. You get this.
It's a left-handedness trend, but with diagnostic improvements added in as things become less societally taboo. Wow, I'm having a trouble with that word today. Those willing to identify with a label increases. Yeah, but also it's like you were just saying. It's like once it's diagnosed, then you're going to see an increase just because then by merit of having that diagnosis, you're going to then be able to diagnose people, thus increasing the people with said disease.
Everybody gets to stay. Everybody gets to have their own opinion.
Or
they get to
ailment
have
or
it
whatever.
passionately. They get to fight me on it. They get to fight everyone on it. They get to make their case. I can't do.
I mean, honestly, just, yeah, like in the 90s, you literally were just like, is that the retarded kid?
Any better than being super open-minded and allowing everybody to make their case. If you
And
say,
then we all collectively went, not cool, dude.
hey, Cenk, you shouldn't make your case because some of us feel implicated by it, well, that's your problem, not my problem. Okay?
Yeah, I mean, about that, I'm reminded of the book by I think his name is Michael Schneider on tyranny, and he wrote it's like 20 lessons from the 20th century about authoritarianism and fascism. And one of the things that has come to mind when you say my strategy will protect us is he has this chapter, I'm going to bring it up, the first part of it called "Do Not Obey in Advance," and he writes, most of the power of authoritarianism is freely given. In times like these, individuals think ahead about what a more repressive government will want and then offer themselves without being asked. A citizen who adapts in this way is teaching power what it can do. In other words, you don't have to do the sort of crackdown on the left around speech because I'm going to do it for you. Or you don't have to
but
come
I'm not
to me.
cracking down. Again, you're misstating it. I'm doing the exact opposite. You're cracking down by saying, Cenk, you're out of bounds. So you should stop with your stupid opinion. And because you're implicating me.
I feel like there's
let's
a
be
real
honest, that's what you're saying.
Cenk, I feel like there's a real misunderstanding of power in your mind. And I don't know why.
I think you're hiding behind this power dynamic.
No. I'm being totally honest. I am a contributor to TYT that I go on every time you guys ask. I step in a pinch often. Sometimes I don't.
You do.
I've been asked less and less as of late. Jordan has sort of eclipsed me. It's fine. I don't give a shit. But like I am but a mere contributor. I make very little money from this show. I'm really grateful to the people who support it. Again, you have founded the TYT. You've been the head of TYT. You're one of a stalwart in broader progressive left.
Cenk likes to gaslight leftist women. Yeah, it seems like he does have like this weird thing with it because he does it so often.
Enter media.
Although you know what, that's not fair. Not just leftist women, because he did like the way he did it to Lance too.
Discussions, what you do is far more impactful than what I do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just being honest with you.
Okay.
You have a huge footprint. You have
it's a good thing I have the right strategy.
And when you go on shows, and you go on stages again with
he said that with such arrogance and confidence without taking into account that he's literally losing 1/5 of his audience.
Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. Great strategy, Cenk.
It looks like an apology tour. You
you're wrong about it.
You implicate not just everyone who's worked with you and everyone who is ostensibly on your side, but it basically makes it seem like it cheapens.
Brian, you're starting to do it again, just so you know, man. Interesting, but do you see anybody engaging with that?
Everything that we've done and we've built. That's why I can't sleep at night. That's why I feel sick when I see you on the show. Like I'm just being, I guess I'm nuts. I guess I'm totally crazy and I should just trust you and say, yes, you're doing the right thing. You're protecting us.
No, you don't have
but
to say
all
that.
I am doing is I'm filled with absolute despondency, like truly. And I can't believe that a guy who I used to admire and who I thought had a lot of fight is trying to scratch the back of people who absolutely would never do the same for them.
So we just spent an hour and a half me explaining how I'm not scratching their back. I'm trying to get
but I can show
their
you more
populace
clips,
to agree
man.
with us on things we believe in and we've always believed in. And you go
Well,
back to scratching their back.
At least the
So
trains
listen,
will run
Frank,
on time.
No. So let's end on this because this is monumentally important. So I say everybody's allowed to have their opinion. You say when I have my opinion, I'm hurting other people. But that's, do you, hold on.
You're hurting a broader movement, yeah.
Hold on. Do you not get that privileges your position and says my position is obviously the correct one and the moral one? And since you have the incorrect.
No, it's actually, I was about to say, no. Wow. Does he not hear himself? This is the biggest piece of projection I've ever heard.
Immoral one. You are implicating me in your immorality and your wrongness. So you really shouldn't do that because that's being immoral
Cenk.
to me and other people who agree with me.
Wow, way to go out on a fucking high note.
Obviously wrong and immoral about this. You're
I'm saying
implicating me in your immorality.
with great
I
power
appreciate
comes
you
great
godlike.
responsibility.
It's
That's what I'm
godlike.
saying.
It is definitely the correct position.
I'm saying with
So,
great
since
power
you're
comes
not
great
off the
responsibility.
reservation,
I'm
Cenk, by the
giving
way,
you.
so accepting. But you've gone off the reservation and you've gone rogue, Cenk. So now it is your fault for implicating the beloved far left, who are clearly have the correct position. But you guys don't have the correct position. And you don't represent the left.
I think, hold on, guys. I got to address this. Autism is just hyper-focused without exceptions. Some people can focus on 3 things at a time. Autistic people can't hold a conversation. Dude, you want to talk about reductive thinking? That's one of the dumbest things I've heard in this chat in a long time.
So please.
What? Dude, that's maybe a small subsect. You do understand that when they're talking about autism on the right, they're talking about the severe autism. They're talking about the ones that need forever care autism. They're not talking about spectrum disorder.
Stop pretending you're
And also, that's why I think that spectrum disorder, people who are Vosh. I'll use Vosh as a perfect example about this one because he, number one, has claimed that he was never formally diagnosed, but his parents knew and they didn't want him to get formally diagnosed, so they just went with it. So he's been saying that he has autism and that he's on the spectrum. So therefore, whenever he says something shitty, you have to just be like, well, that's my autism. I have a problem with that, number one. And then on top of it, I have another problem with the fact that we're probably in about 10 years going to reclassify the people that are, what I'm saying, that are light on the spectrum as something else.
Represent the left when the voting and the polling clearly
But what you're talking about is just what?
showed you don't. And it's not wrong to be center left. You think that it's center left is no, it's, I don't know what you think it is, MAGA or whatever. But you want to talk about the
I
power
said it's
dynamic.
Bill Maher and Nancy Pelosi having a baby, Cenk.
No, but Brian, the reason I responded the way I did is because just before that, you were up there just saying how I have autism. I can learn any if I play a song, I can play, or I can learn any song that I hear just by playing it. Blah 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 blah.
I think,
dude, that's some of the again.
Ultimately, you just need to
honestly, man, you're getting
embrace
a
your
little exhausting.
centrism, my guy. I think you're just more of a centrist than you think.
I just explained it, but you don't want to hear it. I said it earlier, Franny. I'm not talking about the disgusting centrism of Manchin and all of that the mainstream media lied to us and called centrism. That's radical.
What's wrong with Manchin? Manchin works with.
Yes, Brian. I'm going to pause this video that I have been watching for the better part of 2 hours so I can discuss the finer nuances of autism with you.
Both sides. He's a perfect example of what
Manchin,
you're doing.
that's exactly what I'm talking about. Manchin is the establishment. The
start
fact
your
that
own
you
show.
can't see the difference between a left-wing populist who despises the establishment
Who's a
and
right-wing
Manchin
populist?
who loves and is the establishment.
Who's a
The
right-wing
fact that
populist?
You can't see that difference is stunning.
He does look like he's about to cry.
Who is a right-wing populist? Name him. Who's a right-wing
Vinny
populist?
on Patrick Bet David show is definitely a right-wing populist. Dan Holloway on Drinking Bros is definitely a right-wing populist.
Vinny on PBD thinks that the Biden administration blew up the bridge in Baltimore.
He does. That's right. Because they're not saints and they don't agree with us.
Who's a right-wing
60%
populist
of
in
stuff.
office? Who's a right-wing? Is it Matt Gaetz? Who's your right-wing populist in office? Is it Marjorie
Now
Greene?
the new right-wing populist is absolutely clear. And
They're so clear that he can't even come up with one name.
guys, before I say the name, I know what's going to happen after I say the name. You're going to think of all the bad things he said about social issues, and you're going to think, oh my God, Cenk likes this guy. That's why I now hate Cenk. So I'm telling you, ahead of me telling you the name, no, I do not agree with him on the social and cultural issues, and I will fight him as hard as I possibly can on those. And I don't think that he's right on all the economic issues at all, but he has begun to be populist because he stopped taking corporate PAC money. Josh Hawley in the Senate. That is now a right-wing populist. Tom Massey, a right-wing populist, okay? Those guys, Massey, you could say 1,000 terrible things about him, but he is honest. Everybody knows he's honest. He's honest to a fault, right? He says some things, I'm like, whoa, that's freaking crazy, right? But are they actual right-wing populists? Yes, they are. And the number one way you could tell if someone's going to be a populist is if they stop taking corporate PAC money.
Okay, I accept that. I accept that. I just want to say, lastly, I worry about our relationship because, I mean, I don't have to, like, we may grow distant, you know what I mean? I'm trying to delve more into my show. I still love going on John's show and Dr. Richie's show. That's in the TYT network. This show is on the podcast network of TYT. There's no money that really exchanges hands. You guys do help me with the podcast hosting, so I appreciate that. So I may owe y'all money. Do you know what I'm saying? But I'm just being honest. Like,
you don't know anybody.
But you know what I mean. I'm being honest about what our arrangement is. But I worry because we were but 5 minutes into this conversation, and you said Emma Vigeland likes the establishment, and it doesn't matter what she said. It doesn't. Hang on.
No. She said it. Brian, I don't hate you. No. Brian, you're getting on my nerves. There's a difference. You have been spamming the chat. You have been saying some random ass crap. And then on top of it, it seems to like you want to make it about you. You want to have the conversations that you want to have. Honestly, dude, you're harshing the vibe of this show. I don't know what you need. I'm trying to give you entertainment, and if you can't just sit back and enjoy it, then I don't know what to do. But honestly, you're making this difficult on me. I don't want to ban you. I would like to leave you here to enjoy this show and to also interact with chat, but you are having a hard time finding that line of interaction. I don't hate you, but you are pushing it.
It's not about what she said, but it is concerning that there are so many former TYT employees, and let's put Doran Rubin aside, but people like Ben Dixon and Emma Vigeland, and even longtime contributors who were editors like Hank. I remember Hank, and like the fact that
I miss
he
Hank.
helped start the TYT union, and now has obviously
nothing.
Okay, but I knew Hank was such a great guy, and Emma and Ben are such.
Wow. So this is how he doesn't like Emma. He doesn't like Hank. He doesn't like pretty much Jimmy. I mean, obviously Jimmy Dore, Dave Rubin. So he has a problem with pretty much anybody. Even Lance from the Surfs, who was just a contributor. He has a problem with every single person that has helped TYT and put them where they are. Like if they leave TYT, like seriously, Hank now, one of the nicest guys that was on that show, he's gonna just be like, Hank was an asshole.
I'm just saying, I'm telling you, these are, but okay, I'm afraid, man, like I'm next. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do that I'm booted out of the castle and suddenly it's us versus them. And so what does it say about TYT? What does it say about you that there's so many former employees who are on our side ostensibly, who you have so much disdain for?
Yeah.
So Franny, if you're next and I have this secret nefarious plan to push people out, why am I on here? Why would I come on here and talk to you for now nearly 2 hours when if I'm planning to push you, that doesn't make any sense. So number two, that's
not what she was saying.
Some people have left the network, and don't exclude Dore and Rubin, because Dore and Rubin and some others that are.
You just figured out that there's a delay here? Yeah, Brian, your victim mentality is acting up again. You said some reductive shit and got called out on it. It's not the end of the world.
Went right, but some others went left or far left or whatever.
Thanks, Brandon.
But some group of them have the same agenda. Come watch me, come subscribe to me, not the Young Turks. I'm the morally pure one. I'm the right one. I'm the one that's right, and they're all evil and terrible. And don't give them money. Give me money. right? So let's keep it real. So is that everybody? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Okay. So a good example is Mondale Robinson. I like Mondale, and he has the similar ideological problem as you do. And he decided one day, that's it, I'm quitting. Right.
Yeah.
And so, but bless his heart. That's what God made doors for. Okay. So, and now he's attacking me and saying I'm in league with racists and stuff like that. Okay. That's his opinion. Right. But when people cross a line like Rubin and Dorr and Sam Cedar, et cetera, and
I was waiting for it.
Others, and
there it is.
They say, "Oh, Jake's just has this evil
didn't leave him
plan,
out.
and he's doing it for money, and he's a grifter, and he works with the CIA, or he works with this guy or that guy."
Poly market.
Okay, now you're lying. And you're lying in like extreme ways.
No, he's misrepresenting everything that they said. No. The biggest thing that has been the problem is when they found out about the poly market sponsorship, they called him on it, they started making fun of it, and then all of a sudden he's going out and saying that Sam Cedar said this, Emma said that, but they actually brought up some really good points about how Cenk is a sellout.
So like this whole thing of like Sam, for example, analogized me to a Nazi, but he's done 1,000 things. That's just one of them. And then when I go, hey, hold on. When I say cut that crap out, and they're like, oh, we're the victims. Oh, I just said you were a grifter and that you're lying to people and you're cheating people. And I said you might be a Nazi and you're definitely a right winger, but I'm the innocent one. I can't believe Cenk counterattacked after I punched him in the face 20 times. I can't believe a poor little angel.
But he believes in saving Social Security and cutting the Pentagon. So can you give him credit for that and work with him?
Oh, yeah, of course. Of course. So, I mean, if Sam's going to vote to save the Social Security and not cut Social Security, I'm not the guy who says, I don't want his vote, right? I just don't have to go on his stupid show and agree with his stupid ideas.
No, but you should definitely go on his show to, have a good spirited debate. I don't know. It's almost like that's something that would make a lot of money, that would get a lot of ad revenue, that would definitely help boost the left. But no, you are kind of just being the chicken.
Okay, but you just, again, stupid. Again, these are words that you reserve.
Okay.
Why do you?
Wow. Okay, Fran has been to therapy. Cenk has not.
If I called you a Nazi and I said you're a right winger and you're secretly taking money from Pelosi and Charlie Kirk, then and you said and you got angry with me, wouldn't that be a rational reaction?
I think there's been a conflation with
reaction be, oh, I love Cenk. I love that he called me a Nazi. I can't wait to work with him. No, he's a freaking grifter. That's all he's ever done. He literally told me that he was trying to take Jimmy Dore's audience because Jimmy's was bigger.
Good.
So he wanted to.
You remember what Jimmy Dore did to me. You remember the reason Jimmy Dore is. The reason Jimmy Dore was out the door was in part what he did to me, and you and I talked about that at the time. It was when he had to finally face the fucking music and be like, "Hey, you cannot bully another not employee but a contributor."
Franny? I stood up for you, right?
You did. It had to get bad, but you did. He had also been. I mean, he had been going the way of the dodo for a long time. But I just want to say, so it doesn't say anything about TYT, that there are these former employees who really, and I just want to back to the last thing I'm going to say is people really liked you. They really did. And they looked up to you and they thought of you as a comrade, a boss, a co-conspirator in this grand, political project to really change this country, to make it more democratic. It really is. I have to say, there's a thin line between love and hate. And even these channels that are hell bent on being like, Cenk's this, Cenk's that, you know what? They were all massive Cenk fans. I think we all are a little bit. And so I just want to say, it is sad to us to see you, honestly, act very small. When in fact,
no, it's kind of like watching your uncle get bodied, and then you're just and then he just constantly he's just man, 5 years ago, it's like he lost a fight and he keeps talking about it. It's just dude, we all saw it happen.
It could be a lot bigger.
So, Franny, I think you're being unbelievably unfair So you're taking 6 people,
of course,
4 of whom are like clearly doing it for money, okay, and clearly doing it for attention.
So
and
are you. You make a living off of it. I hate this type of disingenuous argument. Yeah, no, actually, you know what? He can't even do that anymore. He runs a network. He has sponsorship by Polymarket. This is a small YouTube show where I barely have 1,000 subs. I am a very, very small show. You want to talk about independent media? I'm the independent media.
And then,
look at me. Look at me. I am the independent media now.
I'm asking you a question.
You accuse me of incredibly unfair things. Can you allow me to respond? Franny, you know the people inside TYT. They weren't here.
Dude, she's literally laughing at the fact that, like,
15.
He's freaking out while also, like, just burying her while not answering her questions. Then when she interrupts to say, "Hey, you're not really answering my question."
Years, 17 years, 20 years, 17 years, and they love working at TYT. And what these assholes are doing is pretending that we're bad bosses and we're bad to our employees and we're bad to everyone that
No, it's not what those assholes are doing. It's what you're showing us. It's the fact that your behavior is showing that you're kind of a vengeful dick. It shows that out of being a boss, out of everybody that you named, it's always somebody that you just happen to leave on bad terms with TYT. Gee, I wonder why that would be.
TYT, and we do all these things and we push them out. Bullshit. Every one of those people left.
Thank you, Brian. I appreciate it.
And they said, "Oh, I'm going to be bigger and better than you." And then they viciously attacked not just me, but everyone that works at TYT. Why do you think Edwin and Bart and all those guys have been there for so long? We gave people 12 weeks of paid family leave when no one else was doing it. And we did it for moms. We did it for dads. I can go on and on. Franny, to make it seem like I'm pushing people out and that I'm the bad guy here, when in fact, you know for a fact that 98% of the people that work at TYT love TYT and try to stay there forever and ever and ever. Sometimes they'll go to a different company and go, "Whoa, holy shit, that's bad," and come back to TYT. So please be fair and honest with your audience.
Who left and came back?
Because working at TYT...
Actually, no, for real. Does anybody know who left and came back, who he might be talking about?
...has been amazing for those people. And all we're getting is smeared by a couple of people who literally say, "We want to tear down the network." We got 75 people here that we have to provide for. And they're trying to take food off their table because me. I'm going to tear down the left-wing network. Why don't you spend your time, those people that I'm talking about, tearing down the right wing, tearing down Trump, tearing down all these people, instead of sitting there and going, "Oh, someone on the left is bigger than me. I'm going to tear them down." And that's what they're doing.
I think it's a really sore subject, but I did just want to ask. I think yesterday on Mark Lamont Hill's show, you did say that that what your strategy has actually cost you and cost TYT some subscribers, and members, more importantly, who financially support the show. Speaking of putting food on 75 people's table, what is your reaction to that? I know anecdotally there are people who love and support my show, even though I truly don't talk about my disagreements with you. And God, Cenk, I've been over backwards. The reason my show is at 1 p.m. is because it's right before you, right in between when TYT doesn't have any show. I've bent over very backwards to accommodate TYT.
Yeah, and that's kind of like, I hate to say, it's a dead zone for YouTube shows.
But there are people who love my show.
That's why, honestly, I start at 2 o'clock on the days that I start early.
Who say, I had to stop supporting TYT for a lot of political disagreements. And what do you say to those people, or how does that make you feel?
I refuse to be wrong on purpose. So we lost a lot of members and paying subscribers when
that was me.
started criticizing Obama from the left.
I used to be a paying subscriber.
That he shouldn't be drilling in the Gulf.
No more.
And he shouldn't be bailing out the bankers without any consequences, etc. And people were outraged. But I didn't do it because I didn't know the term back then, but I know it now. It's called audience capture, and I'm not going to do it. So if you say at the time, people were like, "No, be pro-Obama."
Oh, please. Dude, that's the whole reason you're doing this, because you've been using coded language, essentially saying, "Oh, well, we need to bring some of them over to our side." That's technically audience capture. And because of what you do and the fact that you run a network, I don't care what it is, it's a network. You're bringing them over as viewers. So just by the merit of them being viewers of a different program coming to yours, that's audience capture. Quit using this as an arbitrary thing to kind of make yourself go, well, I have a superiority complex because I don't go looking for audience share. I don't go looking for Majority Report members, even though it would be very, very smart for me to do. I'm very unapologetic in my way of thinking.
Pro-Obama. I'm like, no, I'm not going to lie to you on purpose. And now some folks are saying, no, tell us the far left is totally right. And then that
honestly, yeah, Brian, this isn't goon streaming. Stop sexualizing her. Yeah.
Like there is no crime and on and on and on, right? No, I'm not going to be purposely wrong.
I will agree with you. She does look like Joan Jett, but it's the other comments where it's like, come on, man.
And so I'm not going to do audience capture, and I'm not going to say that. And so how could I be a grifter and say at the same time, I'm willing to sacrifice a lot of money that I'm super worried about for all of us at TYT to do the right thing? That's the exact
Damn it. All right. That was pretty funny.
opposite of grifter.
Every woman. Okay. He looks like Florence from the Jeffersons.
That's saying I'm standing on principle. I'm standing on what I think is the real viewers of TYT and representing them.
If you guys don't get that reference, look it up.
What you're not seeing is there's so many people on the left who are afraid to state their real opinions because they're going to get shellacked online. All the far left is going to come out and call them a right winger and a fascist, etc. They're so scared to actually state their own opinions because the far left has so much more power than they realize in terms of the social media ecosystem. Right?
I agree. And I do think that it would benefit all of us to be a little bit less online, because I do think there is a real left. They are in labor unions. They work in homes. They, they are serving people Starbucks, right? Like there are real leftists. Yes. They are, let's be real, they are on the streets demonstrating for Palestinian human rights. They've been on the streets, although I know this gets into prickly territory, but they've been on the streets saying things like defund the police, saying things like Black Lives Matter. And I know you might disagree with them, but there are real leftists who don't just live online. And so I hear you about, I absolutely concede our movements. We always talk about this. How can our movements be more attractive? Be, as Michael Albert, who wrote this book called Participatory Economics, he used to say, how do we make the left sticky? Like sticky, where people want to be there and stay there. And sure, it's by not over policing one another, and it's by meeting people where they're at. And I think that is absolutely true. But for me, it is not about, it's not about what I see is conceding.
What's up, Don Bray's son? Hola.
To a right-wing framing within the ceiling.
Welcome to the stream. I appreciate you popping in.
There's always a ceiling, and that ceiling is Donald Trump.
I appreciate the follow. Thank you.
Franny, I'm not conceding, and facts have to matter. Facts have to matter. Well, like you're painting me as a collaborator when I haven't collaborated at all. All I've done is argue for our positions. And in fact, you showed a couple of times when I argued for our positions. Right? And if you showed all the right-wing shows that I was on, you would see me fighting for left-wing positions on right-wing shows.
No, because that's overshadowed by the fact that you do this thing where you're just like, oh, look at me, give me some points. Yeah, the left is kind of crazy. Yeah, I don't agree with them on that. We can agree on that, right? Fist bump.
No one's ever done. And you know that on the Patrick
I've been on Piers Morgan. I do that a lot.
So, if you count Piers Morgan, I totally agree with you. Patrick Bet Davis show, I made the second to last time.
Just found politics on here. I miss it on TikTok. They got rid of politics on TikTok?
I made
Oh no, guys, that actually might be happening.
For paid family leave. They polled their audience. 75% of that right-wing audience said yes, we should.
Well, if you want to follow me on TikTok, I'm gonna still be okay then, because most of it is my cat videos and the occasional opening of Pokemon cards.
Past paid family leave. Who else has done that? And for that, I get called a collaborator.
Pep Talks
and
TV.
I implicate others in my collaboration. Can you not see how unfair that is?
So what is the goal then? Do you hope that maybe some of those 75% are people who heard your argument around paid family leave are like, you know what? Let me check out TYT. Like, let me see what they're about. Like, I liked what he said on this one thing. Is that also the goal?
So the strategy is to coalesce populists on the thing. I'm saying it for the 200th time because it's not getting through.
So, well, it's not about audience then. It's not about maybe getting some of their audience. Because I
Just
understand.
admit
I don't
it,
know
though. Just admit it. It wouldn't. God, I wouldn't even be like harping on this, but he won't admit it. It is about audience. It's about him, dude. It wrecked his brain when he went on after that whole anti-trans thing with Anna. When he went on that next week and he saw that he literally lost 1/5 of paid memberships. It wasn't just people who were watching the show. It was 1/5 of paid memberships that they lost.
talking about in like what framework? You know,
So-
are you a movement leader? Are you going to
Yeah.
start a political party, or are you just the head of an online channel? I mean, the latter
That's a
is what
great
we know
question,
to be
Franny.
true, right?
Yeah. So
No,
look,
great.
When Jimmy left and other people left, oh yeah, Young Turks are going down, blah 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 blah. No, it was total nonsense. Never had any issues. Here, this is a giant fight, and we do have issues. Okay, and so that is standing on principle. No, it's not like I didn't know that we were going to get into this huge issue, right? And that the other left-wing hosts were going to take this as a great opportunity to try to whittle us down. And so
It's not trying to whittle you down when you are literally producing them with content that they can just objectively go, I disagree with that. No, it's you who's being bad faith about it. It's you who keeps harping on the little disagreements and then going, I can't even interact with them. Sam Cedar's a grifter. Lance from the Surfs is a grifter. This person, this guy, what was his name? Oh my God. The deep voice guy who left TYT, who was like the nicest guy, apparently a grifter.
So we've gone through all that.
Weird.
And we've done that. So why am I doing it? Number one, because I believe absolutely that it is the right strategy and the right policy.
Careful, Brian. It's not about woke, dude. It's about the fact that, honestly, you're pushing it. Like, let's put it this way. You're kind of riding that thin line. And honestly, now attacking the chat.
Well, see, and to the ultimate goals that you're asking about. Franny,
You've spent a lot of time with this community. Why, like, are you, dude?
Number one, we've got to win
Testing my patience.
the primary 2028. So,
Sure.
So why
I
am
even
I
agreed with you. She looks like Joan Jett. Go back and read the rest of your comment.
saying things where I go, hey, I am center left and I do not agree with far left? Because I believe far left will be used, and you can disagree. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing. Kyle Kalinske disagreeing, no problem. You disagree, no problem. Jordan,
Hassan
everybody
disagrees,
disagrees,
yeah.
no problem. It's only when they lie and they do bad faith is when I've got the issue. Okay, so you guys disagree, no problem, guys. Okay, but my goal is, number one, in order to win that primary, we've got to convince the normies that we're not going to release all the criminals. I know it sounds like hyperbole, and I know that really bothers people, but that's how they're thinking. That's why Oakland recalled their mayor 65-35, because now they started to think that the word progressive means release the criminals. No, it doesn't mean that. It means Medicare for all. It means paid family leave. It means higher wages. So
You're out of line.
that's why I have to distinguish.
It's out of line, but he's right.
In order to win that primary between the center left and the far left, and also because it's true, I am center left, and the great majority of those voters are center left. They do not agree with the far left on some of the extreme trans issues, crime issues, etc.
You don't think that
Yeah, Mark Thompson. Mark,
general
yeah.
election, just to finish the thought.
Yeah.
When we get to the general election, can we win over
Thank you
some
for
of
that.
those
That's who I was
former
thinking
Bernie
about.
people that went to the right wing? Can we win over the independents and moderates that are not MAGA but voted for Trump because they says Trump was more anti-establishment than Kamala Harris was? Can we win those guys over so that our side wins? I believe we can, but and I'll use myself as an example again. So when they tried the Muslim ban, I have every right to call them Islamophobe from here to the end of the earth. I have every right to be concerned about me and my family, okay? But I don't believe it's the right strategy to call them Islamophobes and to push them away. I think the correct strategy is
when they are being Islamophobic,
to go in the room, get some agreement on some things that we agree on, and then fight over the things we don't agree on, but treat each other as American citizens and human beings. And then at the end go, hey, by the way, I'm Muslim, okay? So do you think someone like me should be banned from the country? And when you do it that way, 9 out of 10 times they go, well, no, of course not. of course not. But if I came in and said, you're an Islamophobe and you're a racist and a bigot, they'd say, ban this mother effer, right? And so I just think you guys have the wrong strategy and some wrong policies. But that's a normal part of a healthy debate. We could have had that debate without people making wild accusations.
Well, you do the same thing.
Instead of just saying we disagree, they're collaborator, right-wing, fascist, etc.
I really hope that you do, and I hope, let's leave it. I really do hope that you can get past what you feel are slights, to actually speak to some of the people that you're talking about, to be in more rooms with leftists who you may disagree with, and more people who are ultimately on your side.
Yeah, I mean, look at it this way. He's actually finding it easier to go on like Tim Pool and Charlie Kirk than to go in on Sam Cedar. Like, seriously.
Same conversation with Van Jones back in 2016, man. It's like I'm deja vuing all over.
Yeah, dude. Brian, you got to be careful, man. Because honestly, I don't want to take all your chats away either. Because, like, dude, seriously, man. Like, why? You seem like you were pretty cool. Are you like? Is this just the long troll? Are you like seriously just trying to troll my stream at that point? Because like, we've given you so many warnings.
Where I told him the left is more on your side than the right, and he's like, no, the left wants to tear me down. But anyway, Cenk, it's really great to have such a candid, open conversation. I like that we can both be very Mediterranean about it and get like super mad, but then rein it in and be cool, and then be like, we're like, yeah, we're just gonna yell, and then we're gonna be fine.
All right, way to bring it down.
So
nice, Francesca. That was actually probably the best way to handle that, where it's just like, yeah, we just had a Mediterranean, you know, we get passionate.
That's the kind of beer I like to have.
Yes, thank you.
And but not with Charlie Kirk. And I will leave it at that. Everybody, you can check out all of the interviews. You don't have to, it does not hearsay. Watch for yourselves and see Cenk, and obviously every single day on TYT, 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern. Thank you so much, Cenk, for being here.
So, Franny, last thing that I've clarified. I'm going on every kind of left-wing show. Yours, Mark Lamont Hill, Breaking Point.
Not Majority Report, not the one that honestly rivals your show.
Brian Tyler Cohen, Dollcast.
We're gonna watch that one.
There's just a whole Destiny where I guess he's kind of on the left.
He's going on Destiny, eh? What up, dude?
Oh boy, don't talk about Israel.
But I'm going, David Pakman. I'm going on every show. The only shows there's only a couple of shows I don't go on because I think they're bad faith. And what they then do is saying, oh, he's not going on any left-wing shows. What, because they're the demigods of the left? No, I'm going on shows that have good faith, where we have wild disagreement. And like you said, sometimes we even yell at each other, but when we settle down and we have a beer, so this idea that I'm not going on left-wing shows or we're not doing left-wing stuff is just not
Well, we're making the second round. We're like the second tour. We're the B cities of your A cities tour.
No, that's not true. Randy, the whole network is left-wing. So, I mean, the aberration was going to come to the right wing.
Well, I mean, here's what I would love to see you and the doc just debate the police. Like, you and the doc talk about crime. Like, that's would be
a great idea.
I would watch the shit out of that because
we don't disagree on the police. We disagree on. I don't even know that we disagree on crime. So be careful what you wish for.
No, exactly. You guys might agree. I'm just because all we do on that show, right, is look at like Karen videos and cop videos. So like, everyday racism and like institutionalized racism.
But I totally agree with what Rashad says on the cop videos. Please, everybody check out Indisputable. That's Dr. Rashad Ritchie's show that Franny is referring to. Check out Damage Report. That's John's show. John is closer in his policy views to Franny than he is to me, I think, these days, etc. So please give all those shows an opportunity. Check out everybody on Rebel Headquarters.
I'll even second that one. Rebel HQ is one of TYT Sports and Rebel HQ are the two that I sub to outside of the TYT main. Definitely keep supporting those guys.
Tons of interesting agreement, disagreement, etc. But there aren't any right-wingers at TYT. It's the whole range of the left. Sure. And I'm going to always allow that range. Everyone from like moderate left, like I don't.
Yes, that's why, Lance from the Serfs got done the way he did.
Center left. I mean moderate as in like closer to the middle, closer to Republicans, etc. All the way to far left.
God, hey, don't get mad at me if I start showing up on TYT programming, guys.
everything in between. So that's what TYT
That'd be
stands
awkward.
for. And everybody in that spectrum gets to have their opinion, but that also includes me and Anna. We're also allowed to have our opinions, our own policies, and our own strategy. That's all I'm saying.
All right, Cenk, thanks so much for being here. Go live your damn life. See you later. And thank you all for being here. It was beautiful. It was heated. I hope everyone enjoyed it. And you know, there's a lot to discuss. And these are conversations that I think we're just going to continue to have, especially when it comes to establishment, anti-establishment, right populism, left populism, and just straight up disagreeing. And I think the last piece, and there's just too much to get into with him, but you know, where majority opinion is at on issues like crime has everything to do with our media ecosystem and the perception of crime being up, just like the perception of the economy being bad, has everything to do with how people vote, right? Now, of course, Cenk would probably say, no, look at these stats, look at those stats, but man, it ain't the 80s, guys. It has gone down, right? But our perception of it is absolutely shaped by the right-wing ecosystem that has
TikTok
far more power and connections to real power. So not just right-wing funding, but literally we've tracked, you know, there have been great documentaries. I think it was the QAnon Into the Storm documentary that basically tracks how the right and MAGA and Trump launder the most obscure stories upward till they become policy, right? I mean, there is a pipeline, a reverse pipeline from, you know, the backwaters of right-wing conspiracy theorists and literal, like, you know, and the White House. And so they have far more power than we had. If only there was a pipeline between us and Nancy Pelosi or, you know, anyone in power. Sadly, there's not yet.
There's not,
so
no.
I think it's really important to remember
AOC losing that committee position was essentially just us being told, like, stay in your lane.
As we think about narrative and messaging, as we go forward and we try, again, I've said this multiple times, how can we humanize migrants, right? They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. And the New York Times does one article about Haitians in Springfield like a month after the whole thing. And it was great. But why isn't every single news outlet doing their job of humanizing immigrants? Who are we talking about? What about trans people? Who are we talking about when we talk about trans people? And so you will see that from me. You will specifically see that from this show going forward, speaking to organizers and activists who are on the ground, who are working with the trans community and defending them, who are working with the immigrant community, especially the Haitian immigrant community and Black immigrants, I think are obviously particularly aggressed upon. So like that is something that I will always center, is that kind of work, in addition to the radical analysis, yes, radical analysis of real intersectionality, real broad-based coalition work that needs to be done to build for our side to win. I don't want to give the other side any credit. I want to win. And when we win, I want their figures to come over to our side and be like, ooh, what's going on there? Hey, can't we work together? They were pretty similar on these issues. And again, I think I made my point pretty clearly that there is no difference between this MAGA and that MAGA. It's the same thing. The Trojan horse is the same thing. They dusted it off for 2024. And people perceive the economy to be bad. And it is bad. Because if you don't have stocks, it fucking sucks, man. It's not good out here to try and live and make ends meet. And absolutely Biden fumbled the ball on that. So, you know, it's, I guess I just really bristle at the us versus them. If you're not with me, you're against me. You're wrong and I'm rightness that the left, not the left, that the internet maybe is so obsessed with. And I feel like we saw that on display, sadly, a little bit from Cenk.
You know what's nice? I had an interaction with a community member here at the very beginning of me starting my channel where Unfortunately, she kind of had that attitude about what we were talking about, and I just kind of called her out where I'm like, you're being kind of an elitist about this. And recently she just said, she's like, I appreciate you checking me on that. So, there are ways that we can totally just
and but what are you gonna do, guys? Hey, if you want to support me,
I already did. I liked and subscribed. You guys should do the same. Like and subscribe to my channel first, and then go to the Bitchuation room, and move on to her. So, okay, that was awesome, and I appreciate everybody that stuck through that. We have a 220. Jeez. Alrighty, I'm going to start the next part of this segment. We actually have Cenk versus BTC next, but I'm going to take a little break first. So, as I said, like that stream if you haven't already, and sub to the channel. Thanks. Also, thank you, Squishmallow. I'm not leaving. Genie, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. I'm not done yet. Please don't go. Damn it, I actually thought that I got better at ending my segments, because the way that I did it before, I was kind of recording my bumpers for the end of my videos where I would just say, leave a like and subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next one. It was confusing way too many people. I would see, like, literally just a massive viewer dip after I did that. So I'm like, no. So I thought, just liking you guys. But yes, please don't go. Stick with us. Oh, it's nearly 2 a.m. there. Then yes, please go to bed. Please join me on the, I might be on tomorrow. If I'm not, then Monday. So look out for the stream. It's more so if I am feeling it, because I have been burning that candle at both ends. So, also thank you, Squishmallow Dragon, for handling that. Literally everything less. Wait, what'd you say? What stuff can't one get in this economy, dude? Les, that's one of the most boomer comments that you've made. We have a I personally am having a hard time buying the groceries I need. I have gone hungry, yes, partially because of what I do, but also because it's like, yeah, like I can't afford just to have my house stocked anymore. Like, dude, it's insane. The prices of goods are insane. And car parts? Dude, have you bought any car parts lately? Especially for an American car? Holy crap. Like, no. That was a dumb comment, in my opinion. Because honestly, the only people that simultaneously, and I'm going to go generationally on this one, the only two people, like, generations that seem to think that it's not that bad seem to be the baby boomers, but only specifically the ones who have money. But then wait a minute, I'm gonna walk that back just a minute, because those same people will then tell you how bad the economy is and why they voted for Trump. So wait, what? Groceries cost me 153 years ago. I'm at over 300 minimum. Clean supplies, dog care, vehicle insurance. Yeah, all of it. Yeah, my insurance went up. All of it. My mortgage went up, dude. Like, all of it. Yeah, you can fall asleep to my stream if you want to. I do appreciate that. And Duke, to your unlimited power comment, guess what? You have limited power. As much as you think. No, sorry, buddy. I appreciate you being part of the squad, but also, I'm gonna just address it now. Squishmallow, thank you. She timed out Brian from the chat. I'm not sure if you banned him. I can't see him doing anything. I think he finally may have just left. But I don't know, man. That was actually getting really frustrating, because it's one thing to, like, have charity for somebody. Like, this guy popped into my stream. If you guys don't know like the full story, this guy came in onto my stream yesterday. He immediately trauma dumps, right? Like just he goes full on. My sister offed herself in on things like the day before Thanksgiving, and then my wife's or my fiance's mom died, and she just left me. And like she can't like, so there was like a bunch of this personal like drama stuff, right? Me and my chat tried to like acclimate him and just be or accommodate him and just go, hey man, we're sorry, that sucks. And honestly, I had that like little bit where I was like, I'm not sure if he's trolling me or not, but you know, it seemed like he was in pretty good faith, and then he just kept saying he was just like, yeah. Okay, Brian. Just so you know, you were timed out, and it wasn't, yeah. Timed out. Mr. Pepper is yapping about it for some reason. All right. Well, you were putting time out there, friend. Just know that that was your first warning. Yeah, he was going through like the worst anime episode ever. Yeah, dude. I mean, for real, man. Like, I was just talking about what you were going through yesterday and why you were here. So, oh, sorry, Squishmallow. I'm a he, LOL, just a timeout. My bad, dude. I know you were a he. I'll be honest, it's because my two main mods are she's. So so when I see the little thing immediately, I'm just like, yeah. Dude, I got your back. This is what people from Oakland, California do. LOL. Hey, either way. Be cool, Brian. We got a cool community here. We're very accepting, and also, you know what? We're pretty chill. But that's where I was going with that, man. Today you were I already like I kind of tried to let you guys know, like, hey, I have a bit of a headache. I took some Benadryl because like I'm just not feeling great today. So yeah, it was like came on here, told you, hey, I'm lucky to even be on stream right now. And yeah. That was a lot. Especially like I hope you understand that, man. So Oakland must be wacky. Well, he did say he just heard 3 gunshots outside, so. Oh yeah, wait. If everybody from Oakland, California has my back, then yeah, why aren't they all subbed? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. All right, no. Oh, it's broad on there. Okay. I'm sorry. I just read your comment over on Twitch. My bad. Unbrace son. I appreciate you popping in and enjoying the political stream. Also, yes, I have a bit of a headache from dealing with all that, so. All right, we're going to go to Cenk on BTC next and get a little bit more of a headache. I swear this is the last one, but yeah, I swore I was going to do it, so but yeah, if you guys haven't already, like and sub to the stream. If you guys are cool, then you will definitely hit that like button because it's free, but this is not free. You guys can donate to me through my Streamlabs link in the chat. It helps out the show and helps me keep this going. So I appreciate it. Honestly, you disrupted my train of thought when I was talking about it. I didn't mean like lefty. I meant like she left to go to see her mom. But sorry if I made it sound that way. No. You were just alone. You were alone, and yeah. Be careful, flu's going around. Dude, I was just with my 6-year-old nephew. It could very well be that. This was total therapy for me. I appreciate being banned from your channel. You weren't banned. You got put in time out. I didn't see you there when you were trying to chat, and honestly, like, it doesn't give me any warning. So I was like, you just happened to pop right back in when I was asking about how long your timeout was, because that was a mod who did that for me. So yeah, you were only timed out, man. Sorry, you don't get that badge of honor. I know. You're like one of those guys. You're like, I got put in Facebook jail. I'm an edgelord. Yeah. God. I had a buddy like that. Oh, I hope you do appreciate it, man. Because, yeah. You're a handful. Somehow you are actually harder to deal with in this chat than some of the other people I have. Like, I'd almost rather deal with the troll because at least I don't sympathize with them, man. Like, you, I actually, like, I care about your mental well-being for some reason. I know you just popped on here yesterday and technically you're a nameless, faceless person on, or, well, you have a name and you got a face. So, not really nameless, faceless, whatever. You're a dude on the internet. I'm a dude on the internet. We're all dudes on the internet. Technically. Oh, big stretch. Everybody say it. Big stretch. Look at him. Oh, he's sleeping on his bone. His bone's like literally right under him. All right. Alrighty. Let's check out Cenk on Brian Tyler Cohen. Because we just watched Franny Fio definitely go after him, so let's see if Brian is on the same page or if he's going to be more charitable, which I'm going to go with the second one if I'm going to have to guess. So,
knew you guys were for real in fighting against the establishment when I started going on right-wing shows and I would say something negative about Mitch McConnell.
I wasn't expecting a Cenk binge watch today, but his rantings and ravings kind of are kind of like a car crash. I can't help but look. Yeah.
And when I did that in the past, what I would
Good
get
analogy.
back is, oh, no, Mitch McConnell's great. Pelosi's terrible, but Mitch McConnell's great.
Let's do that here. What do you guys think of Mitch McConnell?
All right. Yes, I love that. So look, for my left-wing friends that are watching out there, they just booed Mitch McConnell. That's a great thing, okay? And let's do one more. What do you guys think about Dick Cheney? My left-wing friends out there, we have been waiting for the right-wing populists to boo Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney our whole lives. Take the win. Take the win.
I'm joined now by founder of TYT and host of The Young Turks, Cenk Uygur. Cenk, thank you so much for joining. That was a clip of you at an unlikely event this past weekend, AmFest.
Already way more charitable. All right, this is going to be a lip
USA,
fest.
So not exactly a liberal bastion there, but I wanted to talk about this event in particular because you've taken a lot of heat for going in the first place, and I want to push back against that right off the bat, because I do think if this election has shown us anything is that Democrats do have to be willing to go into spaces that are more hostile to Democrats. Inherently, if we're going to look at expanding our coalition, expanding our tent, we have to go outside of that tent to be able to do that. So I disagree with people who think that you shouldn't be going there. I think we should be going into the most dangerous territory that we could. That's the only way that we're going to be able to really send our message the farthest. But I do take issue with one thing there. You said in that clip, I knew you guys were for real about fighting the establishment, and you give a bunch of a list of reasons, but you said it to a room full of people who voted for a billionaire in Donald Trump and who was funded by the literal richest guy in the world, in Elon Musk. So I understand and appreciate your argument that Kamala Harris and the Democrats are to establishment. That's a drum that you've beaten for years now, but isn't it insane to think that this Republican Party, this MAGA Republican Party, is the answer? Like there are more billionaires in Trump's cabinet than the buffet line at Davos.
Yeah. So let's take both of those real quick. So number one, I'm going to talk to folks. There's a talking point that we have on the left that we don't realize is absurd, but it is totally absurd. They say, well, if you go talk to them, it legitimizes them. You know what legitimizes them? Winning the election.
Right. I mean, that ship has sailed, right? Like when people say don't go on Fox, as if millions of as if we're the reason that Fox is suddenly going to be legitimized because on a network that millions of people watch on a daily basis.
Of course. And so and they even won the popular vote. But the fact that they won the popular vote is very relevant because we have to win those voters back. And you can't win those voters back if you're not talking to them. So that's point one. Now, on in terms of the establishment, this one is a complicated and really interesting topic. So both sides claim that the other side is bad and their donors suck, but our donors are great. And I always find that conversation intensely absurd, right? So if you say to me the donors on both sides are bad, meaning like not that they're bad people, but that it's bad that this system allows for those kind of donations, which then obviously influence both sides, I say absolutely, 100%. So, but that means you've got to be honest about your own side. So you, as you pointed out, I've been saying this for about 20 years now. And so that's why I'm in the Bernie Sanders wing. And I think when Kamala Harris was bragging about how she had 90 corporate CEOs on her side, that was a terrible strategy. And when, she raised over $1 billion herself, let alone the billions in the PACs, largely a huge portion of that was corporate donors. If you think that they don't have to pay them back with favors, you're just not paying attention. I love you, brothers and sisters, but this is the same exact thing I say to the right wing. So when I go there and I say, one thing they did that we didn't do yet is they did a revolt against their establishment wing within the party. So they, basically kicked out Mitch McConnell from power, etc. We have not done likewise. We have not kicked out the Nancy Pelosi's and the Joe Bidens. And so when you go to do that, there's massive pushback, okay? No way, those are our leaders, and the other side is so evil. We have to take the money, we have to bow our heads to these leaders, and we have to let them serve the donors. No, I don't agree, right? But now when you turn to the right wing, I said later in that speech, I said, guys, don't, lower your guard because you have donors too. And then there was a little bit of a hush over the crowd, right? Because when you start talking about Republican donors, who pops to mind first? Elon Musk. And so I'm honest about it in both directions, and I say it to their face. And so I've gone on other right-wing shows and said, who's Elon, what's Elon Musk? He's a donor. He's the largest donor, over $250 million that he gave to Donald Trump. And now all of a sudden he wants regulatory agencies that regulate his companies to be wiped away from existence.
Right.
Well, that's awfully convenient, right? And then who's his donor, third largest donor? Miriam Adelson, $137 million. If you take the Adelson family, Sheldon and Miriam, Sheldon's passed away, but before he did, they've given over $330 million to Donald Trump, even larger than Elon Musk. And in my opinion, he's handed them foreign policy. So these are the points I make to right-wingers, and who else is even getting in the room to make those points, to tell not their leaders, but their voters, guys, remember, you're supposed to hate corruption. That's what you say 24/7. If you do, be careful about Elon Musk, Miriam Adelson, and every other donor that Trump has.
Well, I think that's where the point of contention is, because you saying this stuff is you operating in good faith. These people don't care. Like, there are no long-standing principles that they abide by. This is the purported party of family values, the purported party of the Constitution, of law and order, of states' rights, of fiscal responsibility. They will throw that shit out the window the moment, the millisecond it becomes inconvenient for them, and that's what they did. But you're saying these things to people as if they're operating under some principle that they should be against the establishment, that they should be against these donors, when they're not. The only longstanding principle is their allegiance to Trump. And so my worry is that, like, you trying to get through to them on these issues of principle is falling flat, because it's not principle that got them there in the first place. There is no longstanding principle when you are a Trump supporter.
Yeah. So, Brian, this is an interesting. I think this is probably the most interesting point of the conversation, because I think
This is a Lego Man stream. I warned at the very beginning of the stream that this was going to be pretty jank heavy, because honestly, I mean, he's been hitting the media trail, and the Franny one, I wasn't actually planning on covering that because I didn't know he was on there. That was actually brought by a viewer, so I appreciate that, by the way. Thank you.
You're right and you're wrong. So the right part is what you're laying out the history of, and that is correct. That's what I've said. That's what you've said, and we've been accurate about that, right? So, did Donald Trump do anything actually populist in his first term? No. He even forgot about the wall until 6 months were left, and I got to run on the wall,
Right.
so I'll pretend to build like 3 feet of it, right?
Mhm.
And all he did was giant corporate tax
That
cuts,
was
which is literally the least
That was
populist thing
funny.
you could do. And
I remember when I brought that up. They're like, "Yeah, he built the wall. See, look, there's a wall there." It's like that was already there before he did anything. Yeah, but he did more.
I say that all the time. Again, on right-wing shows, I talk to them about Jav Yas, how Trump wanted to ban TikTok. Yas gives him a couple $1 million. All of a sudden, he likes TikTok. Same thing on electric vehicles and Elon. And again, whenever I make those points, even the host nod along it's uncomfortably true, right?
Yeah.
So now,
Oh, that's cool. Hey, Kirk, by the way, just a random thing. My wife just hit me up. Apparently, there's a bunch of girls at her work that love your music, and they just subscribed.
so on family values, another point where you're absolutely right. Enormous hypocrisy, like record-breaking hypocrisy for my entire life. Family values for you, but not for me. But I'll vote for the guy with the porn star mistress, et cetera, right? So we're all clear on that, and there's nothing wrong with anything we've ever said on that. We've been 100% right. Okay. Now, where's the part where I think you're wrong? And this is the part where people, I think I'm a little ahead of people, and people think I'm being naive. So
That's
what
better.
I'm sensing, Brian, is from their audiences, and I'm not just sensing it like through intuition. They're literally doing polls while I'm on their shows. We're doing interactions, calls. When I went to AmFest, talked to literally hundreds of guys who are MAGA, as they came up to talk to me, etc. And this is not the same base as Trump 2016. So that doesn't mean that they're angels. It doesn't mean that everyone on that side all of a sudden changed their mind. Will you find the immovable part of the Trump base as we had before? Absolutely, right? Will you still find some evangelical Christians? Yes, but they have greatly dwindled, both in size and power. So that family values stuff went out the door, partly because they were hypocrites, but partly because the evangelical Christians aren't in charge anymore of MAGA. So the rest of MAGA are kind of bros and stuff, and they don't really care about family values at all. In fact, a lot of the bros are pro-choice. So when you say that some people on the right agree with us on things like pro-choice or anti-corruption, the pushback I get from the left is, no way, they're all evil, they're all a monolith, they're all this, they're all that. No, guys, that's unsophisticated. 77 million people are not all the same thing.
Right.
And remember, we don't have to win or care that much about the outer edge of MAGA on the right. You're never going to win those guys over, and that's not the issue. You've got to win over people on the inner edge that voted for Obama, that voted for Biden, and now have voted for Trump. And those folks are not radicals. Those folks need to be won over. And they are different than what the base was before. And so what I'm sensing is, on anti-war and anti-corruption, they really do mean it. Now, if you say, yes, but they're backing Trump, who's doing this obvious brazen corruption we just talked about, I know. So what I'm doing is giving them an opportunity to remember that they're supposed to be anti-corruption, and that, hey, when Trump does favors for the donors, I'm the only one pointing out to them that that's hypocritical, right? Because remember, they're not watching mainstream media. They're not watching our shows, right? So, and their right-wing media hosts are not overly incentivized.
By the way, we got
to Trump's hypocrisy.
6 minutes.
Yeah. So, for example, on anti-war, they're definitely anti-war. Definitely. They're not even hypocritical about it. And so if you don't believe me, I love you. It's okay. I get it. We've all been burned hundreds of times, right? But if it turns out I'm right, what I'm hoping people go, oh yeah, Cenk told us this. I remember yelling at him about it. But it turns out, holy cow, they are anti-war, right? On anti-corruption, I think that the instincts of some portion of their base are correct, but we've got to show them, without ripping their face off, that maybe Trump is also corrupt.
I think the part that, and you touched on this, is the cognitive dissonance between these people purporting to say that they are for one thing and yet constantly reaffirming their support for Donald Trump, who stands in stark opposition to the very thing that they purport to be against. And so I guess my question for you is, what's your red line to the point where you finally recognize whether or not the people who you were talking to at Turning Point USA's AmFest, for example, are not actually operating in good faith, and whether there is, against my earlier question, no actual longstanding principle, it's other than fealty to the God King, right? Like I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out here, because thus far there has been no indication that, even though they say they're for anti-corruption, Donald Trump's the most corrupt guy to ever sit in the Oval Office, even though they say that they're, for the list goes on and on, right? It's the list that we have spoken about earlier. But when will you stop giving certain people at this event, for example, the benefit of the doubt in terms of their actions not matching up to their rhetoric?
Yeah. So I think some things are clear, right? So, for example, we're not going to win on a whole heap of issues, right? So like if I try to convince them that the crypto bros are going in the wrong direction, I'm going to get massive blowback, and I'm never going to win on that.
Correct.
Okay. So that's going to take 4 years and probably us getting robbed to the tune of a couple $1 trillion before they realize that mistake. Okay. So I'm super realistic about all of these different things. I think that on corruption, they're never going to want to admit in the beginning that Trump is doing favors for their donors. Although, again, I see right-wing hosts and people in their audience going, I understand what you're saying about Jeff Yaz and TikTok. I understand what you're saying about electric vehicles and Elon. So that's the beginning, right? It's not the end. So then my best guess is the anti-war stuff is where the rubber hits the road. So he put in, and Brian, parts of your audience, parts of the left-wing hosts, etc., might not love this, but my sense is that the rubber's probably going to hit the road on Israel. And so here's why. Because Trump put in Marco Rubio, Elise Stefanik, Mike Huckabee, and Mike Walls as Team Miriam. That's his, the 4 people that he's handing foreign policy to. Miriam Adelson is a supporter of the hard right wing in Israel. And so they're going to push towards outrageous positions like annexing the West Bank, annexing northern Gaza. Israeli press has already written about this. Israeli cabinet ministers are already excited about this. If they try to annex, for example, the West Bank, it probably will lead to a vicious, bloody war. But I don't know the contours of it. They might just slaughter the Palestinians again. And I'm not naive enough to think that MAGA is going to be like, oh my God, we're losing precious Palestinian and Muslim lives, right? No, but I think at some point they're going to say, look, guys, this is an America first. Why are we paying for another war of Israel? Why are we paying for another war of Israel, right? Yeah. So, and if they don't, though, and then they go, hey, you know what? I mean, now let's do an extreme example. If Trump helps Israel start a war with Iran and says we have to finance it, and they don't rebel, then I was totally wrong. And I think I understand completely, and these are good examples, and it's good to have this sense of like where it could go in the future, and I think that's a realistic example as well. But I think what you are probably giving more credit than I will is this sense that any of this stuff matters, because again, there has been they haven't shown any discernment thus far on any of the things that they claimed were their principles before, and so I'm skeptical at best of this notion that they're going to move away from Donald Trump as soon as he enacts any policy that goes against the grain in terms of what these people claim that they wanted. But again, remains to be seen. I hope you're right. I hope that they do show some discerning behavior toward Donald Trump. I'm skeptical that they will, but I guess we're going to see in the coming months and years here. I want to pivot over to the state of the media right now. Now, you have been, you and the team over at TYT have been critical of the left. Certainly more critical of the left than the right is of the Republican Party. Which, that's your prerogative. You're certainly more critical of the Democratic Party than I am. I think that I can learn more from you in terms of bolstering independent media bona fides by virtue of doing that more. And I also think that there's a time and a place to do it. But, we are in a media environment right
I'm actually surprised Brian's actually going to push back against this.
Now, where we often see that left-wing media kind of bolsters its progressive bona fides by criticizing the left. Right-wing media bolsters its conservative bona fides also by criticizing the left. And so,
is it bona fides or bona fides?
So given that massive disparity,
one or two,
especially in light of how it presented itself ahead of this election, where so many people are consuming independent media right now, and that informs so much of their political affiliation, and if it feels like the left is getting hit, or the Democrats are getting hit from both sides, it really isn't that surprising then that the Democrats would turn in such a poor performance in this election. Again, if people are really gaining their knowledge from what they see on indie media, does that inform a little bit of how you're going to operate moving forward in this kind of new media environment with so many people kind of sprinting away from legacy media and coming toward independent media, and seeing how the asymmetry in that media ecosystem manifested itself in this election to the benefit of Republicans?
Tomato.
Yeah, so I disagree with one of the assumptions that you layered in there that's so important. I'll get to that in a second. So there's two parts of this conversation. Number one, we do a news show, so we're just going to be honest, period. So if the Democrats are doing something wrong, we're going to say it. We don't care when, we don't care where, we don't care if people go, no, that's not good marketing for the Democratic Party. That's not my business. That's not my job. My job is to be honest. So same with the Republicans. Oh, no, don't hurt Donald Trump's feelings. No, I'm going to hurt his feelings. I don't care. That's not my job, is to protect Kamala Harris or Donald Trump's feelings or their political career or either party. We're just going to do an honest news show. Young Turks Live, 6 o'clock Eastern. Check it out every day and you'll be amazed. Okay, so, and it's funny that that's like a unique thing in American media. Okay, now let's go to the core of what you're asking, though, in terms of strategy on the left and on the Democratic side.
And I asked this. I asked this question that you're going to get into because obviously you're a progressive and you want to see progressivism win out in the United States, as do I. And so it's not. This isn't. You're not Reuters, right? So that's why I asked. There is a sense of like there is activism that you want to see happening, and so just wanted to like lay that out. But go on.
Yeah, I totally get it. And so to your point, Brian. So what we do on the Young Turks is we give you the facts first, and those are non-negotiable. Then we do perspective journalism, especially me, right? And so that's where I get into strategy and what's the best way for progressives and populists to win, et cetera, et cetera. So let's address that part of it now. So in my opinion, there's three wings of the Democratic Party. There's the establishment wing, there's the populist wing, and then there's what I call the far left wing, right? And you can call that anything you like, and I'm not trying to be offensive about it. And in fact, in that Amfest discussion, I said, for example, I'm extreme left on gun control. I know that my positions would not win in America. They would be very normal in Europe, but in America, we have no chance of passing my gun control policies. Okay, so now between these three wings, the establishment wing is Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Pelosi, Clinton, etc. That has led to electoral disaster. And it has done it so with incredible haughtiness. They told us, no, Hillary Clinton is definitely going to win. And this riff-raff Bernie Sanders, nobody wants populism. Well, they were
Brian, this is on 1.25 speed.
100% wrong. 100% wrong. So, by the way, Bernie Sanders had...
Which, if you haven't noticed, Destiny actually talks
a
at
12-point lead on Election Day in 2016. Obviously, the campaign would have changed that, but I'd much rather start with have a 12-point lead than lose as Hillary Clinton did.
Wow.
But Joe Biden barely won with 43,000 votes in 3 swing states in 2020, even though Trump was awful and he could barely beat him. And then obviously Kamala Harris not only lost every swing state, but the popular vote. So guys, you've got to face reality. Like there's what the world you want and the world as it actually exists. And the world as it actually exists despises this establishment. The right wing does, the left wing does, the middle does, the independents do. So if you keep going, well, look, we've got a new and improved corporate robot, Pete Buttigieg. He's going to go out there and he's going to be in a flannel jacket and he's going to have a populist script. It's never going to work. It's never going to work. America does not want someone who takes donor money, has pretty little talking points, and then does what the donors want. Okay? Whoa. So please stop losing. Please, I'm begging you. If you don't want Trump, you don't want MAGA in charge, stop going with the wrong strategy. So then you've got the far left, and they say, no, we should have maximalist positions. So on trans issues, I don't want a moderate position. Just give me everything. Give me everything. Everybody.
Les, I actually disagree with this take. TYT has never actually done news. They keep promising to expand doing news, but they never have. Yeah, they do. I used to watch their news hour, dude. Like, no, what they would do is the way that they structured it is they actually did it a lot like CNN, most legacy media, where they would give you the story and then they would discuss it. The second that they brought another person on, then it became opinion.
Everybody has to be called a birthing person. Everybody, change sex operations for people.
I mean, dude, I hate to say it, and I'm not trying to like blow smoke up my own ass, but but I even do news, man.
Under 18's fine. No, are you okay? They have to be forced. The professional sports leagues have to be forced to allow trans women, etc. Look, even if you think those maximalist positions are wonderful and exactly right and the most moral thing to do, America is not there.
Hot in here.
You have to win over America so that you can win elections with that strategy. Right now, if you go with my gun control policy or maximalist positions on crime, trans issues, etc., you're going to lose. So please, why are you handing elections to the right wing? I mean, people are yelling at me for talking to the right wing. I mean, the Democratic Party.
Are they listed as op-ed only? I'm not. See, that's the thing. I didn't know how they were registered. I was just saying the way that they structured their show.
Furious at Democratic leadership for handing these elections to the right wing. So what's the part of the Democratic Party that I think is the most popular and the one that is actually the biggest component of the Democratic Party in the left wing is the populist wing. So that's higher minimum wage, paid family leave, Medicare for all, which is just universal health care that the entire world has. Free college at the state level, for government state-run colleges like University of Texas, University of North Carolina. I can go on and on. But the economically populist positions we have that are enormously popular, you have to run on them. And then when you get into office, for God's sake, you have to do them. If you don't do them, you cede ground to the right and you seem hypocritical and you lose elections. So in my ideal world, we all coalesce around, obviously Bernie's too old, so someone along those lines, and that person wins the primary. And I promise to you that if that person wins the primary, we're going to just absolutely clean the Republicans' clock in the 2028 general election.
going to play devil's advocate here and push back on something and say that Biden in the first 2 years of his term, when he had full control of government, was able to enact a lot of the populist agenda that you and I both wanted to see enacted. I mean, we're talking about, the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act, capping medical out-of-pocket medical costs to $2,000, insulin and inhalers at $35, getting the rich to pay higher taxes. The infrastructure bill, the gun safety bill, although of course it didn't go far enough for what you wanted, but the list goes on and on, right? And so eliminating junk fees at banks, getting automatic refunds for airline cancellations, a lot of what Lena Khan did at the FTC, blocking the Kroger-Albertsons merger, click to cancel, again, elimination of junk fees. So there was a lot that happened. And so I guess my question is, if there is only contempt for someone like Joe Biden, who was able to enact a lot of the populist agenda, then what incentive is there for somebody who comes along next to enact a populist agenda if there is so little applauding and so much criticism for what hadn't yet been done?
Yeah. That's a great take from him, and honestly, that's my biggest gripe with the left sometimes, is the fact that they're just all or nothing all the time, and if you can't get it like exactly what they want done in the exact time frame that they want it done, then they just give up.
Yeah, I just fundamentally disagree on your view of what got done.
Well, no, I'm to be clear, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I mean, that's like...
No, I get it. Yeah. So let me address it. So look, if you say Biden got more done than Obama did, for example, and Clinton's very conservative Democrat these days, meaning like when we look back at his policies from back then, they seem very conservative. Yeah, I mean, but that's damning with faint praise. So I said Obama got about 5% of his agenda done, and I think Biden got 15% of his agenda done. And for a Democrat, that's amazing. And if you're in the top 10% or you're relatively comfortable in this country, you look at it and you go, this guy got us 15% change.
4 years ago, TYT was all in on defund the police. You can watch the vids. This past year, they couldn't stop bashing the concept would change. Actually, because I was watching it, what they were bashing was the fact that the messaging was bad. They weren't bashing the actual movement of defund the police. What they were doing was kind of what I do, where I was just saying like they had a really bad way of going about it too, because like I just was saying that it's bad marketing, and that's the way I was trying to break it to everybody, where I'm like, guys, I totally agree with the message. I totally agree with like actually going further with this, but going into the normal populace and saying defund the police, that was just bad marketing. Literally, it could have just been called anything else and sold, but then all of a sudden the pushback against that was, oh, what do you mean? It's a good concept. It's like, yeah, even if it's a good concept, it's not a good like putting it on a shirt and then saying, yeah, that's not how you should have seen that wasn't going to work.
What else do you unreasonable people want, right? But if you're in the overwhelming majority of Americans that
honestly,
are struggling,
Brian, this isn't that fast for YouTube. I could put it on 1.5 and really mess with you.
15% isn't close to good enough. So, for example, on negotiating drug prices, did he negotiate them? Yeah, on insulin, literally one drug. And then by 2016, we can get all the way up to 10 drugs, right? Which what that does, guys, I hate to break your heart, but that's a trick. That protects tens of thousands of drugs.
Why are there so many songs about rainbows?
That we cannot negotiate drug prices.
And what's on the other side?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
sorry,
it cements the drug
somebody said he
company's
sounds like a
power
Muppet, and I
while
could not help
pretending to
myself.
fight back against them. But on the other hand, there's good things that Biden did that are real. Like, so whenever somebody sends in a comment as we're doing the show live about, oh my God, I got student debt relief, I go, look, guys, he did about 10% of the student debt relief. So I want the whole thing, and so I'm going to push for that. But if you're in the 10% that got student debt relief, you got to vote for Joe Biden. I've said that dozens of times on my show, because if a politician delivers for you, you owe him the vote, right? He delivered for you. So the proof is always in the pudding. And so we ask way too little of our politicians, especially on the Democratic side. He didn't even introduce the public option. He didn't fight for paid family leave, 1%. It polls at 84%. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? You know what's going to happen? If Trump is smart at all, he'll pass paid family leave.
Yeah, the fact that the child tax credit alone would have been something that would have been tentative enough for the middle class to go, oh, well, he did do that.
Popular with both the right and the left wing. And then people go, well, why didn't Biden pass it? Because Biden didn't want to pass it. That's the part where I break the hearts of some Democratic voters
used on
who believe that our politicians are saints and good people. They're not. Lastly, Ryan,
I thought
I'm
that
not saying
was
good things that he
ridiculous.
did, that 15% that I always give him credit for. Like here's another example. He put a minimum tax of 15% on the wealth, on corporations, not corporations, on the wealthy. Okay, and so that's really good. But now it turns out it's because the OECD forced America to do it. right? So we didn't really have too much of a choice. But hey, I'll take it, right?
Yeah.
And so that's way better than the Republicans, and I gave Biden a lot of credit for that. But even on that stuff, their messaging is so awful. And again, why have such terrible messaging?
Okay.
Like if I did 15% minimum tax on the rich, I'd go do 12 press conferences on it, right? And I'd talk. And if I did student debt relief, I did the things that he did, and I did an infrastructure bill. If I had the record low unemployment he had, I would go out there and be like, all right, guys, we broke another record today. We broke another record today. Our unemployment is better than France, better than Holland, better than
totally. And that's something. By the way, the Democrats should have learned from Donald Trump the first time. I mean, we should have learned it with the failures of Obamacare. You have something like Obamacare, which has now afforded 50 million Americans the ability to have coverage, and that was killed by Republicans in messaging. I mean, that was where they came forward and said that death panels were going to decide whether you lived or died. So that should have been.
Les, you're actually right about this. Are you listening to Cenk? He wants a progressive dictator. A president can only get things done with Congress. Exactly. And I'll be honest, this is a right and a left wing problem. And I mean, I'm even going as far as to say that it's a far left and far right problem, because every single person is just like, and this kind of goes back to like not being happy without getting, the exact thing that you want done. But both sides are playing that game, and they're doing it specifically with this, where they're just like, well, we need this now. And the president can totally do it. The president has all the power. President is because if you ask a bunch of Americans, they legitimately think that the president has so much executive power that they have never had. They don't understand how our government works. They also look at the Senate and they're just like, oh, how come the Senate just can't get that passed? They don't know how the branches of government work, guys.
Been the first indication as to what happens when you create a vacuum in this media environment. But then watching Donald Trump, the guy couldn't take a shit without trying to throw a parade on Pennsylvania.
As I said, Brian, this is I'm surprised that this is actually messing with you. Like 1.25 is nothing. I could put this on 1.5 and that would mess with you
for himself. And signed his name on.
But yeah, so I am also trying to get through this segment a little bit quicker
with those stimulus checks that everybody knew that it was his. Democrats didn't do that immediately following Trump having done that with. I believe Trump used the CARES Act, and then Democrats used the American Rescue Plan. And so often Democrats don't learn their lesson with regard to taking credit for what wins they are able to pass. And I think that there's no excuse for that in a media environment where you need to make sure that you get credit for every possible win that you can, especially in light of the fact that the Republican Party is led by somebody like Donald Trump, who's still out there beating his chest because he, quote unquote, built the wall along the southern border that amounts to like 50 miles of wall.
Like 50
and that's
miles,
it.
yeah.
But you ask 99 out of 100 Republicans, and they will tell you that Donald Trump
apart.
completely secured the southern border because they know how to beat their chest and take credit for wins even when they are non-existent.
Yeah, Brian, I couldn't agree more. And so what Trump does is good politics. You might hate it, but he's constantly draws attention to things that he did right. He often will draw attention to things that he didn't do right, and he'll just lie and say he did them right.
Or blame them on the Democrats that aren't in control.
Hi ho.
Right, but when he says, even if it's a lie, which is very, very often. Right?
I almost did Ned Flanders as freaking Kermit the Frog.
10 times or 100 times, people think it's true. Especially when the Democrats don't push back.
Correct.
And don't say it 10 times, 100 times. And there's something, look, I'm going to push your guys' limits here for those of you watching, or what you're willing to tolerate from the left, okay, from your own, which is culturally, we have a problem. We have an NPR problem. We think we should always whisper, and we should be civil, and we should be polite. And so when I raise my voice, even in defense of the left, I almost always get pushback from Democrats who go, oh, you're doing it uncivilly. No, don't. Oh, what a braggart.
Hey, quit fighting in chat.
How arrogant, how this, how that. No, guys, we're in the WWE era. We're not in the NPR era.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get any pushback from my audience on that. In fact, I think the recurring theme that I've seen from my audience is that there is a desperation for the Democrats to actually learn how to fight back in this era where Republicans are showing that they are willing to do it. And then when Democrats defer to norms, when they defer to the institutions, when they defer to the fucking parliament.
No, but part of the problem is you guys self-police. You guys are literally the first ones to be like, look what they did. Look.
Carrion. I mean, people are tired of that shit, and we are not there to uphold the norms of the Senate, some unwritten rules of the Senate. We are there to ostensibly protect people in this country, enact our agenda, and actually get shit done, not just preserve the norms of the Senate that, by the way, are going to be upended the second that they become politically inconvenient for Republicans. Cenk, I wanted to finish off with this. You had alluded to this before, and there are a lot of these edge case examples of what Democrats should be doing. And I think the ACLU questionnaire, I mean, we obviously, you know, there's been so much ink spilled about this idea of gender reassignment surgeries in prison. This was part of I believe an ACLU questionnaire, some edge case example, but Democrats often feel, I believe, like they have to go on record defending even the most obscure example.
Guys, in chat, just so you know, do the important thing. And the most important thing here is make sure that you go over to Twitch if you haven't already and you have a Twitch account and you sign up for my channel.
Otherwise, they're going to be viewed as not sufficiently progressive, and so they do take these maximalist positions. And so moving forward, and by the way, that will serve the purpose, as we've seen now, of okay, so you're on record taking this position and ostensibly to support a very marginalized subset of the population, but now it's become such a liability that you can't actually get in power to be able to help the people that you purport to want to help because you've come out and taken this position. And I think that, this is my question for you. Do you think that there has to be some acknowledgement by either the Democrats, who would be the ones that have to answer these questions, or the interest groups, the special interest groups who pose these questions about how, in fact, while you think you're trying to help, you're just giving ammo and fodder to the right to be able to attack you with, thereby ensuring that you're not actually in power to support those very people and those very special interest groups?
So I read really thoughtful pieces about how those interest groups are driving the party to extremes, and I get it, and I understand that phenomenon. I think it's right, but I don't think that's the heart of the problem, because an interest group can, and I run for office, so they have asked me these questions. I answer them the way that I think is right, period.
That wasn't serious, right?
So, well, then we won't support you. Okay, then God bless your heart, brother. Don't support me. Okay, you've got to be able to at least have the courage to do that. So the politicians are the ultimate arbiters of whether you're going to sign on or not sign on to that. But I think the heart of the matter is not the politicians or the interest groups, it's the media. So now you see me pushing back against the maximalist positions on the left, and some people are under the misimpression that started after the election. No, I've been doing it for 2 years. I've been doing that battle for a long, long time, right? And you go ask the far left and they'll tell you, yeah, no, we've been battling Cenk and Anna on this for years now. And so and when we do, Brian, you see what happens with your own eyes. Like the far left then swarms. How dare you?
You pique my curiosity. What guy are you talking? Wait, yeah. Damn it. Can you do the guy from Family Guy who barely is audible, but who's barely audible in Family Guy?
Right winger, you Nazi, fascist, racist. You're hurting trans people.
I mean, I can pretty much do.
You're leading to their suicide. You're hurting black bodies.
I can do the creep.
So extreme. I mean, look, borderline lunatic talk. And if you're in the far left, you're like, how dare you? That's not lunatic. Guys, go ask a normal person that's not in politics. Okay, go to a barbecue, go to wherever you go. Okay, go to dim sum, whatever you do, right? And ask a normal person. Do you think calling a woman will lead to trans people?
Somebody looks like they need a towel.
Die, and they'll say, what? What on God's green earth are you talking about? Like, they won't even understand the language you're using. It's so extreme, right? So it's like incumbent upon us to fight back and go, I love you guys. It's not that you don't exist, and it's not that I hate your positions. You're still within the tent. And I got Young Turks hosts, TYT hosts, who are in that camp. And I'm not pushing them out. I'm not banning them. I'm not censoring them. I'm having conversations with them. You have to have the courage to draw the line against your own extremes. And if we don't do that, then everyone in America is going to think that we're all in agreement on the most extreme position.
Jake's got a good point there.
I mean, I questioned defund the police from day one. I said, that is the worst slogan I've ever heard. And you guys are not explaining that you want to move some of the money to mental health. Besides which, when you went to go implement it in these liberal cities, you didn't move it into mental health. All you did was cut funding. And then where did this insane idea of turning felonies...
all they did was cut funding. That's all they wanted to do. No, what are you talking about? You're acting like it was successful.
I don't know a single progressive host that fought for that. I didn't hear any interest groups, and then all of a sudden it's foisted on us, and then we have to defend this extreme position that the voters in California and New York hate. And so, no, I don't defend that position. I never voted for it. I did get tricked into voting for Prop 47 because they literally didn't write it in the proposition in California. But we never had a discussion about it. We never came to a conclusion on it. So I know it's hard, especially as you see me and Anna get attacked so extremely from that wing of the party. It feels like, I don't want to deal with that, right? But if more people don't have the courage to say, I'm sorry, brothers and sisters, you're on our side, no disrespect, but I don't agree, then we're never going to get to be clear with the American voters that we don't all want to abolish prisons. I mean, that's just great.
Also, just so you guys know, I'm trying to, I'm right now in the process of trying to buy peptalks.tv. There's somebody already got it, so I'm seeing if they're going to be cool about it.
Easy. That's not where the Democratic voters are at all, and they proved it overwhelmingly in California. I mean, they recalled the progressive mayor 65 to 35 in Oakland. If Oakland isn't progressive enough for you, then you've lost the thread.
Yeah. Well, look, I think one thing is clear. I do absolutely agree with your philosophy of making sure that we have these conversations. And by the way, I understand that there might be some virtue in not having them in the months before the election and giving fodder to the right to be able to weaponize some of the stuff that's said against the Democrats. But it's.
I'm sorry. Why you seem like a professional? So why can't I stream Twitch onto my TV? I honestly,
December,
it's just something that they don't have.
2024.
It's as simple as that.
You know, if we use this moment for anything, if this
I know
whole
you
loss
can
is
do
gonna
it
be
if you have
worth
like a
anything,
PC
it's having
like
some
hooked up,
introspection in
obviously.
the aftermath and
Kinda
figuring
like
out
that.
what we can do to get better. Anybody who thinks that the Democrats or the left is perfect is not paying attention to this election cycle, not paying attention to this media environment. So I do think that there is a lot of virtue in having difficult conversations, speaking to everybody throughout the entire left of center space and spectrum, and figuring out what we can take. Some things people are going to want to adopt, and some things are not. But it's okay to have these conversations. We lose nothing by virtue of having them right now. So I do appreciate you taking the time. And
wait, you didn't get a notification?
One last thing: how can my viewers see more from you?
You know what, Eve? Make sure that your notification bell is on.
I want to show you the exact moment that Vivek Ramaswamy likely nuked his entire future and.
Whoa. The hell just happened?
TYT.com, you can see our whole 24-hour network there. You could also check out the Populist Plank sign on, so that has extra weight and that we could use as leverage with the politicians on both sides. But mainly, guys, I know we're on all the platforms, and you can watch us on Roku, Samsung. It's almost any platform. But Young Turks on YouTube, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern every day. Come watch the show live and see for yourself. Hey, do they make sense? Do they not make sense? And we're bringing in right-wingers, left-wingers, and every part of the political spectrum to have these important conversations we need to have. So Young Turks on YouTube, 6 p.m. Eastern every day.
Cenk, I appreciate you taking the time, and happy holidays.
Thank you so much, Brian. And I really appreciated this good, honest, thoughtful conversation.
Ooh, I feel like that might have been a rip on some other people. He's got to be careful with that, man. He really is getting kind of close to having another chat with Hassan about, like, Unc, you're losing it, man. Everybody is fucking pissed at you. Yeah, man. I'm glad that you guys can be here. You know, I like some of that Cali Kush. You guys want to go get high? I'm gonna stop doing tally now. You got me doing tally. Yeah, what can I say? I like impressions. Alright, so that's done. Yay. Watch a MAGA star nuke his career. Vivek Ramaswamy nuked his career. What? Huh. Did you just call me a towel? Oh, man. That's messed up. I caught a glance at myself and I'm just like, wait, what was a dumb argument? I'm confused now. Yeah, no, I mean, wait. I feel like this was is a Weezer band. Some pre-old and you guys are pretty. What? Dude, like, what? Number one, you can't, I don't think you're the elder of this chat. I actually, Rome Dog. Wait, you actually, Brian, how old are you? Because Rome Dog, I know exactly how old he is. He is 48 years old. So if you surpass Rome Dog, which, I mean, you could just lie, but you'd be cooler if you didn't. Plus, how old do you think I am? Seriously. I'm probably a little bit older than you think. Hey, everybody on Twitch. Just wanted to say I am sorry for all the buffering problems, and I've had some just overall quality issues. So I don't know. It's doing it again right now. Yeah. I'm really sorry about that, guys. I tried to fix it, but Kirk, mine and Duke's argument. I don't want to have bad blood over something silly like I like him. I don't know. Always remember that Duke is also like he's a seasoned like I don't want to. You're not a debate lord, but you're definitely a debater. So, nah, you guys are cool. I'm glad that you. Yeah, no, that's a good old disagreement. Whatever. We can have them. But yeah, Brian, I gave you the Twitch thing, Pep Talks TV, all lowercase, all one word. That's the channel. That's all my socials. Like I was at least smart enough to do that. So if you guys just want to look me up on pretty much anything, it's Pep Talks TV. I still disagree. I'm just not pushing it. Okay. Whatever. There's no reason to push it. Let's see what oh my god, we got another Adam Mockler. This one was sent to me on by a viewer, so let's see. This better not be the one that I already watched.
I want to show you the exact moment that Vivek Ramaswamy likely nuked his entire future in Republican politics with one single bizarre post. Now, this tweet has 79.5 million views, as you can see at the bottom of the screen, and that's because both sides are just...
Whoa, that's mega viral. Holy crap.
Stunned at the absurdity of what Vivek tries to say in this post. He talks about American culture and mediocrity, and he blames a lot of our problems on Boy Meets World and Saved by the Bell and other 90s TV shows,
normal.
which we'll get to. But before we jump in, I just want to say, here's the kicker about this all. Vivek is bemoaning this cultural shift in America while simultaneously championing the very policies that would make this problem worse. For example, you can't complain about a lack of American engineers and then turn around and advocate for gutting the very systems that support the education of engineers in this country. Because Vivek has called for dismantling the Department of Education. He's called for cutting Title I
I didn't mean to cater to him, but that one was funny.
He wants to eliminate programs that provide mental health support and after-school activities. So how exactly are we supposed to cultivate this new generation of innovators and engineers when we're pulling the rug out from under millions of kids? So make sure you drop a like, make sure you subscribe, and I really want to know what your guys' opinion on this is, because I wasn't around to watch Boy Meets World or Saved by the Bell. I mean, I know a lot about the shows, but a lot of you guys were there during the 90s. So I want you guys to give me your own opinion of Vivek's tweet.
All right, there you whippersnapper.
Because I do value what you have to say.
Watch
so Vivek
it.
said, the reason top tech companies often hire foreign-born and first-generation engineers over Native Americans isn't because of an innate American IQ deficit.
Did he really just use the term Native Americans?
Key part of it comes down
he's
to
an Indian.
C-word, culture. Tough questions demand tough answers, and if we're really serious about fixing the problem, we have to confront
No
the
way,
truth.
guys. That just
Here's where
happened.
it gets bizarre. His thesis is, our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, at least since the 90s and likely longer. That doesn't start in college, it starts young. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ, or the jock over the valedictorian, will not produce the best engineers. A culture that venerates Corey from Boy Meets World, or Zack and Slater over Screech and Saved by the Bell, or Stefan over Steve Urkel and Family Matters will not produce the best
Oh
engineers.
my
He said,
god.
fact,
Oh
I
my
know
god.
multiple
This is the
sets
most
of immigrant
inselly thing I have
parents
ever
who
heard.
actively limited how much their
Oh my
kids can watch
god.
those TV shows precisely because they promoted mediocrity.
He's literally making the case where he's just like, yeah, how come the hot girls always like Slater?
And their kids went on to become wildly successful STEM graduates. Listen to this part, because this part is very odd. He then says,
Oh, you're 50? Damn. Well, I guess you got room dog beat.
more movies like Whiplash, fewer reruns of Friends, more
Listen,
math
that's your
tutoring,
profile
fewer
picture. You look good for
sleepovers,
50, man.
more
My
weekend
man.
science competitions,
My dude.
fewer Saturday
Looks like you hit
morning
that moisturizer.
cartoons, more books, less TV, more creating, less chilling, more extracurriculars, less hanging out at the mall. Is this a no fun zone? Is Vivek Ramaswamy just a no fun guy? It would suck to be his kids. No Saturday morning cartoons. You have to do your morning math. He then said, most normal American
If you're
parents look
38, you're the
skeptically
same
at
age as
those kinds
me.
of parents. More normal American kids view such, quote, those
He's
kinds
doing.
of kids with scorn. If you grow up aspiring to normalcy, normalcy is what you will achieve. He then says, now close your eyes and visualize which families you knew in the 90s or even now who raise their kids according to one model versus the other. Normalcy doesn't cut it in a hyper-competitive
Les Wiseman, I haven't agreed with a comment more. Yes, more kids should have watched The Sopranos and The Wire. Amen. I actually condone this.
Global market for technical talent, and if we pretend like it does, we'll have our asses handed to us by China. He says this could be our
Dead on,
moment.
Les.
We've awakened from
Dead
slumber
on.
before, and we can do it again. Trump's
Well, here's one of my favorite shows.
A new golden era, blah blah blah. There's just so much to break down with this post. I want you guys to let me know what you think in the comment section below. But I guess I want to start off by just debunking the entire thesis of this. The entire thesis statement is wrong, and then everything he subsequently builds on top of that is extra wrong. So his thesis is that American culture idolizes mediocrity.
That's one hell of a way to make a case there, Brian.
Opposite. Our culture is obsessed with glorifying the top 1%. Every single movie
actually
has
not a
hero
douche.
with a body that's not really obtainable. If you're scrolling through social media, you're seeing the best parts of people's lives.
You know what's
and they're
funny?
glorifying
I say
their
shit like
lives.
that when
So I
I'm
don't think
when I
people are
feel like I'm a
depressed because
douche.
they're mediocre. They're depressed because we've told them that being mediocre makes them worthless. When the reality is, being normal or normalcy isn't something you should vilify. The vast majority of people are normal by definition. I mean, being normal or mediocre means you're average. So if everybody were above average, then there would be a new definition of average, right? But again, it's incredibly odd to vilify normalcy, especially when his definition of normalcy is just like having fun and watching TV shows. I mean, let's jump to the part that I thought was really absurd. He said, more math tutoring, fewer sleepovers, more weekend science competitions, fewer Saturday morning cartoons, more creating, less chillin'. We can't have fun. We can't have fun anywhere. I really disagree with the notion that fun is somehow the enemy of progress, which seems to be what Vivek is implying here when he says more math tutoring, fewer sleepovers. You can't have any fun. I think that part of what makes America so unique is our culture. Sure, we have our flaws. Our healthcare system is a mess. Our institutions are far from perfect, but we've also built something pretty cool. I mean, just think about it. You probably have a movie theater near you. Hollywood produces solid movies. If you go to any other country in the world, the odds are they'll be playing movies from Hollywood. We have solid
here's watch Degrassi
that play on the radio of other countries too. America has given us the freedom to enjoy life, whether it's
Dude, wait a minute, Les. I just realized this. You're way older than Brian. You're definitely the senior in this chat. How the hell do you know Degrassi?
backyard barbecue or like a road trip.
That seems a
America
little
allows for that, and I get that other countries
outside
do
of
as well.
your
I get
age
that America
range.
is imperfect. but I'm just
You
trying
probably
to
have
push back on
daughters.
The idea that
Just thought
America
about
can
that.
only be
Sons or
great
daughters.
if we have fewer
Daughters.
sleepovers. I think part of what makes America
Daughters
solid
watch
already
Degrassi.
is that we have the freedom to do this stuff. So I guess Vivek wants to replace joy and balance in life with this endless grind, turning every
Call me
moment
Lester,
into some
not
sort of
Les-
uphill
yeah,
battle
yeah,
where you're
Lester.
grinding it out. And this
I
person
hate
puts it
that
pretty
show, by
well.
the
They
way.
say, so basically, tech bros prefer foreign-born workers because they're willing to work 90 hours per week rather than having a work-life balance. Got it. And I think that's a pretty solid breakdown. But to go back to what Vivek is saying, one thing that really bothered me personally, because I love movies, is when he said,
Well, that's good.
more movies like Whiplash, fewer reruns of Friends. Anybody in the audience, have you guys seen the movie Whiplash? If you have, you know that Vivek Ramaswamy completely missed the point of the movie Whiplash. The lesson isn't to work harder at all costs.
That's why I'm such a socialist, Les. Needs of the many.
It's actually a cautionary tale, because if you haven't seen Whiplash, go check it out. It's a great movie. By the end of the movie, spoiler alert, the protagonist has essentially lost everything because of how hard he worked. He worked so hard, he sacrificed relationships. His mental health was shot. He had no life balance. That movie's not a blueprint. The movie is not a blueprint for greatness. It's a tragedy. The movie is supposed to be a tragedy. And again, not everybody in America wants to grind their life away for some vague idea of a legacy. Some people prioritize family more than they want to prioritize legacy. Again, being mediocre or being normal isn't bad.
I'll be
It just means
honest.
that you're average.
You know what? Screw it. I'm going to go on this one. There's nothing dumber than the idea of legacy. Even if you believe in an afterlife, the fact that you believe in your legacy being some form of keeping you alive, you ain't gonna care.
I think this reply was pretty solid. It reads, "Oh Vivek, where do we start? You're out here saying America's culture celebrates mediocrity."
I did
over
Vivek
madness."
post a manifesto. I'm pretty sure that it's because he got ratioed to like Mars by by the people that usually are in agreement with him. But him and Elon, man, they're pissing off the entire internet.
Prom queens over problem solvers. And hey, maybe you've got a point about priorities, but then you turn around and you want to gut the very thing that could change it. Education funding. You can't bemoan America's STEM talent deficit while calling for the Department of Education to be tossed like yesterday's trash. That's like blaming the forest for forest fires. Title I funding, gone. Mental health supports for students, vanished. After school programs that could have nurtured your future engineers.
Mortality sucks. Dude, even when I was a Christian, I used to actually think about that where I was like, how boring would heaven be? And then I really did think about it. I was like, oh God, like I would just want to kill myself. Like, and it's just, and have you ever seen Groundhog's Day?
Poof. And let's talk about this normalcy
That's
you're
heaven
so
right
ready
there.
to vilify. Not every kid has tiger parents who both work 2 jobs
According to
for
Christians.
people or weekend science fair to fall back on. You take away federal education dollars, and you're not just losing sleepovers and wall runs.
I still
you're
never
shutting the door
understood
on
heaven.
millions of kids from struggling families who
even-
will never see the starting line,
Yeah, whatever.
let alone cross it. He then says, so yeah, America might need a
Trying
cultural
to
shift
ruin your
towards
night.
valuing excellence, but guess what? That takes investments in schools, not defunding them. You can't lecture us about the Sputnik moment while you're busy dismantling the rocket launch pad. That is a great way to put it. And yes, we do need more education funding. There are certain parts of America where our education systems are lacking. We all know this. But Vivek Ramaswamy
Yes, and he successfully privatized NASA.
wants to contribute to that idea. And I'll
Like, what? And we let it
just end
happen.
it there. This tweet has gotten him into a lot
What?
of stuff. You know what? Let's not end there. Let's scroll down and see what people are saying. Jack Posobiec said, we already tried this during COVID. Control of America was effectively handed over to Screeches and Steve Urkels. It was not good. A lot of these people said, turns out the waste that America wanted to cut from America was Americans. People are mad at Vivek Ramaswamy, and people on both sides. I mean, people on our side are mad at him because he's a
sure.
weirdo who doesn't think we should be watching good shit.
In my opinion there, then she'll write it here. Remember, I'm one of them types of atheists where I just, dude, I think once it's over, it's over. That's it. Just night-night. Nothing. So, as I said, sorry, not to be a downer, but hated Whiplash. It would work if in high school, not in elite. Oh, Whiplash, the movie. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I had one of my exes, she actually went to Juilliard for cello. And yeah, she said that it was kind of more like the Whiplash aspect of that is when she got to Juilliard. So I agree with it was a little over the top, but I love the music, so I guess I'm just a little biased. Oh, okay. You guys are talking about Whiplash. Cool. All right. We got more segments. Turn my music up and chill. Ugh. All right. Wait, who just said what? I want to call myself an agnostic atheist, but people tell me I'm an atheist. Well, it depends on what you... I mean, dude, like... See, I used to be, like, all about trying to find the spirituality. Because, like, I've felt deep connections to nature, to my animals, to people. But realistically, I'm just saying... and it was as dumb as this, but somebody just, like... I remember trying to think, like, I had the one-up on somebody. Even with, like, being agnostic, where I was like, yeah, because that was, like, our mini debate was over about... excuse me. Do you hold a little bit of spirituality even though you are an atheist? And I started the conversation off going, yes. And I was just like, I believe in my connection to nature, and I just believe in, like, the transference of energy. And he's like, okay, well, that doesn't technically change anything, but what do you believe in after you die? And I was like, what do you mean? And, like, then he was talking, like, about the conscious part of it, and like, if I'm going there, I literally just think, because somebody, he was just saying, like, are you comfortable with, like, the idea of your meanings being meaningless, and just knowing that, like, you're just like every animal that has ever passed, where it's just you're here now and then you're not, and he's like, and before you were here, that's how it is. That's exactly what it's like when you're not here. And I was like, and honestly, we were on a camping trip when I was like 19, and that has permeated that long. So, but whatever. The thing is, I'm also not one of those assholes that begrudges anybody with what they believe. If you believe in, like, a god, cool. If you believe in Christianity, even, cool. I hope you're just not as deep into it as I was, because that's manipulation. You know, like, what sucks is I have a fine line with religion where once they start telling you that you're not good enough and that you need that religion in order to move on, nope. Nope. It's also why I didn't dig the military. Military was using the same exact structure where I was just like, oh, so I'm not good enough and only through God can I be found. Okay. No, you just need some God. Okay. Stanley, I just read your file. I think that you just need to accept the Lord and Savior into your heart, okay? Mackey's not one of my best ones. I'll give you that. So, yeah. If you're anti-death penalty, you have to be anti-abortion, right? I've had that one thrown on me before, and I did actually, like, have that moment where I was like, touche. No. No. Capital punishment's a little bit different. No, because I actually do remember exactly where I landed on that, where I was like, no, capital punishment is definitely a little bit different than, you know, the finer nuances of arguing whether a woman is an incubator or not. Because you could ask me that, and I could ask you, do you think women have agency over their own lives, even though they can get pregnant? Or is your daughter, the second that she is born, just another incubator? Ugh. That's what, Duke, honestly, that's kind of what I meant by you can't create or destroy, so it's always cyclical, but I don't think that there's any, like... Alright, so think of it this way. When you put my body into nature, energy is transferred, and it's like, technically, that is the energy being transferred. What I'm talking about is this idea of a post-consciousness. I do not believe in a post-consciousness. All right. Speaking of, let me look this. Nope. I was hoping he'd be online. Crap. Hello, Laura. I appreciate you checking out the stream. I'm sorry to hear about your mom. You do have my sincerest condolences. Also, I hope you're not sitting here listening to this specific conversation. Dude, Brian, what are you doing? Not the time, bro. What? No, hell no. Listen, I'm willing to have this discussion, but way to make it uncomfortable. It's like, oh God. But Laura, thank you for checking this out. And also, like I said, sorry. John Nada, I hate religion. More people have been killed in the name of God than for any other reason. These people lie and they don't. Yeah, no, organized religion. That's a whole. See, John, I actually like see organized religion and like the idea of a God and a post-consciousness as two separate things. Like, you don't necessarily need religion to think that there's a post-consciousness. How could you be partying 37 people on death row, but not 40? What, are you just like for odd numbers or something? Or for even numbers? You're against odd numbers? You're just like, rah! No, I'm more pissed off that he didn't even try. Like, he didn't even look at the guy in Missouri, and he didn't look at the other one in, God, I think it was Virginia, or no, South Carolina. Missouri's messed up. Because if, like, I should actually find that, and watch that on my next stream. You know what? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to find this documentary and make sure that it's copyright friendly, because it's specific. It was done by Vice, but it was done about how the Missouri like judiciary is super corrupt in the way that they have like the most lenient overwatch of like the judiciary in the state. So they have the power to essentially just say, nah. Even if you bring this evidence, and even if like the DA comes up to us and says, hey, can we maybe get rid of this? They'll go, nah, we already did it. It's so messed up. I'm sorry. Wait, what? Listen, I'm pro-choice, period. I'm pro women making decisions on the agency of their own bodies. If you have a penis, I'm sorry, and I do kind of apply this to trans people too, then you really don't have much of you don't have the same weight on that opinion. I think that honestly, no, it comes down to the woman. It comes down to her body. Her, like, it's, yeah, I know, I'm doing the slogan thing. Her body, her choice. Come on. She's Mexican, she can barely speak English, and she's about to be deported. Hola, me llamo Pirieta. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Y tú? Oh, wait. No. Bien. ¿Y tú? God. As I said, I took like Spanish too and did not do that well. So, without evidence, with so much data, contradiction, the claim of religion, you have nothing at all. Oh yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. They are just making stuff up. We know the myths, the religions are, the Bible are based on. Well, yeah. Like after I learned about the Council of Nicaea, which was weird because we do teach, like we taught that. So when I actually learned what it was about and how it was essentially like the Alexandrian Council just being like, hey, we got a bunch of these religions and they got this Dionysus fella and we got this other guy and the sun god Ra. You know, we got this Jesus guy. He seems to be pretty popular. Why don't we just go with that? He didn't commute the... What? Well, now you're getting weird. What the fuck are you talking about? Any good reason not to commute those three? Disagree? What? Wait. What did I miss here? What were the three cases not pardoned? Or what? More people have been killed by Karen than any other religion. Disagree, but all right, this is going off the rails. You should have pardoned me for my future crimes. Big mistake. Well, Duke, you got mod power now, so you should know that you should be covered. All right, so we got one more video to cover here. Squish. Yeah, she told me yesterday. That sucks. Yeah, so I'm not sure if you guys heard, but Adrian Vixen, she got banned from Twitch, which sucks because of the reason even more. So apparently she had an emote that they deemed as terroristic. So yeah, she's appealing it, and I hope that she is back on within like the next 5 to 7 days. I know she was also trying to move, so like, talk about bad timing. But if you guys can actually, here, let me find her YouTube channel so I can just link her. There we go. Sub Adrian. Copy. And then, where are you guys at? Oh, here you are. Check her out. please. She's very cool, and she was the first person to raid my my channel and actually really helped me out. So, yeah. I'll also be honest. A learning experience for me, where I was just like, okay, well, don't take that too far. Which is so weird on Twitch, of all things. Okay, so being newer to Twitch, like, I didn't use it before I even got my, like, account, like, for this. So, yeah, man. I thought that they were way more stuck up. They are not. Like, they're pretty lenient with, like, a lot of stuff. But then you look up the banned words and then topics. It's all over the place. It's so much worse than YouTube. So I'm like, this is very odd. It's actually a known fact that most wars in the past have been started over women. Well, I mean, if we're talking personal wars. And no, they haven't, actually. There's definitely been way more killing in the name of a perceived god. No, Duke, I like how you're even engaging it, where you're like, I don't think that's accurate. Like, you're actually engaging it in good faith too, or you're like, you're funny. You're funny. Also, just so you guys know, you guys can give some subs. Oh, Squish, I'd never have found you if she hadn't rated you. Awesome. Yeah, you know what? That makes me really happy that I got a long-termer. Yeah, you were like one of like 75, and then by the end of stream, I had like maybe 20. But hey, what you gonna do? It's part of the game. So no, she's awesome. No, I actually watched one of her streams. I ended up really enjoying it. She's really cool. That's how I knew she was moving, because I knew she was doing like her moving fund. I've never been on Twitch or Twitter or anything like that. I don't need that. I'm only on YouTube. Yeah, I hate banned speech and words. Swearing are the spices of an otherwise tasteless language. Yes, I will agree with that. Also, I appreciate guys like you who do not have any of it except for YouTube. Because I used to be like you. Before I did this, I'm not even kidding, man. Like, I used to just have my old Facebook page and my YouTube. That was it. I hate social media. And even my Facebook, I got that way late. Like, way late. Like, I had a lot of friends that were starting to get mad at me because they, like, kept making a bunch of these events. And they were just like, did you not hear about it? I'm like, no. What are you talking about? They're like, it's right, you're not on Facebook. It's just like, so I seem to have, like, for all my mental proclivities, I actually do have like a much better like mental health than people that are online all day. I also don't, I have a TikTok, but I don't use it. Like, I do not watch TikToks. I also barely watch shorts or any of that because, like, it's weird. It's too short for me, where I'm just like, I want more content. Like, like, I always find that, like, a lot of the times, especially some of those informative videos, I'm like, where's the other part of this? And I get mad. So, yeah, I've seen what it's doing. Like, come on, man. Dude, one of the most heartbreaking things about watching my 6-year-old nephew is how he's got no attention span at all. Dude, I grew up with ADD and I somehow have a better attention span than this kid. Like, it's insane. Like, I don't think he's ever seen a full movie in his entire life. Like, for real. That's crazy to me. I used to sit there and watch movies like this, glued to the screen. I don't understand. Oh, that's great. What? Oh my god, he's doing it again. Not enough brain rot for TikTok. I mean, I produce TikTok. Like, I do, as I said, I got a bunch of my cat videos, which most of them you can see on my YouTube page, which That's all my shorts are just my cats. And maybe the dog. But Legacy of Kain. No, that is actually Alex Ross's version of Armored Batman from Kingdom Come. Nice poll, though, because I was like, it's one of my favorite games. Legacy of Kain 2 is legit one of my favorite games of all time. I wore that disc down. That game was awesome. And I just saw that they are re-releasing Soul Reaver. Or they might have already. I have to get that. I totally have to get that. I love those games. The Legacy of Kain games are so underrated. Yeah. John, I appreciate that. But no, that is Alex Ross. Who, if you do not know him, he is a very, very good comic artist. So, what did you just... Wait. Who's talking about homelessness? I am very confused who you're talking to. We were talking... It's actually not... Oh, excuse me. Oh, wow. That was, that's not a figure. That's a comic box. So, yeah, it's just a picture. All these are comic boxes that are full. Yeah. I like comics. I like comics. I like comic books. I like the words and the pictures. Actually, if you guys, if you follow in the Discord, I have been posting some of my favorites. They're good. So. Uh-oh, Brian. Oh, Brian. Got it. Oh, wait. Homelessness. Oh, God. Brian. It's caused by people who are too lazy to go. Dude, come on. Really? Really? Right now? Like, seriously? No, dude, that's not... No, not at all. Dude, you could have one bad thing happen to you and end up homeless. It is that... Like, seriously, it's that bad. Like, for instance, this is why the Luigi Mangione story is so big and permeates with everybody, is because these things are what everybody can associate, like, somebody in their lives or themselves with. And I can tell you that going homeless from medical debt is way more common than you think. So, for one thing, your strange sucks stream. Oh, thank you. It's funny you can say you hate social media because I can totally tell that about you. For one thing, your stream sucks. Oh, cool. Now you're that. Oh, so after all that, after all the support, after keeping... Okay, bud. Cool. Cool. Well. Which is weird. Actually, that is kind of weird because, like, I just kind of realized, I'm like, nah, I mean, I didn't really miss out on Twitch streamers. I didn't miss out on streamers. Like, I was still into streaming, so... Defending myself a little bit, but... Lately, I've been watching those crazy puzzle shorts. They're actually addicting. Are you really just trying to move on from the fact that you said I suck at streaming? Like, for real? At the end of a 5-hour stream? You know? What? I like old school anime. Saint Seiya. I love Saint Seiya. Or Ronin Warriors, I guess, as it was marketed as. Yeah, no, I love Saint Seiya. Did you see the live action one that they did? It was actually pretty good. Yeah, I'm really into that stuff. I actually just was watching Kamen Rider last night before I went to bed. Dude. Whatever, I like weird shit. It's okay. That's not even anime. That's tokusatsu. Like, that's That's or Tonkatsu. I forgot how it's actually pronounced, but either way, Japanese fun. But yeah, you don't get to just back up and just be like, hey, you suck at stream. Blah, blah, blah. Do no cap. The last 2 movies I went to, starting to nod off before the end. Well, yeah. Depending on how old you actually are. I mean, dude, that does start to happen. But also, no. Like, what? Maybe that's showing that the TikTok brain that we're talking about. Thank you, Squash. Thank you, Squish. I appreciate you looking out, because yeah, for real, man. You gotta come out here and be like, your stream sucks. It's hurtful. Especially after all this hard work was just put into this one. Actually, this one was a little bit... you know what? Brian, you're the one who made it harder work. I don't see a single dono from you there. So that's unfortunate. Which, yeah, I should probably do that. I should probably get my my stuff up and going, because yes, you can donate to the stream through this link. You guys enjoyed this and are having fun. You know what? Screw it. I'll do it. Even though on Twitch you guys can just gift a sub, or you can always donate. Either way, yes, I'm doing the thing. Doing the beggy. But you know what? This is hard work. Honestly, so Duke of Bread actually has a really good point. It's $5 to insult Mr. Pepper is a good deal. Actually, it is. Because I have been subbing to certain streamers, I can tell you right now, yes, it is a good deal. Actually, full disclosure, I haven't done crap. I've been very kindly gifted a few subs from some people, so which you can do on my channel as well. So I'm at work listening. I keep running to chat. Thanks, Squish. I really appreciate it. That's fucking funny. That's commitment. Don't hate. Oh, I mean, take your own advice, Brian. Don't get mean. I mean, seriously. Honestly, I want to be completely open with you guys. A guy like Brian saying that right now, that did actually hurt just that little bit, because he's not a troll. Like, trolls I can deal with. I can deal with trolls all freaking day. I can deal with MAGA heads. I can deal with any of them. But like, 2 days. I've been going back and forth with Brian here for 2 days. So for him to kind of say like, hey, your stream sucks. Number one, for my stream sucking, you've spent probably you've been with me for about 10 hours collectively on the last 2. So that's on you, bro. But yeah, the reason that kind of, resonated was because I was just like, wait a minute. How? But yeah, what's that say about you watching a streamer who sucks for almost damn near 10 hours? That's a lot of time, man. I mean, honestly, you got a lot of collective time, and like, because I can see who has like the most time in my chat. You're right up there, man. Yeah, dude, you've been here pretty much since the beginning. So it's not lagging. It's okay. I'm gonna just YouTube is 30 seconds behind. If you guys want the chat to like actually move not only a little bit faster, but also like get it to me faster, if you guys go over to Twitch and we can integrate this into both. Like, I'm not sure how easy that is for a lot of you guys, but yeah, Twitch is actually, I think, 10 seconds, like, it might even be 15 seconds, because I think it only has a 5-second lag. Yeah, YouTube, like, legit has a 30-second delay. But the thing is, I was trained to work within a delay, except mine was only 16 seconds, which, yes, that's exactly how long it was. It's just lagging. Come on, dude, JK. The thing is, dude, you have been a lot in chat today, and honestly, it's not just losing context, because I don't know where you're at in the headspace. So I'm like, oh, okay. Did he just get mad at me? Okay. You already watched that. Oh, we got to go into this. Okay, I got to go let my dog out. She really has to pee. So let's start the video. All right, so this is part 3 of the CSGO saga. So you did not need to see the first 2 in order to see this one. This is technically a standalone video, but this is about the CSGO drama, I guess, which there's I hate calling it drama because they're literally like death threats and stuff like that. So it's like, you know, but yeah, there are 2 different gambling firms that just kind of are butting heads, and I don't know why I did that. So, John Nada, you're 46. Oh, geez, it was a complete joke. I love you, brother. All right, cool. All right. Well, here, you're cool. Back at my good graces.
I got bribed to make a video exposing a single Counter-Strike casino, but I decided to expose the whole industry instead, which led us from pitchforks to people rushing stages, millionaires making excuses, and esports teams who say they can't survive without gambling. The lack of any accountability making me wonder about the biggest casino of them all, Valve, the owner of Counter-Strike. Now, if you've watched the last few episodes, you know there's a lot of opinions about what the problem is, who's the villain, who's the good guy. Hardly anyone agrees on anything.
I got pissed.
But I did find one thing that nearly everyone agrees on.
I started gambling on Counter-Strike when I was probably 13 years old.
13 years old. I think I was 14.
Valve definitely does have an underage gambling problem.
I think Valve does have an underage gambling problem.
Yes, it is underage gambling disguised because it holds real life value.
Underage, middle age, overage, however you want to slice it.
When I was young, that's the most easily influential age to get people in, because I can't go to a real casino and gamble.
Like what I did back then was I went to our local video game store, bought like $20 worth of Steam credits. I would buy skins with those $20 credits, no verification at all.
Right, this is the most consistent answer I've received in a story where no one agrees on anything. Underage gambling is rampant on Counter-Strike. Not only that, Valve has known this was a problem for at least 8 years. And for those 8 years, Valve has done things here and there, but they've never seriously tackled offshore gambling issues, with some speculating the reasons why.
I think they have all the responsibility. I mean, you could pass me some of that if you want, but ultimately they're the kingpin, reaping in all of the money, or majority of the money, and there's a reason why they haven't killed it yet. They've possessed the power for all these years, but they allow it to go. And I feel like they do the bare minimum crackdown to allow it to keep operating.
That's right. Now, the person you just heard has ulterior motives for putting the blame on someone else. Either way, today I want to investigate Valve's role in Counter-Strike gambling, how we got here, what Valve can do about it, and how they've been fighting the change that is so desperately needed. So let's start from 2013, when loot boxes were first introduced to the game in an update Valve called the Arms Deal. It was first described as all the illicit thrills of black market weapons trafficking without any of the danger, which is kind of true. They did create a black market of skin betting. The only thing that I find false here is the quote, without any of the danger, because if you look at the wrong casino, this guy might show up at your house. Either way, the Arms Deal update was the start of Counter-Strike gambling as we know it, with the introduction specifically of loot boxes. We're gonna open one here so you can experience what that's like. First, you take out your wallet, pay $2.50. The case opens and a wheel spins where items of varying rarity pass by. Knives and gloves are particularly valuable because they're particularly rare, but usually you get an item worth pennies. Now you might notice this whole process, especially the near misses, resembles a slot machine. I believe that's not an accident. This is the same company that hired experimental psychologists to design parts of their games.
So my name is Mike Amender. I'm an experimental psychologist at Valve, applying knowledge and methodologies from psychology to game design. So thinking about how knowledge of human behavior can impact the choices that we're making. The hope is that we can take what we know about psychology, about the predictable ways humans might react or respond, and apply it to game design and induce various responses or particular responses.
Right, Valve is a game studio that uses psychology to manipulate user behavior, and it's harmless in some areas when optimizing for fun or excitement. But when we look at loot boxes, what is Valve optimizing for? What behaviors are they trying to cause when they make their loot boxes look like a slot? And the answer, I believe, is they want you to just spend more money. And making a slot simulator has been incredibly effective for that. In total, some estimates are that 1.9 billion cases have been sold. At $2.50 per case, that's 4.9 billion for Valve, all spent on video game cosmetics. You can then trade these on the Steam store, which all gets Valve even more money because they take a cut. Last year alone, Counter-Strike made about $1 billion opening cases.
The skins update was a big change for the community, giving you something you can buy, something that you can customize your guns.
It's done where it doesn't necessarily impact gameplay, but it gives people this exciting element to keep coming back and keep playing to get more skins.
So you might be surprised to learn that although Valve designed a machine that looks like gambling, Valve actually insists that it's
Honestly,
not.
if you guys see me playing Rivals, more than likely I'm going to have just the normal skins unless they gave them out free.
This is because of a loophole where technically Valve doesn't let you cash out your skins. You can sell them for money for your Steam wallet, but you can't convert that Steam wallet for cash. So the skins are technically worth nothing in the real world. They're just worth something in Steam's marketplace, meaning their slot machine of skins isn't gambling at all, or that's what they would say. The expected value is actually zero. And all that sounds great, except for the fact that obviously you can go to these third-party sites and get real money, real crypto. You can also go sell them on trading websites, which is also a huge part of this economy, where you can go sell your skins for cash. You never have to interface with the slot machine side of it. So this idea that skins aren't worth money is just not true. It's just that Valve isn't directly allowed.
God, I just realized I'm totally into something that's like real life slot machines. I mean, Pokemon cards are essentially just real life slot machines.
Cash out, which is a loophole that allows people of all ages to open loot boxes, trade skins for money, all without showing ID. It's worth saying this loophole isn't new. It's the same thing pachinko parlors use in Japan because there, gambling is illegal. But pachinko parlors are gambling, but technically not, because when you gamble, instead of winning cash, you win these small silver balls, which once again, you can't cash out in the parlor. You have to go to a third-party vendor.
換金所が別にあるから
それはなんで別にあるんですか？
まあそこでお金のやり取りしたら犯罪なんで、犯罪ってかギャンブルになっちゃうんで、景品をもらうって体で景品をもらってそれを近くの換金所でお金に変えてるからセーフっていう認識です一応。
網目をくぐってるみたいな。
グレーって言ってました。
All reminiscent of exactly what Valve does too. You can't cash it out in the Steam store. You can only cash it out on third-party sites. It's just gambling with extra steps. However, one player of the game explained to me that even this is a pretty weak excuse.
Has anyone explained to you the Steam decks? So this right here
is a Steam Deck, yeah.
It's the maxed out version. I think it's like 650 spent in Steam funds. Now, how do you get Steam funds? You can put money on, you can sell stuff on the store, you can unbox a case, get a $1,000 knife, sell it, and then get this. So items don't have value. How do I buy this?
Yeah, he makes a good point. I think it's pointless to argue too long against these loopholes though, because there's millions of arguments, some used by Valve.
John Nada, there's actually, I mean, dude, if you're into like Commodore 64 kind of stuff and Divinity, wait. I don't know, man, because like if you're into like MMO kind of shit, or if you're into like even just basic kind of civilization kind of stuff, there's just so many games to play, man. Like, I don't give up on video gaming just because you haven't been into it. Like, definitely give it a chance, man. There's some really good stuff out there.
Other used by Counter-Strike casinos for why gambling isn't gambling. You have Clash's sweepstakes loophole, hype drops, you never lose money.
The weird part is I actually used to play this game specifically, Counter-Strike. I used to play the like the actual PC you needed a disc for it. But it was also on like a LAN party, or like it was a internet cafe. It was a lot of fun.
Loophole. You have CSGO Roll saying you can only cash out skins. Everyone in this story, from casinos to Valve, is using legal loopholes.
Oh my god.
So instead of trying to legal eagle all of them, I'm just appealing
one thing is kind of funny. I do remember like the day that our internet cafe opened up the servers and we started playing StarCraft 2 against Korean servers.
Your commons.
We all got out of StarCraft immediately after that.
If it looks like gambling, mimics gambling, and the players say it's gambling, it's gambling. Now that we understand this, let's take a look at one of Valve's strangest positions they've ever had to take. See, back in 2016, when gambling sites hit mainstream news for scamming a bunch of their users and underage gambling, Valve looked really bad and said they were going to put a stop to Steam users who run a gambling business. To do this, they sent out several cease and desist letters, and some of those sites ceased, but others didn't. 8 years later, some of the same casino sites are still operating. Meanwhile, influencers are clearly still getting paid millions of dollars. Esports teams are still sponsored by many of these gambling businesses that Valve supposedly wants to shut down. This is where we come to a question. Why does Valve say they want to shut down gambling, but they fail to actually do it? Some will say they can't. Like, these offshore casinos are literally impossible to stop, but I don't buy that. This is the same company who will happily destroy parents in court who sue them for pushing gambling. Where's Valve's legal appetite to go after these offshore casinos? I don't know. It seems to me they could have banned this all a long time ago using any number of IP arguments, legal attacks, or simply software patches. Why they haven't is where we have to get into speculation. I have two thoughts as to why. Firstly, I believe it's good for Valve to be in an eternal fight against gambling. It's good optics. If you never defeat the evil offshore casinos, no one has to wonder why your loot boxes look so much like slot machines.
Hey,
we got to defeat.
We're doing the bare minimum.
The evil offshore casino guys first, guys. In fact, this is the exact attitude they had in 2016.
It feels like Valve itself has specifically designed this game to operate almost exactly like a slot.
God, I watched this one. I remember this one.
Even back then, Valve got a lot of heat for exactly the same things we're talking about now. But everyone felt that the casinos were doing worse things.
I remember that episode.
So before we demanded change from Valve, everyone felt that we should address the casino problem first. And Valve was happy to play the hero and send those cease and desist letters out. So if you can always pass the buck to someone more shady than you and say you're working on it, it's easy to avoid problems at home. That's my first guess. But there's a second, maybe more insidious answer. Shutting down offshore.
I gamble with blind boxes. At least I always get my money's worth, and sometimes I get a good one.
Gambling is just not a priority because it's not very profitable. It may even cost Valve money, even though they probably would deny this and say they don't have the data. You see, Valve may profit from these casinos indirectly. That is according to the journalist at People Makes Games. They made this argument better than I ever could, and I'm going to use a portion of their great documentary here.
We've got Steam over here and the betting sites over here on different websites, and both industries claim no relationship with the other. But to start with, the culture of skin betting is for many people a feature of Valve's games as advertised by YouTubers and streamers and virally by your friends who are gambling. Valve is going to be acquiring more visibility and players for its games from anyone who finds this extra functionality appealing. A thought I heard from almost all of the gamblers I spoke to was that Valve can't shut down these casinos permanently because that would wreck the market value of skins, thereby hurting every player who owns any Valve skins. But to me, that just sounds like evidence that one big reason Valve skins are so valuable and why people want them so bad is Valve allowing the betting sites to exist.
Look, I'll be honest, I think he's right. Valve is indirectly profiting from these casinos, but it's not just one journalist's opinion. Even experts have concluded the same thing.
So, in January of 2016, the Washington State Gambling Commission, and that's the top regulatory body in Washington State where Valve is headquartered, they received a complaint that prompted them to begin an investigation into Valve Corporation. 21 months later, when that investigation concluded, what they said was Valve, quote, knowingly facilitates the illegal wagering of skins, end quote. And the question, that it really came down to for these regulators was, is Valve benefiting? In the opinion of the regulators, yes.
So this feels like a really big deal. Washington basically concluded what a lot of people have suspected, but why did nothing happen?
What the regulators told me is that the prosecutors didn't feel that they would be able to prosecute the case successfully, so they did not pursue a case. Now, that doesn't take away from the findings of the regulators, who are the experts on this. It just means that a case...
Is it weird that I just want to cosplay the Ghostbusters and totally be like, hey, you're Egon?
...was never taken to court.
Huh. So even though regulators found one thing, prosecutors have declined to pursue it. Now, of course, I did think all of this was pretty shocking, so of course I wanted to ask Valve follow-up questions, but they didn't respond to my request for an interview or for comment. However, I did find interviews from about 8 years ago during the first scandal where Valve was asked very similar questions about whether they benefited from all this gambling. And the way they respond is kind of telling.
For Counter-Strike in particular, I'm curious if you feel like gambling has had a positive impact on the game at all, as you feel like it's grown interest in the game over the past few years that it's been available.
Yeah. So I mean, well, what's the question?
Has gambling led to greater interest in Counter-Strike?
Has it?
Yes.
We don't know. We don't have any data to support that.
Yeah, but yeah.
So I don't know.
Isn't that incredible? A company that nearly has all the data has no idea if $1 billion gambling industry helps them. This is a company that hires literal economists to work on their video game economies.
Hey, Brian, do me that favor and hop on over on Twitch and follow my my channel.
Say in those job descriptions, one thing we have at Valve is data, lots and lots of data. Yet on this one issue,
we don't have any data to support that.
And we're supposed to believe they've never conclusively found if gambling hurts or helps them? I find it hard to believe. Especially when in the same interview a little bit later, the CEO, Gabe Newell, claims data isn't really hard to get in Valve.
Right. If there's something I need to know, I can find out about it.
We don't have any data.
And information is pretty freely available inside of the company. There's, it's just not hard if there's something you need to know to find out about it. But there's no, you pull your information, there's no push towards you.
Right. Of course it's not hard to find the information. These are the people who own Steam. They have all the information. So here's a fun rule for you to think about. Anytime a company with this much data tells you, we don't have the data, it means we don't like what the data says, or we don't want to know what the data says, so we've avoided looking. And by the way, Valve admits only
Plausible
moments later
deniability.
that the Counter-Strike player base goes up when Valve releases things that make the game, quote, a stickier experience.
That growth in the player base typically comes either after the game has been on sale, or after we've added some features to the game that make the game a stickier experience.
Okay, we're getting somewhere. Growth happens when Valve makes their game a stickier experience. Now, I've got a follow-up. What's a stickier experience than a casino? It's so sticky, people have a problem stopping. You can't honestly say our player base grows with the stickier experience, and also we have no data that gambling has grown interest in Counter-Strike, because those two sentences are not compatible. And oh, by the way, we've been fighting gambling for 8 years and we keep getting outsmarted by 20-something-year-olds in Curacao. Like, you're just not trying that hard then. But we've even got more evidence for their lack of effort.
I know you all saw it too.
20-something-year-olds in Curacao.
What is going on?
Like,
why does he have like a Cambodian little person just like dancing?
Outsmarted by 20-something-year-olds in Curacao?
What is that?
Like, you're just not trying that hard then. But we've even got more evidence for their lack of effort here because
wrestling, that's not the weirdest thing I've seen.
Valve will occasionally take action on casinos, most often when they've been pressured to do so by bad press. Just take the PGL Majors, which started this whole thing. It was a horrible look for Valve, directly caused by the casinos. The result of that was almost immediately an update released only days later that for the first time in a while actually did something. Basically, Valve made it so that when you traded something in Counter-Strike, it was hard to then gamble that item. Basically, they changed a way that items showed up in your inventory. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but it kind of messed up the way casinos were tracking items. Now, the end result of this is that casinos, along with skin traders in general, are slightly punished. Now, my point here is this patch could have been done at any time. The reason it happened a few days after the PGL Major was this disruption. This was a clear signal from Valve to the casinos. You stepped out of line, you caused trouble, we'll cause you trouble, right? I should note, the casinos are going to find workarounds to this, but there aren't infinite
hit that follow button there, Brian.
It's obvious
but
to
I appreciate
everyone,
it. Thank you.
Including the casinos, that if Valve really wanted to shut them down, they could, since Valve ultimately controls the ecosystem by which everyone trades and tracks items. So if they wanted to definitively shut down the casinos, they could, but it just is going to require work. Work that Valve doesn't seem to have a huge appetite to do, maybe because it would impact other players, maybe because they just historically haven't done that
Thank
work,
you, Squish.
unless they're forced to by press.
Thank you, Squishmallow Dragon, for the $10 donation. I really appreciate it.
Governments or the casinos themselves to do so. Now, look,
and yes, now you can insult me that you paid me.
Feel like I'm being a little harsh towards Valve here, where I'm putting a lot of the responsibility on them. And if it feels that way, it's because I am. I do think they need to be the ones to change for two reasons. One, no matter where you look in the chain of responsibility from influencers all the way to governments, everything points to them. Valve is easily the most equipped to solve things because they are a single stakeholder everywhere.
Brian, I feel like I'm being a pain in the ass now, but can you? Oh, I was about to say, I was just about to ask if you can actually find the follow button because I had that same problem
at the influencer level. If you don't take Gamba money, other influencers will. At the casino level, you want to be more regulated, your competitor doesn't. Even at the esports level, you don't take a gambling sponsorship, your competitor will. Even at the government level, if one country bans it, just take a VPN somewhere else where it's not banned. Not to mention, even when governments do ban it, and by the way, I think they should be part of the solution, but even when they do ban it, Valve can try to maliciously avoid regulation with new loopholes, which is not a hypothetical. They've literally done this. In France, for instance, where loot boxes that can be traded for money are banned, Valve updated their game just in France to put in what they call an X-ray scanner, where you can see the contents of your loot box before you open it, making the results technically not random. The catch is, though, you can't open another loot box until you pay to finish opening the one you've scanned. It's just a workaround the law to allow the same gambling, just legally, I guess. But it turns out this may have been a tactical mistake because it kind of gave away the game Valve is playing. Because remember, they're trying to pretend not to be gambling, but this loophole they're using is literally a loophole slot machine companies use, where they will do what's called pre-reveal the result of a slot spin before you spin and say it's not gambling as well. In states like Missouri in America, this is how gambling companies were trying to avoid the gambling classification. Funnily enough, while learning about this loophole, I found this. Quote, the gambling companies don't like each other and will claim one company is breaking the rules while they apparently follow them. I'm getting flashbacks to this story as well. But the point is, if Valve is resorting to using gambling companies' loopholes, from the pachinko parlor loophole to the pre-spin loophole, what does that say about what they're selling? Even Valve's own users are realizing this. In a post about the French law where they dodged it with this pre-reveal, people are saying, quote, they seriously skirted the laws that stupidly easily. Sounds like Valve is using loopholes taken straight from casinos. So that's
Ryan, I don't think your follow went through on Twitch there.
why I'm saying, yes, countries should regulate predatory loot boxes designed as slot machines. Yes, influencers shouldn't take dirty deals. Yes, casinos should in theory self-regulate. But if we're looking where to lay out a plan to fix Valve's underage gambling problem, it all comes back to Valve. No one else can unilaterally shut this down except for them. And at the same time, no one stands to make so much money from keeping it open and lying about what exactly these cases are, using the same arguments casinos have been making for decades as Valve. And that's why I'm being so harsh, because frankly, they deserve it. This isn't some indie video game studio that's struggling to survive. Valve is pound for pound one of the most profitable companies in the world, period. Not just because of gambling, in spite of it. With just Steam, they're already larger than most publicly traded gaming companies, affecting millions of people a day without gambling. So it isn't crazy to expect basic responsibility from a company who touches so many lives. Unfortunately, Valve is not only uniquely able to take action, they're also uniquely equipped to avoid it. They're privately owned, an international company, and are known for not responding to journalists in situations like this or reacting to the press in any way. So for my last argument, I'm not gonna say a word. I'm just gonna let Daddy Gabe do the talking in the hopes of inspiring some change at this megacorp. Here's Gabe's thoughts on Valve and their responsibility.
People at Valve have to get used to working without a safety net. Yeah. There's nothing between you and a customer. You can do something. You can come in that morning, and by 2:00 in the afternoon, you have a million customers, right? And
they're all emailing you.
They're all me emailing you, and you probably should fix it, right? But nobody's looking over your shoulder, and for some people that's liberating. For some people it's terrifying.
Yeah, I really can't think of anything that better captures the Valve gambling story. You've screwed a million customers. You should probably fix it, but no one's looking over your shoulder. It has been 8 years since Valve set out to end these black market casinos built around their game. And still, the industry is alive and well. In fact, the harassment and threats in that industry are worse than ever. Meanwhile, Counter-Strike's own competitive players, influencers, and casinos all say there's an underage gambling problem, but Valve seems no closer to fixing that either. Maybe that's because the only way to fix it is to acknowledge that Counter-Strike's loot boxes are a little too close to slot machines. And look, I'm not even saying that if they want to go that route, they can't. But at least ID your customers, at least acknowledge what it actually is. Otherwise, you're just trying to have your cake and eat it too. You want gambling without any of the responsibility that comes with it. And we all know that that kind of cake is a lie. Look, I know this is a long shot, and maybe it's pointless. I look back 8 years and I see many of the same stories of victims, villains, and Valve with zero real change. But knowing the odds are slim hasn't stopped kids from getting addicted.
It says find the purple heart with the box
stop me either.
and follow.
This
so
is a gamble I'm willing to take.
That seems to be the best way here. I'll try and show you here. Give me 1 second. Oh my god, my dog she needs to go outside. Oh my god, yes, I'm coming to let you outside. And then okay, where the hell is this? There. I put it in there for the Twitch so you guys can fucking just knock it out amongst yourselves. All right. Says Valve did not reply to the story. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Oh, you got it. Okay, cool. Here we go. All right. That's gross. Okay. Also, yeah, Squish, I think I got it. I think we should be good for the next one. I'm going to play the next thing here. This is awesome, and I really hope that I don't get hit because I want to show you guys this. He seems cool, so let's see.
Yeah, black music. All right. It's nice to see y'all. I had a good day. I was out today smoking crack and eating ass. I do a great impression of Hunter Biden. That's what that nigga does, yo. He just smoke a little crack on camera, eat some ass. You got me, Dad? All right. That's the most G shit Joe Biden has done his whole presidency. He's like, oh, y'all like Republicans? I'll show you how Republicans get down. I pardon my son for smoking crack and tax evasion, nigga. He's as white as it gets.
That's as white as it gets.
Oh, it's so good to be white, bro. You can smoke crack on camera and your dad's just like, you're fine. Jesus. I'm afraid to take a Tylenol PM on FaceTime. Like, that shit is... What a crazy week. You know, so they shot that United Healthcare CEO. Yeah. Right? It's like the first time I've been pro Second Amendment. Right? This was the first thing I saw in the morning. It was like another person was shot and killed. I was like, what is this fucking country coming to? CEO of United Healthcare. All right. It's not so bad. At 7 a.m. Like a fucking G. Before his coffee and everything. He's like, I got one thing I need to take care of today. It's so funny. The funniest part about it to me is because, like, in the paper they were like, it seems to be a planned assassination, but nobody really understands the motive as to why. I think that dude got a bill from United Healthcare. Like,
yeah.
It's like $40,000. I ain't paying this shit. I'll take care of this right now. He did it on a bike. What a baller move. You show up to assassination on a bike? You know? Not a Ducati, a bicycle. Like a 12-year-old's mobility device. A bike.
A bike.
That's not really the getaway car for that type of job. That requires a Hyundai Sonata at least.
It is kind of funny to think about it, where, like, he did the deed, he goes, pow, pow, and then he gets on the bike and he pedals away like he's in Stranger Things.
You know how confident you got to show up to a shooting on a fucking Huffy? Just you and another Uber Eats delivery guy. Just move over, Juan. I got shit to take care of, dude.
Oh, his name is Jordan Fisher here.
It's insane. It's kind of crazy. Like I you know, he was wearing a mask. He got away with it. He's just out here. I know. I kind of want him to keep doing it. Like, we're overdue for, like, a good serial killer. But one that helps the community. You know,
like Dexter.
It's like if Batman had the balls to finally buy a gun, you know? It's like, yeah, the Joker's gonna keep attacking the city if you don't kill this motherfucker, Bruce. You gotta shoot him. You know? I want them to shoot all the CEOs of the healthcare industry. Just take them out one by one.
You gotta take care of him, Bruce.
Cigna, Blue Cross Blue Shield, just leaving bodies across the country. All of them lining up in heaven. God's like, we don't accept that one. Sorry.
Oh, hell yeah.
You know, just kill them all, dude. I don't usually condone violence, but, you know, These guys gotta go.
These guys gotta go.
I love for them. Just keep killing all these people. Eventually the FBI
Why is it always the stand-ups that are just sitting here? It's just like, you know what? Voice of the people.
gets involved. We gotta track this motherfucker down. All right, they finally find him, corner him in his dusty old house, tie him up like a Scooby-Doo villain, pull that mask off. It was Bernie Sanders the whole time. I would have got away with it too. If it wasn't for that meddling 1%.
Oh my god. That's fire. No, I would have gotten away with the 2. Oh my god, that was so great. All right, yeah, his name is Jordan Fisher. I linked him in my YouTube chat here. I'll also link him in the That is the comedian that we just watched. Oh my god, yeah. I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for that meddling 1%. Dude, that joke was fire. Oh my god. All right, yeah, man. That was perfect. Dude. Wait a minute, really? Wait.
All right, Merry Christmas, everybody. Hope you had a good one. Happy holidays. Happy
They
Kwanzaa.
are
happy
doing
Arbor
Crystal and
Day,
Kyle from the
happy
couch.
Asshole Day, happy Ball
He
Sack
would
Day.
have a tribal tattoo. Oh my god, he doesn't even have the full tribal. He has like the
I hope, you guys have a good New Year's.
what do you
too.
call that? Oh my god. It was that the Orange County Choppers.
New Year's coming up. Couldn't stay away for too long. Had some stuff that we wanted to talk about. So there is officially a colossal MAGA
That's
civil war
way different.
that just popped off. I believe it started on Christmas. And the dividing lines are Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk versus basically everybody else in MAGA. Now, the big boss man hasn't said a word about it yet. I think that's actually rather strategic. I don't think he's going to weigh in on this or wants to weigh in on this, but he's sitting back and watching. So basically what you have are the libertarian...
All right, as somebody who grew up with a mom who was super into what I call the Home Alone colors of gold, was it burgundy and like the dark green? Nah, it looks fancy.
...on the right versus the white...
I was just watching Home Alone and I'm like,
and they are
I had to literally call my mom and just be like, we had a room that looked like that. She's like, yeah, for almost 20 years. I'm like,
hard. So Crystal, I'll let you lay it out for everybody what's happening.
Yeah, so it all got sparked by Laura Loomer took issue with some Indian-born tech dude that Trump announced was going to be head of AI. And he had said some things in the past about how he wanted to have more quote-unquote high-skilled immigration. And so she starts freaking out about that. And then that triggered pushback from Elon and Vivek and resulted in an absolutely incredible post from Vivek about how, in actuality, there aren't enough Americans who were talented enough to take these positions, who are skilled enough to take these positions at tech companies, and that if we want to win again, we need to be basically more like, like a Tiger Mom type of culture. But he took aim directly at like a bunch of 90s era sitcoms, which is
Don't never do that, bro. You're just asking for it at that point. Because remember, he also came to prominence by doing a massive scam.
Right. No, that's how he's a billionaire. That's how he made his billions.
Yes.
He's not a tech guy. He's like a Wall Street dude.
Yeah, he's a
who
scam artist.
Bought this Alzheimer drug patent.
Which had
already
failed 4 different trials.
Correct. And then effectively did a pump and dump with it.
Exactly. He started bragging, oh, this is the future. Oh, we actually have something. We're going to do further testing. You guys need to invest in it now because we swear this is going to be the future. We swear this thing is going to work.
oh my god, you guys didn't see this? I thought this was a Domino's logo and then I just realized it was Breaking Points.
So before I read this, just truly chef's kiss Vivek Ramaswamy post, the meat of the policy disagreement here is over what's called H-1B visas, which are sort of foreign guest worker permits that tech companies avail themselves of, especially large tech companies, because there's like a significant process you have to go through. You're supposed to have to prove that there's no American-born worker who can fill the job. And so every year there's a certain number of these visas available. It's like 85,000 that's available a year. Usually they go to Amazon, Google, the like big players get a few thousand each. And the Elon Musks of the world, whose primary goal is just like capitalist exploitation, regardless of race or ethnicity, they love this program because it makes those workers fully dependent on that corporation. So if the corporation says, I no longer need you, then you have to leave. You have to leave the country. So lefties have an issue oftentimes with the nature of this program, even, you know, lefties who support more immigration, which I'm one of those lefties who supports more immigration. They have an issue with some of the specifics of the program because it is very exploitative. And it makes it so that tech companies can pay these workers less than, you know, they're truly worth. And that does undercut American workers who they're competing with and makes it so that they're effectively, in the words of Ann Coulter, indentured servants.
That's what I was going to mention.
Yeah.
That Ann Coulter on Twitter said that this program is basically like indentured servitude. And they have the program in place so they can bring in cheaper foreign workers and have them completely dependent on the company. And
Yeah.
by your analysis, what you're saying is that's actually objectively true.
That is true. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, Ro Khanna, you know, who represents Silicon Valley and obviously is like progressive, he supports reforms to the H-1B visa program. He doesn't support getting rid of it. But, you know, it also gets into all this, like, obviously on the right, it gets into all this weird racial stuff because you have some segments of the right that are basically like Asian supremacist, and Vivek kind of outs himself as one of those.
Right.
And then they're coming into conflict with the portions of the right that are like white supremacists that are like, no, we're the superior race and should, you know, get all the spoils, et cetera, et cetera. So
yeah, read some of the posts.
with all
read
of
some of the
that being
Vivek
said,
posts.
you have to hear this post. This is incredible. So Vivek.
So, and this was
tweets-
unprompted when he said this, right?
Not unprompted. This is after Loomer started picking this fight over quote unquote high skilled.
It's a Lacoste shirt.
Foreign born workers.
Lacoste.
Which, you know, are disproportionately Indian. So this ends up being about like Indians and Vivek.
So,
of course,
so it's an
of
attempt.
Indian origin. Yeah.
It's an attempt to dunk on Laura Loomer. Then that's basically where this stems from. Because,
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes. So he says, the reason top tech companies often hire foreign-born and first-generation engineers over native Americans isn't because of an innate American IQ deficit, a lazy and wrong explanation. A key part of it comes down to the C word, culture. Tough questions demand tough answers, and if we're really serious about fixing the problem, we have to confront the truth. Our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, at least since the 90s and likely longer. That doesn't start in college, it starts young. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers.
Oh, let me just pause you there real quick. What a nerd!
What a nerd. I mean, I knew it. This is the reason that I watched this video, to be completely honest with you guys. I wanted to see how Kyle was going to react. Because the blonde hair, the chains, I already know his high school vibe on this one. He just proved it.
Dude,
What a nerd!
America. You can't be like, hey, fuck the prom queen, fuck the quarterback of the football
Math
team.
Olympiad.
Yeah. Like, bro, this is no wonder the white nationalists got upset. This is like an arrow straight to the heart of their whole vision. But honestly, I'll say something maybe controversial here. That's also, he really is just attacking some basic America shit. You're going to read more in a second.
Yeah.
There's one line that I was like, how could you say something like that? I'll let you keep reading. It's the mall one.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So he says, a culture that venerates Corey from Boy Meets World. or
Bro, that's like one of the goated shows of all time, Boy Meets World.
Or Zach and Slater over Screech in Saved by the Bell. Which, by the way, people pointed out, apparently, Zach Morris got
a higher
1,500
SAT.
on his SAT
Yeah.
and went to Yale or something like that. Or Stefan, is that what it is? Over Steve Urkel in Family Matters will not produce the best engineers.
By the way, nobody put Stefan over Steve Urkel. The show was about Urkel. Stefan was in 5 episodes. What are you talking about, bro?
I couldn't even remember.
Oh, this is so confused. This is a real mask off moment.
No, exactly. That's what I was saying, where I was just like, wow, this goes back to high school.
Americana, right?
Well,
That's the sense of it.
It's that, and it's also the sense of like he was like a nerdy, awkward kid who got rejected by the cool kids,
And so
like,
he did a fucking
Oh
pump and
yeah.
dump and became a
Oh
billionaire.
yeah. This has major vibes of
And
that.
there's a lot of this with, you know, Elon as well. These people that just like venerate like quote unquote IQ, which also starts to flirt with a lot of eugenicists.
It's such pseudoscience too. I hate the fucking IQ obsessed people.
Absolutely.
It's like as if that one test can tell you in every dimension somebody's intelligence. Like we all know people who are fucking brilliant in one specific area and not so much in other areas. And like everybody has their own strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah.
And the idea that one test can sort of like just objectively break it down is so fucking stupid.
Yes, indeed. All right, we're going to continue with this because it's incredible. Fact. I know multiple sets of immigrant parents in the 90s who actively limited how much their kids could watch those TV shows precisely because they promoted mediocrity, and their kids went on to become wildly successful graduates. More movies like Whiplash, fewer reruns of Friends, more math tutoring, fewer sleepovers, more weekend science competitions, fewer Saturday morning cartoons, more books, less TV, more creating, less chillin', more extracurriculars, less hanging out at the mall.
You're gonna attack hanging out at the mall in the United States of America. That was our whole fucking childhood, was at the fucking mall.
The other thing
That was a mall rat, dude.
Also,
Hell yeah.
Obviously, these references are 30 years dated.
True,
right?
of
At
course.
the least, okay?
But it's right in our wheelhouse where it's like, now I feel like you're attacking me.
Yeah, but that's the other thing is like, actually, the culture was better when there was like
100%.
a mall hangout culture and these sitcoms that were kind of like universally watched
And by the way-
very harmless and sweet, by the way.
Well,
and
that's
usually had some sort of like a moral sweet.
I've actually been talking to like my niece. So she is, I think about 10 or 11, but she's even been like, she happens to live near like one of the last vestiges of a good mall, and she goes there all the time. Or went there all the time, because that's kind of my finer point, is that they had to move away from it. And that was the number one thing that she was like heartbroken about, because she was just like, no, that's like where I was going to go have as my third place. And as somebody that is all about third spaces, and I would love if I had, you know, some more local bars that weren't so kitschy.
Centered message or whatever.
That's why
I'm not even kidding, man. I went into one of our local bars and it was like, it was like a movie. They just stopped talking.
It makes absolutely no sense. You go back and watch episodes of Family Matters or Boy Meets World or any of the TGIF shows, or like all of it, underlying it is just like a basic human decency and morality and like liberal values of like treat other people fairly, etc.
Yeah,
To
when
shit on that is
Jesse
like
got hooked on caffeine pills. Like that really taught me a lot about substance abuse, and you know I think that's part of why I've had the success in my life I have. Anyway, most normal American parents look skeptically at those kinds of parents. More normal American kids view those kind of kids with scorn. If you grew up aspiring to normalcy, normalcy is what you will achieve. Now close your eyes and visualize which families you knew in the 90s or even now who raised their kids according to one model versus the other. Be brutally honest. Normalcy doesn't cut it in a hyper-competitive global market for technical talent, and if we pretend like it does, we'll have our asses handed to us by China.
this is the most elitist shit I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
This is so elitist. This is like accept the dog.
Wait, did you just say she has a boyish haircut? What?
Doggy dog.
No, she's beautiful hair, and honestly, I think it's all hers.
Cutthroat world of global capitalism
Yeah.
and try to fit into the machine as best you can. In other words, like you serve the economy doesn't serve you.
And
Actually,
even darker
Unimoogle,
than that
is this,
like,
does she
not
have
just for
extensions or
yourself,
not?
But you better, from the time your kids come out of the womb, every minute of their time had better be spent on math tutoring. Friends, sleepovers, no. Hanging out at the mall, enjoying some like mass-produced content, no. They need to be doing their tutoring. They need to be at the math Olympiads. They need to be trained to become better cogs in the machine for the capitalist overlords like Elon Musk. If they're going to make it, that's what this is about. This is your worth is only as much as your market value is. You don't bring anything to the table except whatever, you know, Elon Musk thinks that you're worth, however primed you are for being like, you know, useful in this exploitative way, in this exploitative system. It's really, I mean, it really is an incredible, outside of the, I mean, this is, many people also pointed out, the way he's talking about white American culture is how conservatives very commonly talk about like Black American culture or Hispanic culture, usually Black culture. And then so he uses that same frame and now applies it to white American culture and is basically asserting here that Asian American culture is superior and needs to be emulated. And obviously that didn't go over terribly well.
And he has the nerve to pretend most of the time like he's anti-elitist, right?
Yeah.
This is the most elitist shit I've ever heard in my life.
Totally. And it's just, the other thing is, so there's so much to say about this because there have been a lot of very clear ideological just fissures within this weird coalition that Trump had this time. And
All right, so can't tell from this angle, but she has good hair though. You can tell at the top she's got some good density, but she might have some help at the ends there.
You know,
okay.
Some of it is hard to put your finger on because what the fuck does Trump even believe or stand for? Like, he's not a particularly ideological person. But Trump has run on this, you know, I'm looking out for the non-college educated, like non-elite class. That's how he positions himself. And they truly have achieved this very dramatic realignment where now non-college educated voters are, regardless of race, you know, overall, if you look at the overall numbers, more likely to vote Republican. He won for the first time voters who are making less than $50,000 a year. And so in the face of that education realignment, to have Vivek come in,
that's a battery.
Like, if your kids aren't on an Ivy League track from the time they're 2 years old, like, you failed as a parent and we're failing as a nation, is really, I mean, that really is directly at odds with the way Trumpism has been sold since 2015.
But here's the thing. Elon and Vivek are effectively going to win this policy battle within the Trump administration, I think. Because this is the direction the Capitol cuts, and Trump is effectively ruled by
I think that they're going to be booted from the cabinet.
So, David Sachs has already been made.
If you want my honest opinion, I do think that Elon's going to get booted for this. I think he's already pushed the buttons of Trump. I think that Trump has seen the writing on the wall. He's going to use this as, well, it turns out that Vivek and Elon, they're both immigrants, and they had some interesting ideas on immigration. I decided to let them go and focus on purely American billionaires.
Czar of like AI and crypto or something like that. And Elon and Vivek have been given this whole of government mandate. I mean, but Elon put in $250 million into this campaign. And all these MAGA people, like, Elon's ideology is very easily attainable.
Subway Jared, thanks for following on Twitch.
And what his goals and what his class interests are. This is something I've been talking about, you've been talking about. Like,
Subway Jared.
He's a robber baron. He's a robber baron.
And he's a big fan of, like, Javier Milei.
Anarcho-capitalism for thee, but not for me. I get government subsidies. I get corporate welfare. I get to do whatever I want.
Wow.
I can do the treasury, but for you...
Got quite the name there.
Right.
Suck it up and try to earn it in the free market where, you know, everybody will make lower wages and have no fucking health care and be living in tenement housing shortly, and they'll bring back child labor and all that shit.
Yeah, and Trump has been willing to totally change his views to suit this crowd. So, you know...
But I think he's always believed this to one extent or another, Trump.
Well, he has this very, like, eugenicist adjacent idea, like IQ obsession and that sort of thing, too.
But I'm also just talking about the anarcho-capitalist worldview mixed with that's for you but not for me. That's always been Trump. He cut taxes for the rich. He deregulated.
I mean, he does believe in tariffs, I think. And
that's
very much at odds with Elon.
Yeah.
And
I'm interested in some funny stuff.
You know, there are certain things that he completely flipped on. So crypto is a primary example where he used to say crypto was a scam to undermine the dollar.
And I was right.
Now he wants to do this Bitcoin reserve, which is just a blatant giveaway to these
and that's because he took money from these crypto assholes, and that's why he flipped. Same with the banning of TikTok. Now, I don't want TikTok banned, to be clear, but he was for banning it, and then after...
completely flipped.
Yeah, because that Jeffrey Yass dude gave him a shitload of money.
You're telling me that I do a pretty good my Kermit the Frog is a little bit of Kyle Kalinske?
I think you're right. I think the deal has already been...
What do you think, Crystal?
And we know that because when Trump went on the All In podcast, which is
I can hear it a little bit.
However, there's a Chamath Palihapitiya.
All right, Betty.
Jason,
thank you, Betty.
Whatever his last name is. Anyway,
You're having another opinion, Betty?
Tech bro.
Okay,
podcast.
Betty.
He said that he wanted to increase the amount of... He said the thing that Hillary Clinton used to say.
Kermit the Frog here.
from a college here, they should staple the green card to your diploma. And the reason I know that is because Sagar took really close note of that. Sagar being like extreme immigration restrictionist, noted right away like, oh, Trump told them what they wanted to hear, this issue that's very important to this tech bro universe.
No, because like actually, funny enough, Brian, he actually just does, whenever he does like his voice, that's what he does. He's just like, I just don't think that's what you're doing.
Of increasing
It's just like, wait, that's kind of Kermit the Frog. Well, that wasn't. I don't know what that was.
They like the ability to, you know, pay
think that's a good
workers
impression?
less and have them at their back.
Brian, never mind. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I almost took Brian to the 100-acre wood.
Is like, you know, Laura Loomer didn't have shit to say about it then.
You.
When it's Trump saying it, because it can never be like Trump that's the problem, right? So it's Vivek, it's Elon, etc.
I can't.
But Trump has himself said, you know, he didn't say this weird like 90s sitcom stuff that Vivek said, but he has taken this very same policy position, and nobody in MAGA had a word to say about it.
And now Elon has been melting down hardcore.
Oh yeah.
Wait. Can I do a Jerry Seinfeld doing Kermit the Frog? Why? I can do Kermit the Frog doing a Jerry Seinfeld. I'll do you one better. Why did Fozzie Bear go to jail? It's because of the Waka Waka. I don't know. The material wasn't there. Whatever, man. I'm working on the fly.
These Twitter Spaces.
What's the
under
deal?
his alt account, and he actually debates people using his normal voice.
Well, apparently, one thing I was reading is when he slows down his speech, he has some sort of a voice like modulator or whatever that makes his voice sound different. But when he gets too animated and talks too quickly, it doesn't.
All right, Brian, you did actually ruin it. Now all anybody hears when Kyle talks is Kermit.
Keep up, and so then it just sounds like his voice. Yeah, there's this weird
And every time he does, why are there so many songs about rainbows?
where sometimes he sounds weird and different, and sometimes it's just Elon.
Do you have any of
I
your
can't even, man.
No, I can pull some up.
Yeah, go ahead. And because guys, he's debating these like outright white nationalist Nazi types in these Twitter Spaces, and it's one of those like you reap what you sow moments. like you fucked around and you found out you cultivated this colossal
Damn it, you're actually right.
of MAGA types.
I do hear it now.
You know, the mask is slipping on. Some of them
That's
didn't even
funny.
bother to put on a mask in the fucking
All
first
right.
place. And then now you say the thing about immigration, and they're like, "Did you think we would make an exception when it comes to immigrants because they make more money?" Like no, to them, it's like, we want to keep America white, and they are open about that fact. So like, fuck you. So now you see all these, and it's funny because I was going after Elon Musk before it was cool. I was the one tweeting deport this.
Hey, it was Frank Oz who did Miss Piggy, so.
Aaron immigrant welfare queen, right? And now you see the right flank of MAGA. They're now using Grok and
I don't
other things
think
like
that
to
you
make
like Miss
pictures of
Piggy very
Elon
much.
in the most humiliating.
You guys are going to make me do impressions now. Uh-oh.
Specifics, but like everybody is seemingly catching up to that, and he's responding to that in the worst possible way, because it's like in a moment like this. But look, for those of you who aren't in this space, you wouldn't understand, but just don't read it.
He actually probably does, just because of his voice modulation, like the way that it sounds, he could probably do some kick-ass Muppets.
Like, don't read the criticism. Just go fucking touch grass.
Kinda
as the
like
kids
how
say,
I can do
and you'll be all right.
kick-ass
But
macho
he can't help
man,
himself. He's
yeah.
addicted to the internet, and he's massively autistic. And so he goes down these rabbit holes, and now he's basically fighting on the TL with anybody, everybody. And by the way, Elon decided to retaliate against Laura Loomer and a bunch of other conservative commentators who were disagreeing with him, and take away their blue check marks and take away their ability to make money on X.
He's still holding his vape.
This is what he does. This is what the robber
That's a
baron
mean-ass
does,
vape, by the way.
is
Like,
he
that had
acts
some
like he's all about
gauges.
free speech. The second you cross him, he turns fully authoritarian. He loves Javier Milei. That's what Javier Milei did. Oh, all about freedom, all about free speech. Oh, are there massive protests in the streets? Let's send the police to crack down on the protests, crack some skulls, and lock these people up. Total fucking fraud. Total fraud. But what's beautiful is that now there's a lot of people on the right realizing it, and they've turned on Elon, and I'm enjoying it for one.
Yeah.
Completely.
Yeah, it's like, may they both lose. May both sides lose.
Of course,
right?
yeah, let them fight. Let them fight.
So that account called Autism Capital.
This guy's an Elon meat rider.
Yeah, tweeted this, and then Elon was
I love 2024.
says that pretty much sums it up. This was eye-opening. So
This account called Autism Capital. This is not a major political news story. What's happening?
Tweets. So basically, the right split into two factions, tech right and right. And the tech right is like, hey, we need H-1B visa people to do the jobs. And the right was like, no, you need to hire Americans. And the tech right is like, but you guys are retarded. And the right is like, well, you don't train us. And the tech right...
No. Can we get somebody from Boston to read this? Nah. You guys are retarded.
It's like, you can't out-train being retarded.
You can't train not being retarded.
Oh.
And while all this was going on, we learned some people really don't like Indians. And that's what Elon replied. That pretty much sums it up.
So he's saying Americans are retarded. He's saying Americans are retarded.
He really...
And you can't...
I love the fact that they just broke it like that.
You're too retarded to do these jobs.
No, he really does have a eugenicist worldview.
He does.
And just like Trump...
True to his South African roots.
Just like Trump, he thinks everything is innate. That culture and environment and society doesn't have an impact. It's just you are what you are at birth, period.
Yeah.
And that's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, almost everything is a mix of nature and nurture.
Well, I was just remembering during the election campaign, Elon tweeted this meme that shows like, the bell curve of IQ and said basically MAGA was the people down here who were like extremely low IQ. And then these people out here like him, presumably, who were like extremely high IQ, brilliant. And I don't know why no one in MAGA took offense to that at the time, because it's like, he obviously thinks the bulk of you are in this like extremely low IQ portion of the bell curve. And he's just using you as a means to his end. That's what it is. And what has he accomplished so far? They were, had this bill negotiated in Congress, bipartisan bill that's supposed to fund the government and do a lot of stuff that genuinely is good, like the pharmacy, cracking down on the pharmacy
PBMs,
benefit managers, funding kids' cancer research.
Yep.
There were genuinely positive priorities that were included in there. And it was all going smooth sailing. The Republicans had agreed, the Democrats agreed, blah, blah, blah. And then Elon decides to throw a fit over it and tanks the bill. And lo and behold, what gets pulled out, not only those things that I just mentioned, which were good things, but this provision, which would have limited high-tech investment in China.
That's why he did it.
Would have directly impacted him.
That's why he did it.
Some AI research thing for Tesla in China. So you tell me why he tanked the bill, and then suddenly, even though it was, kind of had a lot of the same contours, etc., that when it comes back and it doesn't have the China bullshit, then he's good with it.
Yeah,
then he's good with it.
That's why he did it, because he's a robber baron. He cares about profit above all else, and he's using MAGA. He's using Trump towards those ends, and it's even more nefarious because he wants to cut Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid, and so does fucking Vivek Ramaswamy. And here's this guy lecturing everybody about hard work and culture, and he made his money through a fucking pump and dump scam.
Yeah.
So do me a favor and www.shutit.com. Nobody gives a fuck what you have to say, and now even MAGA's turn.
Damn, dude, I haven't heard a URL fucking like.
But the thing is, this is what pisses me off: is everybody knew
www.shutthefuckup.com
how he made his money, the scam he ran, but they didn't care back when he was saying things they agreed with. And there were a lot of talk about this on Twitter, that there was a time where seemingly he was against these H-1B visas, and then now he seemingly flips. You say it's a little more complicated than that like he was sort of covering his ass and talking out of both sides of his mouth about
That's my impression, is that he was saying things like, we need to blow up this system, but what he really meant was like, blow it up and make it so that there's more of these types of workers.
That's how I took it.
Different system.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. And that's
not once did I see it as like, oh, this is going to be pro-worker.
The other thing is like, the idea that, well, high-skilled immigrants, it's like saying, yeah, oh, we love immigrants, but only in the tech sector. That's it. For our industry, for our business, we want immigrants. But, you know, for other sectors where there's a lot of immigrants working, no, we don't need that.
Well, and none of it is to benefit, you know, anything other than
Their bottom line.
Exactly. Their bottom line.
They're frauds.
Yeah,
They're total fucking frauds.
It's not like they care for these immigrants. They want to exploit them.
Right.
And, you know, that's the bottom line. And so they're happy to throw any group under the bus because that's what, like, you don't get to be a billionaire without just being willing to engage in the most exploitative practices. And same thing with, you know, there's all this talk of Trump and his outreach to labor, and he put someone in at the Department of Labor he voted for the PRO Act and is slightly less bad on union issues than every other Republican. Elon hates labor unions. I mean, he is a union buster.
Him and Trump were laughing about that together on the phone call, remember?
Like, chuckling about how he's firing striking
Yeah.
workers.
I still can't believe they won the election, like, even after that. Because I thought that was it.
You know, if that agency was killed, then it would effectively decimate any hope of union organizing. He thinks unions should be illegal.
Yeah.
So again, Trump is not a very ideological figure, and a lot of what he says is bullshit. So it's hard to say like where the lines are exactly.
That's why his own base doesn't believe him. Like, that's actually the crux of why his own base right now is not panicking about like the prices going up, because even though he said, look, it might be a little bit harder for me to get the grocery prices down. I don't know. I thought that I'd be able to do it, but he kind of just gives the shrug like, who knows? Yeah, but that's why his own base is just kind of being like, well, you can't do everything at one time. Give it some time.
But Elon is totally different ideologically than how Trumpism was sold. And this is really kind of the tip of the iceberg here. But what I would say is, like, I don't know what you thought you were getting. Because, number one, just as a matter of principle, whether it's Elon or Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos or whatever the fuck billionaire is out there, like, don't hand your government over. Don't delightedly. And they were delighted. They were delighted to have Elon on their side. They were delighted by the money he was giving. They were delighted. Remember all those memes they were showing of, like, Elon as some superhero next to Trump and whatever? Like, MAGA was so happy to have him involved. And it's like, guess what? He's a billionaire. He's interested in his own ideology, in his own self-interest, and he does not give a fuck about you or Donald Trump for that matter. He gives a fuck about Elon. That is it. So as a matter of principle, you need to oppose having these billionaires have so much control over government, because whether it's this issue or
he only gives a fuck about Donald Trump as much as he can have the base.
His power is effectively completely unchecked. I mean, he's outside any sort of a representative, you know, system where there could be any sort of democratic check on his power. So it's a very dystopian place to be.
That's why the capitulation to Doge was so sad, right? You see these Democrats joining the Doge caucus, and it's like, you are agreeing in principle that there should be this agency of the government run by the world's richest man who's a robber baron, and whatever he makes, the decisions he makes about government efficiency are legitimate and should be discussed. Why the fuck should his opinions be taken seriously in the realm of what's supposed to be a democracy?
Well, it's the total opposite, because his opinion should be the last thing we consider, because he has such so many conflicts of interest.
Correct.
I mean, this is one of the Pentagon's largest contractors.
Right.
He is embroiled in regulatory disputes with multiple agencies just right now as we speak. He's been accused by the SEC of insider trading, securities fraud. All of these things are swirling, and you're going to put him in a position to hurt his competitors, give himself more contracts, you know, cut any of the regulatory agencies that might go after him and his company's been accused of, you know, discrimination and labor violation, all kinds of stuff. And he can just effectively, like, slash and burn anything that might possibly reign in his power, and that's always been his goal, and that's always been totally crystal clear.
Well, I'll just say I'm really hoping that he keeps melting down, he keeps humiliating himself, that Vivek does the same, and I'm hoping Trump gets wise about this, because he is known, like, the second he needs a fall guy, that fall guy could be fucking anybody. And if he sees an opportunity, if he sees an opening, if something goes wrong and he gets to say, it was Elon, it was Vivek, he will 100% do it. And I'm just hoping that day comes sooner. And then maybe He'll actually get deported, which is what I want to see. I want to see the immigrant welfare queen robber baron get deported and humiliated.
But yeah, the last thing I'll say about this is like, you know, I mentioned before, Trump had said the same shit about H-1B visas before, and they had nothing to say about it. And so even if he does move forward with some, you know, with the policy that Elon and Vivek basically would like to see, all the same people are going to be running cover for him. Oh, it's not his fault. He got tricked by Elon. I mean, that's what they always do. Like they never come after him, right? Because he's the one who accepted the $250 million and gave Elon and Vivek this post and made them so incredibly influential.
To be fair, in his mind, he could have thought this was a way of like sort of getting them off his ass, right? Because it's not an actual government position. It's sort of made up.
Yeah,
and
but
in his mind, he could be thinking like, yeah, go play in the corner,
that.
you fucking freaks.
I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. I mean, you don't put $250 million into a presidential election and get nothing out of it.
But now the President Musk thing is getting under Trump's skin. You got to admit that. The President Musk thing is getting under his skin.
Yeah, that's
And there
true.
was already, he already said it.
I've been saying that.
He already said something that was like, Elon can't be president. You want to know why? Because he wasn't born here. Haha.
Yeah.
And to me, that sounded almost like a shot across the bow. Like, if you overstep your boundary again, I might actually. But the thing is,
but the other thing is, this is convenient for him. If Elon and Vivek take the heat for this, like, you know, H-1B visa stuff or other unpopular things, and he gets to pretend like, oh, you know, it's their fault, and gives his sycophants people to blame that aren't him, which is what they always do. Maybe it's convenient for him.
yeah, well, like you always say, wherever he goes is where they go. You know, like
Yeah.
he is the needle. He gets to do whatever, and then they will play catch up and be like, I agree. But he's the only one that can get away with that.
Yeah.
Right? But I actually think he ideologically does agree with the idea of bringing in more high-skilled immigrants and stuff.
Yeah, so I mean, he uses a lot of guest worker, you know, foreign-born guest workers at his properties. It's not, I don't think it's H-1B visas, but it's like another guest worker program. Like, he obviously believes in it. J.D. Vance is an interesting one here, too, because on the one hand, like, he would never speak in quite the language that Vivek did, but in the other hand, Hillbilly Elegy is also basically an indictment of, like, white non-college culture. Like, that's kind of the core of the book, is like,
I hate these
you're
people
drinking
so
too
much.
Mountain
Yeah.
Dew and like
That movie, Hillbilly Elegy, was the most elitist shit I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
It was so fun.
I actually should probably be the one to be like, we talk about this non-high school educated crap. What's up?
Fucking elite.
Or not high school, not
It
college.
was so classist.
Yeah.
It was this idea of like,
Whoops.
yeah, you guys are a fucking mess. You gotta fucking get it together.
Right.
As opposed to looking at the systemic reasons why you've had a decline in place, you know, in these former factory towns that have been destroyed by globalization.
Yeah, and
right?
he's basically on the ticket because the tech bros, the Peter Thiels of the world and whoever, they wanted him on the ticket. That's how he ends up on the ticket. And so he has kind of a similar ideology. He's married to an Indian woman also, which, you know, makes this whole thing even more interesting. But on the other hand, he also has this shtick about, like, you know, this like pseudo anti-capitalist rhetoric that he'll use about American workers, and, you know, like, it's a little bit contradictory, and his focus
he'll
on,
go right along with the capital.
you know,
He'll
religion
go right along
and
with
family
capital.
and community and whatever. But yeah, I think I mean that's why he's there. Because they think he's an ally to whatever it is that they want to do, and he himself is like a Wall Street dude.
These people are such frauds because
Wall Street dude.
they're so elitist in every imaginable way, and they're tied to Wall Street and venture capital and all that sort of shit. But they try to pretend like they're the everyman, right?
know.
And then there's lefties like us who, I fucking love Boy Meets World. I love them all. We eat McDonald's all the time. We go to our fucking kids' soccer game all the fucking, like, we're living the most American fucking life ever.
I do like me a Big Mac.
But they found a way to twist it and try to pretend like we're the elitist ones and they're not. It's like, bitch, you did a pump and dump scheme. You're tied to venture capital. You're tied to Wall Street. You got all these fucking opinions that are so elitist, not to throw them under the bus, but it's a similar dynamic with Sagar too. Like, Sagar is very sort of high society type dude. The way he dresses, the trips he goes on. And it's like, I get on a plane once every fucking 2 years and I hate it every time I go. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, people need to understand the actual populace, are the lefties, are the lefties who are actually trying to improve working conditions for people, trying to protect Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid, not trying to outsource your job.
Ooh,
but
excuse me.
They don't fucking learn.
No, and this may be the first of many experiences of like, you know, the leopard face eating thing of like, oh, you know, on the one hand, from the Elon and Vivek perspective, like, oh, I didn't think a bunch of people who were like, you know, thirsting to
so
deport
racist,
every immigrant
yeah,
would want to deport the immigrants I like, right? And then from the sort of like base perspective, like what you didn't, when you invited the billionaire, the richest man on the planet into the coalition, you didn't think that was going to have any policy ramifications in terms of what his interests were going to be. And this will be the first of many examples. I mean,
Medicare and Social Security is going to be the next one because Trump was very clear, I'm not going to cut Medicare, I'm not going to cut Social Security. And every single donor to him, every person around him, and every Republican politician is chomping at the bit to cut those things first and foremost. They're not going to cut the fucking Pentagon. They're not going to cut Elon's corporate welfare, which means what's left? The social safety net, Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. And so my guess is Trump is going to go along with that, and he's going to spin it as we're reforming the system to save it, even though it'll just be cuts.
I read this very sad article in Washington Post, I think, about Newcastle, Pennsylvania, which is a place I actually know decently well. I've spent a little bit of time there, and it's very economically depressed. I mean, it's this former like steel town, Pennsylvania, whatever, huge economic decline and very high rates of poverty there. And for the first time since Eisenhower, they narrowly voted for a Republican, Trump, this time in the election. And lots of people there who are on food stamps and, you know, various different social safety net type programs. And so they went, and it's an overwhelmingly white city too. It's sort of like, you know, ethnic white, you know, former waves of immigration settled in this town. Anyway, so they went and they interviewed these people, and they were like, you know, what do you think now that Vivek and Elon are out here, like, we want to slash $2 trillion from the government budget, and they're taking aim at these social safety net programs? And it was a real mix of responses. Some people were like, oh, he'll understand, like, the poor people put him in there and he would never take something away from us. I think
Fell for it again award.
Yeah, exactly. And then some other people were just like, well, I hope, you know, I'm not sure, I'm getting a little nervous about it. But yeah, that'll be the next like sad awakening, because clearly they have their eyes set on slashing and burning the government. It's a long-time right-wing like Koch brothers project, and Elon is just like the new version of that ideological project. It's really nothing new.
So we'll hold down the left flank and keep absolutely humiliating and shitting on Elon Musk because he deserves every single goddamn word, and I'll put it out there to MAGA as well.
Yeah,
you can keep doing the same thing.
All right, guys, we're going to play a song, and then we're going to end the stream.
Position atop the mountain, right?
Actually, we're going to play a few songs.
He's a robber
that's
baron
going to
welfare
preheat my oven.
Prick. And I really hope he gets deported. I don't think that's going to happen, but nonetheless, I'll still keep tweeting about it on a daily basis.
I got to eat. That's where I'm at. I got to eat. So, here, give me a second. Let me get the video loaded up. Our man Kirk. Now, I know most of you have heard this. For the few that haven't, this is Kirk. He is one of our community members here, and he is a very, very, very talented man. So, oh, oven is preheated. Nice. Let's go to the void.
Sometimes I feel like I ain't right. The calling out of void, a single teardrop on my chin. No, the hole inside my soul, the sadness washes over me. No, and tell me I don't know, cause it defines me anew. Sometimes I feel like I ain't right. The calling out of void, a single teardrop on my chin. No, the hole inside my soul, the sadness washes over me. No, and tell me I don't know.
That's right, Bloodstone.
Hard enough to be alone, hard enough to be awake. It's the only thing that puts a padded layer on the pain. Maybe I don't wanna know what the future has in store. Take a bottle of the pills into my room and lock the door. It's like everyone
I am enjoying the shit out of
cannot see me. Medication determination in my veins, I feel like this a movie. Praying that my yesterdays don't come back just to haunt me. Make it through the day with drinking Henny in the pillies. Sometimes I feel like I ain't right. The calling of the void, a single teardrop on my chin. No, the hole inside my soul, the sadness washes over me. No, and tell me I don't know, cause it defines me anew. And sometimes I feel like I ain't right. The calling of the void, a single teardrop on my chin. No, the hole inside my soul, the sadness washes over me. No, and tell me I don't know, cause it defines me anew. Breaking the wall of my psyche, nothing to lose, I'm down more than likely. Gripping the bottle and lean too damn tightly. Patting the good in my head, trying to fight me. Sad as my face, I look in the mirror and feel the disgrace. Ayy, ayy, feel out of place. The me from the past already losing the race. Ayy, ayy, most of my life I wondered if people could see in my eyes. Ayy, ayy, I know that I cry if I'm feeling alone, yeah, and I wanna die, I wanna die. Suicide on my mind, this is a story of my life. Do or die, I decide what I wanna do this time. Just to fight, try to hide all the thoughts I have inside.
It's weird to be a fan of somebody that's a fan of you.
You can't rewind. Sometimes I feel like I ain't right. The calling of the void, a single teardrop.
I mean, dude, this is legit. Like, he's so good. I'm gonna say it every time. That's why I'm doing this. Like, I really hope that you guys follow his music, please.
The calling of the void, a single teardrop on my chin. No, the hole inside my soul, the sadness washes over me. No, and tell me I don't know, cause it defines me. And look at the bottle to fill up that's hollow.
This part right here is
might not be here tomorrow. Just swallow the bottle to fill a hole that's hollow.
and like, dude, he apologized. He apologized to me for being too personal with the song.
Sometimes I feel like
that's my favorite part. Where I was just like,
a single teardrop on my chin. Load a hole inside my soul, the sadness washes over me. You know, and tell me I don't know, cause it defines me.
I actually looked up Philharmonic, and yes, they are copywritten. I ran them through YouTube's copyright. Sorry, dude. My main rule now is, unless you directly own the music, no. He owns the music. He makes the music. Same with our boy... Smoke a Tide Pod. He owns the music, so I am all about that, okay? Like, hold on. I thought I had another one loaded up. Give me a sec. What's going on here? Oh, weird. Okay, I'll just go through yesterday's. There we go. You know, I should probably just find his channel.
You fuck with my shit. I told you I quit. You are my main bitch, but you know I've been playing you. No, no, no. You fuck with my shit. I told you
there we go. Here's the main link that I needed.
You are my main bitch, but you know I've been playing you. No, no, no. Make a call, she come through quick. She like pogo when she riding on my dick. I told her don't believe a thing that anyone gotta say. She wondering if I'm the only one or if she got played. I promise money in a bag at the
That's the nice part about this is because this is one of my community members. He was just like, yeah, I'm honored if you're going through my music. I'm like, well, I'm honored that you're letting me play it. So this is a really weird, like, at one point.
Got him on the switch rotation, and you know what I'm saying. Hey, hey, no, no, no. You fuck with my shit. I told you right quick. You are my main bitch, but you know I've been playing you. No, no, no. You fuck with my shit. I trusted all, told Chelsea that she looking so fine, but didn't realize it was Tina, so she left me behind. This shit go crazy, bitch got me so lazy. Can't remember who the fuck came through, I called him baby. I ain't gonna stop now, player on the top, no. Just remember you
so
were
good.
only when you on my top hoe. You fuck with my shit, I told you right quick. You are my main bitch, but you know I've been playing you. No, no, no. You fuck with my shit, I told you right quick. You are my main bitch, but you know.
As I said, guys, I hope you're enjoying this. Like,
no, no, no.
and if you do, please, please support him. He is one of those guys that needs to make enough money so he can go to New York, because he's an East Coaster, and he can do this as his career, because he is really, really good, man. I am a supporter. All right, we got 2 more. I'll be honest, this is probably one of my favorites, but
Calling out and settled on a weekend. I told you you could come on over if you need it. I'll break you, we mix it up and then repeat it. I tell you there ain't nothing better than this feeling. Calling you up is not a problem, give you everything. I got you, got desires, I'ma solve them. We could chill out by the ocean, sipping gin right out the bottle. Mosey on down to the water, fucking you on full throttle. Watching comets in the sky, whizzing by us all night. Smoking OG, getting high, feeling like we bout to fly. Told you you can count on me, give you anything you need. Grab your hand and take the lead, show you what you wanna see.
Maybe it's because I actually feel the lyrics.
There's something about the way you move. Ain't no one do just what you do. Can't keep everyone away from you. Away from you. It's not like me to be lost in space, but you make me wanna see your face. There's something about the way you taste. Way you taste.
it's not a bad thing. Sounded like Post Malone and Travis Scott had a baby, but it's original music. Like, that's the thing. He wrote all of this, and he produced all of this, and he sang all, like, this is the kind of stuff that makes me, like, legit go, oh, and then get mad at the entertainment industry, because I've seen how this is produced. I've seen how much of an army it takes just to make a hit song, which makes no sense when you have somebody like this.
Driving truck, ain't gonna lie, we ain't never gonna die. Told you you can count on me, give you anything you need. Grab your hand and take the lead, show you what you wanna see. There's something about the way you move. Ain't no one do just what you do. Can't keep everyone away from you. Away from you.
Oh, no. Brian, I wasn't saying you were saying it was a bad thing. I was just saying because you said it was like Post Malone and Travis.
You be lost,
I'm sorry, man. I'm
space, but you make me wanna see your face. There's something about the way you taste. Way you taste. Calling on a settled on a weekend.
That's a nice placement of that, by the way. Like how he brought it back down. I like that a lot. Kirk. Just look up Kirk on YouTube here.
Calling you up is not a problem. Give you everything. I got you, got desires. I'ma solve them. We could chill out by the ocean, sipping gin right out the bottle. Mosey on down to the water, fucking you on full throttle. Watching comets in the sky, whizzing by us all night. Smoking OG, getting high, feeling like we bout to fly. Told you you can count on me, give you anything you need. Grab your hand and take the lead, show you what you wanna see. There's something about the
funniest part is, I was going to leave this on and just kind of take off because I made a mix of this. I'm vibing, guys. I love his music.
It's not like me to be lost in space, but you make me wanna see your face. There's something about the way you taste. Way you taste.
Yeah, actually, I had that thought too, where I was like, actually, Kirk, just like Kirk by itself, Kirk official music, like, good job. Good job. I'm very happy for you. All right, so we're going to play his new... Oh. He already had it loaded. All right, so technically, he sent this to me on Discord, and he did this for us, is what he said. So... This is new.
Felt like I would not know. See you with him off the go.
Ooey gooey love. I like it.
I killed a bitch for less, I'm faded. You fucked around and now you know that it's game over for a hoe. I ain't got time for disrespect. Fuck all the good things that we had. I'm not saying that I'm proud, but I'm burying a bitch. I done everything for you. This is what the fuck you do. Take my pride away now. I'ma take your life away from you. Trust was all that we had. Now I'm here taking care of business when I take out the trash. I bought you jewelry and bags and gave you all of my cash. Now you and boy can fuck up out of here. I'm blasting your ass. I felt like I would not know. See you with him off the go.
I'm actually going to post the song since it's so new. He needs your support. So please go and check it out. Give it a play and give it a like. And sub to his channel if you haven't already.
I ain't got time for business bad. Fuck all the good things that we had. Don't fuck around, gave up everything for this. Got me pulling
He's almost to 800. We're almost there. Let's get an 800. We can get Kirk to 1,000 too. Oh man, that makes me so happy. I'd be like a little bit jealous if he made it like, you know, bigger numbers than me, but man, I'd actually be really happy for him. So. I mean, if he, at this point, maybe. Please do, Squish. I've been sharing this with everybody. Like, dude, my friend circle, they love him. Like, when I had a friend tell me that they've been like replaying some of his stuff, that made me really happy.
Trust was all that we had. Now I'm here taking care of business when I take out the trash. I bought you jewelry and bags and gave you all of my cash. Now you and boy can fuck up out of here. I'm blasting your ass.
I'm glad he's not here so I don't have to kiss his ass. It's just like, no, he's just that good, guys. And this is his one that he dropped yesterday. He dropped this yesterday. Listen, it's the Philharmonic. I've already run it through my copyright check. It's not okay. Trust me. Even if you run it through yours, it's not okay. I've played a few minutes of the Philharmonic, and it was not okay. I'm sorry. They copyright their stuff. But I will check them out on my off time, okay? Thank you.
Some say I'm bad, misunderstood, but cruising got me feeling good, living my life the way I should. Oh, I'm in my solo cup, we driving fast, we going up the windows, down the AC, up, we eating pillies, throwing up. Just wanna do what I do.
I'm sorry, Brian. As I said, I'm going to keep this as simple as possible. If you don't own the actual copyright to the song, then I'm not going to be playing the music. This is just a simple thing on my YouTube where I will not be playing music that has, even if you know, or well, okay, even if you think that it doesn't have a copyright to it, unless I run it through my checks and it does, like, it comes back clean, I'm not playing it. And I'm sorry, the Philharmonic did not come back clean. It doesn't matter. NPR, like, I'm just telling you right now, dude. Like, YouTube will flag it.
Hey, what you selling or you snoring? Don't ever tell me.
But donate to the stream, and yeah, that gives me a little bit more towards building a Patreon so we can do more of this stuff where I don't have to worry about this. I would love to just be able to play clips, movies, comedy specials, music that I like without worrying about it. But I'm not at that point yet as a YouTuber, so if you guys support me, that does help. So I'll give you that much.
You support. Yeah, I mix cola with my Hennessy. Brother off a tablet. Just keep that same energy.
I'm not frustrated, dude. It's just that you've asked like 4 times.
Tell me what you mad at. I'm still fucked up all the memory shit. Turn me to a savage. With a left, Lil Jeff at the marathon, but Brian even have it. Yeah, my mind all fucked up. Don't wanna fuck, bitch, use your rabbit. She told me, baby, open up. Ain't trying to talk, that's too dramatic. It's me and 100 demons. That's way.
I'll be open with you, Brian. It's not them worrying about it. It's the fact that so YouTube has an AI that goes through your videos, and if it has music that is not already like okayed, which Kirk has definitely done, or well, I'm pretty sure that Kirk is not copywriting his music because he wants to get it out there. Once he reaches a certain point, if he gets monetized, then he's probably going to copyright.
Too much extra baggage.
Then he better give me special permissions, and I will he clip that.
To see him, he threw me an extra package. Bro, had the chopper in the couch, the money under the mattress. And if life was a movie, I'm probably the main attraction. Product of my environment, listen to get the caption. Break a pie down to 4 ways, I'm doing fractions. Got a bad bitch, she just wanna suck me out my maxes. Was down bad, told that bitch, let me flip your taxes. No L, slide through the city in a taxi.
Going through the sky, pouring Visine in my eye. Being sober in my vibe, I can take another line. Too much powder in my brain. Woozy can't stay in my lane. Cocoa numbing all the pain. Feeling like it's Novocaine. We ain't get no sleep, we running on fumes. Passing mescaline around, chasing the mushrooms. Killing time before we out of Perkies and lose. Damn, this night is wild, feeling like a pilly vacuum. Please don't stop, the party ain't going until they call the cops. Just chilling with my friends until we all drop. Living life up on the edge, we living on top. Hey, hey, chilling with my friends, bumping crack up in my Benz, drinking Perp and Jameson, party never gonna end. Bugging out the neighborhood, some say I'm bad, misunderstood, but cruising got me feeling good, living my life the way I should. Home in my solo cup, we driving fast, we going up the windows, down the AC up, we eating pillies, throwing up. Just wanna do what I do, swerving through the city, getting high too. Never been this litty, losing IQ. Psychedelics winning when they fight you.
Yeah, I was trapping at a Regal. We don't wrestle, William Regal. Pull up on him with that eagle. Let him feel it, Benny Siegel. Bro, don't play no.
That William Regal? That's a wrestler.
Tyler Perry, junkie leaning off a knee. That leaves little niggas running wild. They do a hit that make it sin. Off of X pill, pied up on shorty like I'm Goku. Like the X-Files, drugs make you crazy like they post to. If they can't find you, bro, train to kill whoever you close to. Pro too, he just wanna hit it off the dope too. Yeah, slow motion, better than no motion, it's still motion. I made 100,000, sitting around doing nothing like Joe Rogan. Had that broke nigga child to sit around that nigga trying to get chosen. You gave all your love up just to get nothing, and now you broke. Ain't about to argue with no woman, that ain't part of the discussion. I slide 100 in the drum, I bust it sound like some percussion. Riding, smoking, getting head, driving all the windows up. If it ain't about money, then don't call me. If you call, I'm hanging up.
Hey, chilling with my friends, bumping crack up in my Benz, drinking Perp and Jameson, party never gonna end. Bugging out the neighborhood, some say I'm bad, misunderstood, but cruising got me feeling good, living my life the way I should. Home in my solo cup, we driving fast, we going up the windows, down the AC up, we eating pillies, throwing up. Just wanna do what I do, swerving through the city, getting high too. Never been this litty, losing IQ. Psychedelics winning when they fight you. Fight you. Fight you.
He just dropped that one yesterday. I'm blown away by this. Yeah. All right, we got one more. So I'm going to do real quick is while I play this, I'm going to go through my shout outs and then I'm going to go eat and end stream. So, it is that time. But I want to give the shout outs, so hang out, listen to the music, and alright. John Nada, I appreciate you engaging in chat today. Brian? We cool. No, cool. Not for real, dude. We cool. Keep coming back, man. Just don't piss off the mods. Alright, man. Blood Sown by Stars. You know that you hold it down here, so I appreciate you. Unimugle, you also hold it down here, so appreciate you.
Playing the game that you knew was a joke. You lost in the smoke. Some time had to pass. You sit by yourself and you think of the past. You won't see it coming. It happens so fast. The next thing you know, players beating your ass. This day is your last.
Do I have to bring up the Duke? Yeah, I gotta bring up the Duke. All right, shout out Duke. Undead Banana, you've been awesome today. I appreciate you. Kirk, come on, man. I mean,
selling yourself for bitches and wealth. God is my witness.
I actually appreciate you today. You were a good engager. So.
Masking the pain, no blood in the rain. God is my witness.
Somehow see this, I'm happy. Eve, I'm just happy that you were able to watch some of the stream. That makes me happy.
This ain't a life you wanna be on. The only thing gained is the loss of it all. You count on the pay. It's this type of way when you press and play, homie. Countless days, the wicked of those, the people you know. You never achieve what you think you will know. The end of a life, it is by the knife. Just stop all the presses and go live your life. A taste of the life you sentenced to 10 and got nothing to show. A choice that you made got you put in the hole. You playing a game that you knew was a joke. You lost in the smoke. Some time had to pass. You sit by yourself and you think of the past. You won't see it coming. It happens so fast. The next thing you know, players beating your ass. This day is your last. This day is your last.
Look out for it. Keep your notifications on. Otherwise, Monday, I will be back. So, I appreciate you all.
You gotta play if you want to play.
If you didn't know that I'm a I'm literally a Midwesterner, so like it takes me the longest time to go away. So I'll probably end the song and then just go. So actually, that's what I'll do. I'm gonna end the song and then I'll go.
Masking the pain, no blood in the rain. God is my witness.
I just looked at
God is my witness.
Oh, wait a minute.
Fortune and fame, welcome to the game. Yeah, God is my witness. God is my witness.
We're gonna end up with Somnium. Screw it. All right. I appreciate you all checking out my stream. Please like and sub if you haven't already, and follow on Twitch if you have not done that already. I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. This was a lot of fun. So, we're gonna go and listen to Somnium, otherwise known as Smoke a Tide Pod in chat. I have to say it like that, otherwise it's gonna be a little risky, but I think this is the good one. Hold on. Well, I mean, no, Formless is. I like Formless. Better one, I should say. Okay. All right, guys. I appreciate y'all. I will see you on... Who knows? Tomorrow or Friday. Monday. Midwest, goodbye. Love ya.